Well, good morning as we continue the action in the CWI 40 finals here at the lovely Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. What a privilege it is to have his son open the batting today with me. And that's, of course, the great man himself, Marley Richards. Good morning, Marley. How are you?
Good morning, Vinod. Good morning to the listeners, viewers, wherever they may be, here in the Caribbean and around the globe. As Vinod was just saying, day 3 action. What a day it was yesterday on day 2. Guyana Harpy Eagles put up quite a valiant effort trying to get past that first inning score of 260. Ended up falling 15 runs short. 247 all out.
Well, we'll see how it plays today. Let's go to the pitch report.
Day 3, often the moving day in a 4-day clash. We are at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. The sun is out in its full form. What a day of cricket we had 24 hours ago. The intensity, the quality here in the middle, it lived up to all expectation. Now, I look at conditions as we set the tone for the day. First of all, on this pitch, 17 of the 20 wickets in the 2 innings have gone to the faster bowlers. But today I'm here to tell you why maybe the spinners could come into the game a bit more. You still have that grass covering which is holding it together, flattened out well for the Harpy Eagles to bat on yesterday. But these areas here may just excite the likes of Pramal, Moti, Carripair, who will have a job to do in the 4th innings. He was already aiming for this rough area, especially for the left-handers yesterday, Carripair. You think about anywhere around here, maybe just on a good length for a spinner, a lot more threatening. So something to keep an eye on, natural progression over a 4-day game. You think about a team that has to bat 4th, going to be critical. So they'll want to restrict as many runs as possible today, all to play for.
Off stump, and of course, Nikhil, at the pitch report, you're speaking about the areas just back of a length. And as you have been saying, Marley, throughout this match, with the generous covering of grass, it will also allow for lateral movement.
Yep. Movement off the pitch. And that's something that, especially if you're looking to be a top order batter, you're going to the next level, international cricket, you'll expect international bowlers to be able to find some level of movement, either through the air or off the pitch consistently.
Down the leg side is a peel. More in optimism than conviction, but again, good carry. I love this pitch in Mali.
I do as well. It started dicey, but like we've been saying, it's matured nicely over the past couple of days.
You would have played a lot of cricket in England. You would have played on surfaces that had probably a little too much moisture in the beginning. You see, we need to take things into perspective, and we need to understand that, yes, on the opening day, there was a little too much moisture because rain fell when they took the covers off, and by the time they got it on, oh, that's good pace. By the time they got it on, there was a little extra on the track. But you know what? These things happen in life, and the play was then delayed, allowing for time for the pitch to dry out. And you know what's amazing, Marley Richards? That very day, the pitch started to play well.
Yeah, the same day.
Yeah.
It got a good baking out. It probably wasn't as quick as it's quickened up slightly as it's progressed, but it has offered that lateral movement throughout, and hasn't been extravagant, but the bowlers have also had to hit the right areas in which to get that.
This one comes back in slightly, pushed away. Yeah, and that's all you ask for with a cricket pitch. That if I am giving an effort, I'll definitely like a reward.
Definitely.
That's a universal law. Whatever you put out should come back to you.
It's slightly leaned in favor of the seam bowlers. 17 of the 20 wickets to have fallen so far have gone to seam.
But then again, you need to take into consideration as well, the seamers might have bowled 90% of the overs.
Yes, they've been doing the majority of the bowling.
Joseph. Oh, taking his eyes off. The Guyanese are appealing. They're very confident.
They were indeed. Didn't quite get up as high. Shamar Joseph, not the tallest of fast bowlers, more skiddy that lower arm. Cooper just taking his eye off slightly, kept the hands in a little dangerous position. The Guyanese were hoping that it took a little edge or just nicked the glove on the way through.
Yeah, it didn't happen, at least according to umpire Dayton Butler. So Guyana seems to be switched on this morning. Now, here's a situation, Marley, where they have to chase the game.
They are chasing the game.
Because if this game ends in a draw, there'll be celebrations in Port of Spain.
Oh, definitely.
Because Trinidad won the first innings.
Yeah, and it would be their first title in 20 years.
Yeah, like I say, a very good morning to your good friend, the Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Azim Bassarat.
Morning, sir. You can tell the positive intent here from the Guyanese. 3 slips and a gully. This one's taken the body once again. Cephas Cooper in the wars. He was hit numerous times in that first innings.
Yep.
On the hand, on the elbow. This one's pretty similar. Again, once again, just an extra bounce, taking his eye off. That could have flown anywhere, Vinod.
Yep, took his eyes off it. Came in sharply as well. Was quick. Good first over so far. In fact, at the end of the over, good first over by Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, he would admit as well he was a little below his best in that first innings, Shamar Joseph. And we were just speaking about that positive intent and hunting wickets now, Guyana, because they come into the second innings 15 runs behind. Shamar Joseph taking the new ball. We didn't see that in the first innings.
We didn't see that in the first inning. We were speaking about it. We didn't see it. And it signals the intention. Guyana has to be aggressive here. You'll be looking at, you don't want to chase too many on this track. There was turn on offer in the first innings for the spinners. Moti got turn, Purmal as well.
Moti got turn on day 1.
Yeah. So tomorrow there should be some turn as well. So you don't want to be chasing too much. And Evan Lewis, what do you think will be his approach now?
Well, we know him to be a positive player. It's been a lean season for him. Evan Lewis announcing his return back into the red ball format this season. He hasn't had the returns he would like, but this is his final opportunity in 2026 in this format to remind the selectors of what he could possibly do.
Yeah.
He's going to have to dig in here, though, especially early. Kemo Paul was immaculate. Thought he was the standout bowler for me in that Guyana bowling lineup.
This match has been about Jaden Seals versus Kemo Paul.
It has. Both doing the business with bat and ball.
Yeah. So here's Paul. Well, just taking a run through.
Yeah, he got 3 for 28 in that first innings. Kemo Paul from his 17.4 overs, bowled 5 maidens as well. And it could have been even better. Remember, he picked up a wicket on that no ball, overstepping. Can he back up that first innings performance? So it's very consistent in his line and lengths, and got the ball to move both ways quite prodigiously. Has that pitched in line? Has that pitched in line? Umpire Butler doesn't think so.
Tuckett on that end.
Oh, yes, it is Tuckett. They've switched around now. Umpire Carl Tuckett from Nevis. Let's have a look at this.
Pitch outside leg.
Just outside.
Good decision there from umpire Tuckett.
It's been under a bit of pressure, umpire Tuckett, in this match. But you'd expect that in a final. The players, well, a lot to play for.
This title means so much, I can tell you, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because they have been starved of red ball success. You know, in the 50 over tournaments over the years, Trinidad and Tobago has won the most titles. And of course, you know, the exploits of the TKR. If you look at T20 cricket, and even before the advent of the CPL, the regional T20 tournament was dominated by Trinidad. So you find you have wide ball taken care of. But 20 years, Nikhil Uttam Chand, was he born then?
Yes, he was.
Oh,
He was.
Trinidad hasn't seen red ball success.
He was
He was-
at least 3 or 4.
And it's 5.
Oh, he's 5.
5-year-old. Imagine that.
Time's flying, boy. I'm not lying. It was just the other day he was a young pup. Now he's like 25. It's crazy.
Yeah. So that's to tell you how long. And the cricket administrators in Trinidad have been under heavy pressure for that, not getting red ball success. Because you tend to measure growth through red ball somehow.
Yeah, the brand was established through the white ball, T20 to begin with.
You know what I found to be amazing, Mali? The Leeward Islands produce so many great cricketers. Yet, when you look deep into it, you realize there's not much red ball cricket in the Leeward Islands. I was told that even in St. Kitts.
Yeah.
They just started it back.
Yeah.
You have to go to Nevis to play.
Exactly.
Yeah,
No red ball in Anguilla.
Yeah.
Antigua is probably one of the
That's a
ones
hub.
that consistently plays red ball.
Yeah. Antigua is the hub.
So it's aerial slightly. Just taking the leading edge. Maybe looking to play that down to mid-on. Has that very open face, doesn't he, Evan Lewis?
Loves to play with that open face. You look at Evan Lewis and you see a man who's struggling. You see a man who's low on confidence.
Definitely. He's a player who, at his best, can be very dominant. We've seen him dominate international attacks.
He can be very destructive indeed. Is he coming the way of the Patriots this year?
I think he is. I think.
And-
He's at the Antigua
Antigua.
Falcons this year, I think.
A number of Trinidad and Tobago players are coming your way, Mali.
Yeah, they are. And you see Jewel Andrew, he's gone to St. Lucia.
Yeah.
Azari Joseph, though, is coming home for the first time, I think. This one's close once again. Not quite the same sting from Kemo Paul that we saw in that first innings, but decent nonetheless.
Now, I'm looking at Cooper. He's trying to push forward as much as he can, but probably pushing forward a bit too early. And this is what you find leading to him being tangled.
He also plays with low hands at times, hence why he's been hit on the gloves as many times as he has.
Now, he's an informed batsman for Trinidad and Tobago.
He was the difference in that playoff versus
against
Barbados. To produce 2 innings of that magnitude under that kind of pressure, not having scored too many throughout the season, he'd have taken a lot of confidence from that. The backroom staff, he would have gotten a lot of credit in the bank, let's say, from a performance such as that. 195 runs, 190 odd in the first innings and 100 in the second.
So Lewis, Red Force will need the senior man Lewis here to show his hand.
What I like about Shamad Joseph is when the stakes are highest or the lights are brightest, he does tend to come to the fore.
That's a big player.
Yeah. And
that's a man for the big occasion.
Definitely. And in this situation, the Harpy Eagles need him to produce something similar to what we saw in Australia a couple of years ago.
But he has a track here that he can work with.
It'd be interesting to talk to the players about what they think of this pitch, especially the fast bowlers, even the batters. Just a good carry once again.
It's lovely. Day 3.
Day 3. For year upon year, we've been criticizing the pitches around the Caribbean. You think back maybe earlier in the decade when spin was dominating the regional 4-day championships every year. It was Permal or Narain or Devendra Bishu or whoever. Top of the wicket taking charts.
This only takes the ball hand away again. That one was looking to jump. Yeah. So this trap, I'll tell you something though, Mali. Without the moisture issue on the opening day, I'll take this track with me anywhere I go.
I do. As a fast bowler, I was saying the same thing to.
Or even as a batsman, because I tell you something too, the ball is coming on nicely too.
It is too. So this is the thing. If you can play, you play straight, and you play the ball as late as possible, you will find success on a pitch such as this. We've seen it happen. The way Jaden Seals played in that first innings, when conditions were even trickier, I'd say.
I'll tell you something, in Trinidad and Tobago now, the Queen's Park Oval, back then it was known just for the spinners. Now the Queen's Park Oval has been giving assistance to the fast bowlers. There was an issue in Trinidad and Tobago where, and it remains an issue, and sometimes you wonder if teams just looking to win a trophy, if they're hurting cricket at the moment, because there are some clubs in Trinidad that will have one fast bowler employed and give him 2 overs to take off the shine, and then it's all spin.
Exactly.
Right? The pitches, they are conducive to spin bowling. You know, and I think it hurts the general setup. President Bassarat, though, what he did, even at the National Cricket Centre, which is the home of cricket in Trinidad, now, that track was like just brown all the time, bare, spinning square. And there is a curator, I don't know if you know about him, Sheikh Armano. He was then brought from the university, and Basra told him, listen to me. Oh, that's a good delivery, squares him up a bit. He said, listen to me. Bassarat's office is at the National Cricket Centre. And he told him, when I look outside, I want to struggle to see where the pitch is. Basically, he's telling him, I want grass. One of the quickest pitches now in Trinidad is at the National Cricket Centre. So we need to address that situation. We need to quickly address that situation. And if we want our cricket to improve.
And Vinod, you were speaking about Leeward Islands cricket and producing great players over the years, and the lack of red ball cricket being played in the Leewards now. In fact, today, but thanks to Philip Spooner and the Spooner Spotlight.
That's a great addition, the Spooner Spotlight.
Yeah, today, the Spooner Sports Spotlight, 1990, 36 years ago. In 1990, this was the year that the Leeward Islands were crowned champions of the Red Stripe Cup. The symbol of supremacy in what was then a globally acclaimed, highly competitive regional 4-day competition.
Yeah, much respected. Too short there, pushed away. Yeah, I remember when, back in the day when Trinidad and Tobago have to come up against the Leeward Islands, and you look in the newspaper the day before and you see the Leeward Islands squad, you know it's a headache when you see Viv Richards.
Exactly.
But there was a man by the name of Ralston Otto.
Otto, yes.
You say Trinidad, and he give you runs.
Yeah, formerly the Leeward Islands. Someone I'd have extensive experience with as a coach and an administrator.
Sadly, he has gone.
Yes, sadly,
to the
passed
great
away.
beyond.
But it was under that captaincy of Sir Vivian Richards where the Leeward Islands would have won that championship the first time. Another good delivery. That's the kind of incisiveness and penetrativeness we were talking about from Chemo Paul.
Yeah, he has delivered, hasn't he? Look at this.
He's got to keep it beautiful. That strong wrist on show once again.
You have to have form like Donald Bradman to edge that. I tell you, yeah, so Spooner Spotlight has been a fantastic addition. You know, he has kept with us, always there, willing to give us that added information. It's a Caribbean effort. I'll say a very good morning to him out there in Barbados. I'm told he's at the affluent West Coast right now.
Yeah, good morning to Mr. Spooner.
Yep.
But just to go back to that quickly, what was so special about that title for the Leeward Islands, being their first as well, was that they won every single match.
Yeah.
Only the second time that had happened in the modern era. First achieved by Barbados in 1980.
But the only close match, if I'm looking according to Spooner here, is a 3-wicket victory against Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Everybody got it.
Yep.
Barbados, they got it by 7 wickets. That's if we would have taken tremendous pride in that. Guyana, 187 runs. Trinidad and Tobago, 8 wickets. And the neighbours, the Windies, bad innings and 15 runs at the ARG.
At the ARG. Good to see cricket back at the ARG as
Yep.
well.
Yep, that was good.
Such a hallowed and respected cricketing venue. Must be said, the politicians and whoever's been in control of the recreation grounds over the past few years have really let it deteriorate.
Yeah, I walked in and
It's still a sad sight for me.
Yeah, it's still a sad
Still
sight.
hard. It's very hard to go there and see it in the state that it's in.
But when you walk in, you still feel something. You still feel something because of the tremendous history that marries to that ground. And but a lot could be done, and I'm hoping that powers that be restore that venue, because that's a very historical
Very
site.
historic venue indeed, and
I'm-
especially when you walk in and you don't see the double-decker stand
Yeah.
that would house Chicky Hi-Fi
Yeah.
and the spectators just dancing, packed in,
Was
having a whale of a time.
I was even discussing with our guy Springs, who is with the Falcon setup, whether there is a possibility. I also brought it up with Jeff Miller after this delivery. Ooh, that one jumps.
And that's what I was anticipating in that first innings, especially keeping that close catcher in short leg. Shamar finding the right lengths now. Both teams would have had a ball just there. Maybe just a bit of a crack starting to appear there. That just exploded onto the fingers of Evan Lewis.
Doing some gardening there. See for Scooper. Umpires go down there, have an exploratory look. So I was even asking Jeff Miller and Spooner if there's a possibility of, because of location, taking a couple of the CPL games at the ARG. I'm sure it'll be packed out. But again, they have the same concerns that you have.
Definitely. I don't think it's in a fit state necessarily to host games of that magnitude at the moment.
Have you ever played at Guyana Park in Trinidad?
I haven't, no.
It's the only ground in the world that is nestled in an oil refinery.
Wow.
Now your dad would have played there.
I remember seeing
And,
Guacara Park.
It's a small kind of boutique venue where you always feel you're in the action. And only recently, your good friend Bassarat made a national call to the new government that this place has fell into disrepair over the last 10 years. And immediately work has restarted to bring that venue back into commission. And one of the reasons is that the Brandon Cricket Academy, which is really a replica of this ground, it's on the highway. For those who don't drive,
It's a long drive.
you have to take a taxi, you have to pay a fare from south to central to drop 10 minutes away from south.
Wow.
Now, Guyana Park, you can take a minibus and it's right along the road.
And it would drop you right there.
Yeah. It's pulling out of it at the last moment there, see for Scooper. So, you think about all these things, and it's always good to be with you, and we can explore these things. We can talk about these things.
Right.
It all makes part of the fabric of this great game that has brought all of us together.
Yeah, and the uniqueness of West Indies cricket can't
Yeah.
be overstated. Very unique indeed. Even as a people, it's the only thing we really do together.
Yep.
I think it's cherished. It's a brand that's absolutely loved and revered around the world.
I see.
And at times it pains me to see some of the things that we go through.
Yeah. Sometimes I think we are own worst enemy.
Oh, definitely.
So I see in Guyana as well, Border Oval has fell into a bit of a disrepair, but I see some work also being done there to bring it back, and that's good.
And this is the thing. Sometimes that when I see these things, I travel around the Caribbean, and you see the same things around in different places. You do wonder if it's a cultural thing, with us here in the Caribbean. Even here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, I think the upkeep of the stadium could be a lot better. The maintenance. There's a few weeds on the ground now. Hopefully that could be removed from the outfield by the time the test match starts.
Yeah,
Just
because
here
I
in
tell you
front of
something,
us.
last night the boys from the production team, they were doing their homework. So where they're staying, they obviously would have called up the production and looking at it on a massive screen. That didn't look good.
Yeah.
Oh, did it carry? We'll have a look at that again.
It didn't. I think it just fell short. But once again, short legs in play. That close catcher.
It's important that he stays there, even just to be just under the eyelids of the batter. Let's have a look. Yeah, dropping way short. Yeah, and when you look at it, you realize, and one hopes that before the Sri Lanka test match that is dealt with.
Yeah, it's that honesty and constructive criticism. Criticism at times, I think, is where we struggle. That's a beauty. I thought that took the outside edge for a second. It's been a struggle for Lewis.
It has been, but, we keep saying one thing that a great man said. Sometimes you need to score ugly runs.
Definitely. You got to fight. You got to guts it out. You got to be able to find a way when you're not necessarily feeling at your best.
Yep.
And as we were saying, final opportunity this season for Evan Lewis, having made a comeback to red ball cricket, hasn't gone the way he would have liked, so he'd like to sign off the season in style, especially going into another season. He'd have to prove a lot again to be back in this position next year.
Yeah.
So you want to leave the selectors with a reminder of just exactly what you can do.
Trinidad and Tobago looking for a solid start, because it's Guyana's game to chase another good delivery. But how many times in this match we've seen that ball beat the outside edge? I think we've seen that ball beat the outside edge more than both countries have oil.
Oh yeah, it's been numerous. Bowlers have been good. Kimo Pal in particular.
Bowlers will feel good that they have something to work with.
It's not often you turn up to a pitch in the Caribbean as a fast bowler and think, hey, there's something in this for me.
Yep. Again, getting himself in a bit of a tangle there, pushing out and looking to come forward too early. Had he just stayed back, he would have been able, and as Mali has been suggesting, played late as possible, he would have been able to get that behind square.
But I think also with his propensity to play with low hands at times, short leg's a very good position for him.
Yep. Another man that comes to mind who played with low hands was Philo Alfonso Wallace.
But he was a ball beater.
Yeah, you're telling me.
He's a tall guy.
Man. Yeah, he's a gentle giant, Philo. And I just spoke about Guyana Park in Trinidad. Trinidad versus Barbados. Barbados won the toss, decided to bat first on an opening morning. Alfonso had 100 before lunch.
Oh, definitely. I remember that partnership that he shared with Clayton Lambert.
Two serious ball beaters.
Yeah, versus England.
Yeah.
Just really looking to put back to ball. Not too much footwork, but fantastic hand-eye coordination.
Yep. And just as we had been suggesting, just allowing the ball to come on to him there, and playing late, he's able to get it down to Shamar Joseph down at long leg, gets a single. What these two want to do, though, is to continue to rotate strike. You don't want to be stuck at one end, allowing the bowler the luxury of working you out.
Definitely. Rotation of strike, absolutely key. It's something which we saw in that partnership between Seals and Anderson Phillip. Phillip in particular soaked up pressure, but then at times he just dropped the ball and ran. That left-hand, right-hand combination proving troublesome.
Yep. A short leg has been done away with, and again you see that was played uppishly in that region.
It's Van Lang more in a position, do you call that? He's at square leg, just in front of square.
End of the day's play yesterday, Nikhil had an interview with Van Lang, and he was saying, he was basically echoing the sentiments we would have made during the day, that you have to go for your shots, you have to play an actual game because there's a ball with your name on it.
I also think you've got to be able to at least think you've got the technique to stick it out as well.
Clipped away nicely. That's a lovely shot. Smith should get to it. Lovely bit of footwork there by Smith. He may get a call out to the Trinidad and Tobago Soca Warriors. And they're able to come back for two. It's the end of the over. And we have a guy warming up in the com box here. Tell me he's a mean basketballer. So he would have been very keen in seeing how many times Trinidad and Tobago might have defeated Barbados in basketball. Let me add that.
If they ever have. Shamar Joseph to continue here this morning. Just conceded 2 runs in his 3 overs. So he's come back nicely, considering. He's a bit below par in that first innings. 10 overs for 55 on the 1 wicket.
Mali, good morning to you. Good morning to viewers. Shamar Joseph will feel a lot more pleased about the way these first 3.1 overs have gone. You think about the first innings where he bowled just 10 overs, went for 55 runs. And I know that Ryan Hercules and Guyanese coaching staff were challenging him to be better. You saw what the impact of an international player had on the first innings when Jaden Seals took 4 for. And every time it seemed like the Red Force needed a moment, he produced it. I love this move though, as well as Niall Smith bowled. I love this move to get Shamar Joseph with that hard new ball.
And I think Niall Smith actually prefers with a to bowl with a slightly older ball, similar to an Alzari Joseph.
It was actually his 3rd spell on day 1 where he did all the damage.
Exactly. Exactly indeed. Just tends to spray that new ball a little bit. Seems to be more in control with the ball, maybe 10, 15, 20 overs old.
Been good discipline though from Harpy Eagles, and the Red Force, as expected, have been quite patient in this opening hour. Ball doing a bit, few hitting the hand of Cooper and Lewis. You just wonder as the day goes on and the spin comes into the game, Ali. That's why I think that's where this contest is going to be decided.
Day 3, day 4. That's what you'd like. You'd like the seamers to do the business, especially early. I don't love seeing a pitch absolutely turning square on day 1. I like to see the game develop. Bowlers putting in the hard yards, changing the angle, going around, going over.
And Joseph started over the wicket to Lewis. He's come around, and sometimes he's just strayed a bit too straight. That was one of those occasions.
And a little short. Didn't quite get up though. We're starting to see a little variable bounce creep in here on day 3.
And I suppose this surface will demand Shamar Joseph to maybe just be a touch more patient. There's been times where he's strung together a few menacing deliveries in the channel just outside off stump, top of off, and then he goes searching one down the leg side. Yeah, better. That's where you want to be.
Yeah, much better. But also, we saw that one that almost exploded out of the turf in that previous over, hit Evan Lewis on the gloves. Slightly fuller in length, that length that you've been talking about extensively throughout this match. You've had your visual cues as well, Nikhil. What's that 5 to 8 meter length?
Yeah, maybe 6.
6 to 8 meter length. That's the area.
And just to educate some of the new or newer viewers to the game, that length we speak about, it's so difficult to play because it almost leaves the batter in two minds. That specific 2 meters on the pitch tends to have batters deciding on whether they should go forward or come back. So usually across the formats, it is the most successful length and kind of a base of where seamers tend to start and then branch out from there. 11 for none after 7. Tidy start for the Harper Eagles, although wicketless.
They're behind the 8 ball. They've got to get in and start making some inroads in this Red Force batting lineup sooner rather than later. These Trinidad and Tobago batters don't necessarily have to force the issue, but on a pitch such as this, you still want to be playing positively, looking to score.
Vinod mentioned in the last over, Mali, about me going down to do the interview yesterday. It was an interesting exchange between the two teams yesterday evening. So when the Red Force won first innings, as many would have heard through our effects mics on the field, there was a loud eruption, huge celebration by the Red Force. And you looked across at the Harper Eagles camp. Obviously, they were batting, so most of the players in the dugout seemed to have a quiet confidence. And Kimo Paul was the one that shouted and said, well, the match must be done. And there's only 2 days in, and I'll get back to why that was important.
Gone. You're just speaking about the Kimo Paul, the chief destroyer in that first innings. He makes the first inroad here into this Red Force lineup. Cephas Cooper has to go for just 3. His season ends.
Not the first time we've seen Cephas Cooper go to that cover drive. He absolutely loves that area. And full credit to the Harper Eagles because they've left cover vacant throughout this game. Almost challenging Cephas Cooper and stroking his ego. In the end, he gives in. And the Harper Eagles register their first. A critical wicket, 11 for 1. Be disappointed to see for Cooper that he's done all the hard work. Another situation where he's batted over 25 deliveries, would have seen off that brand new ball, unable to really convert. Got 10 in the first innings, and Jid Gooley now, who was one of the top scorers for the TNT Red Force in that top order, that 26.
And Nikhil, you were mentioning that quiet confidence that you were picking up from the Guyana Harper Eagles yesterday evening. That comes from knowing you've been here before. Season after season, you've been the cream that has risen to the top most often. They've been here before. They're not going to panic. In essence, what? The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 26 for 1.
Yeah, and the reason I mention that as well, Mal, is because this team, I looked back to last season, I think it happened on 2 occasions where they lost first innings, won the game. Very first game here at this very stadium. Nice delivery again. Just a few pitches over when they played the Volcanoes. Look at the wicket, Kimo Paul. Again, very skillful on that fuller length this time, inducing the drive after a string of disciplined deliveries.
Yeah, he's been so consistent in that area with his lengths as well. Maybe not bowling a little within himself here today, but he's still got the skills on show. That wrist snapping behind the ball, getting this new ball to move around.
Yes, I'm not saying that first innings points isn't important. It's critical. And for many reasons, if the game was to be drawn or not had a result, then of course the Red Force would win. But the Harpy Eagles have a habit of fighting from behind. There are positions where they've been down and out, like that game against the Volcanoes where they lost first innings. And the fact that it was only 15, or actually 13, after a score correction late yesterday.
Oh, wow.
I think they were really confident amidst all the noise and chaos from the Red Force that they can come back and win this game. I think after they lost first innings, they ended up bowling the Volcanoes up for 209 and won the game quite comfortably.
Especially with all the chatter that was going on yesterday as well. A few clips have gone viral, making the rounds on social media. Guyana Harpy Eagles will want to hit back.
Mali, even when we were beginning the interview with Van Lang yesterday, Jaden Seals was still shouting. He said, Nikhil, ask him how many balls he played and missed. Ask him about that. He plays this cricket in a really tough way, an aggressive way. And the Harpy Eagles are almost the opposite. Whereas a lot of their guys are more introverted, probably share a bit less, but where they fight is with the bat, where they really grind you down.
I think they let the game do the talking more often than not, the Harpy Eagles, and you can tell with the championships that they've won, it's actually worked.
The disciplined morning has paid off for Paul and Seals, 12 for 1 after 8.
I'm not going to lie though, Nikhil, I really do like the needle that's been going on in this game. It's just added something and added an element to this encounter. As we see a Red Force fan proudly waving her flag. Looking quite stunning in her Red Force top.
Shamar Jones is going to maintain this angle from around to the left-handed goalie. So a couple of left-handers now for the Harpy Eagles to work with. And just outside, as we mentioned in the pitch report, just in front of the left-hander, outside off there's a bit of footmark or roughage developing. Probably something more for the spinners, but a visual aid for Joseph to aim at.
I can just about make it out from here. The player quite of Jid Ghuli's stature, I should say. Quite tall. Has a long reach. There you see it. Just to the right of your screen, just outside that off stump. It's a little full for me.
Yeah, it's full for the seamers for sure. But I think for the spin, even just in front of that, it's less visible, but it's something developing. And the more these seamers run through the crease today, the more that's going to be enhanced.
Oh, beauty gone! 2 down! Shamar Joseph joins the party. The Harpy Eagles are well up for this contest. Ghuli has to go. 12 for 2 now. He goes for 1.
They do the talking with the ball and the bat, the Harpy Eagles. This has been some start to a morning on a day where you think this game could be decided. And Shamar Joseph, who was criticized for lack of discipline in the first innings, he has been outstanding this morning.
He has. Immaculate with his line and lengths. Fantastic length on that delivery. Not too short, just in that corridor. Ghuli not sure whether to play or leave. In the end, took a thick outside edge. Good catch by skipper Tevin Imlak. And there's a bit of cloud cover just coming over. Slightly overcast conditions. Breeze blowing from east to west. Very seam bowler friendly conditions at this moment. Can the Harpy Eagles strike again? Can they live up to that name?
Jason Mohammed comes to the middle, folks, and in his 112th first-class game with 1700s to his name, this will be the last time you see him for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force because he's retired from the list day format, so no more Super 50 for him either. And you just think, Mali, what a story would be. What a way to finish if he was to get gutsy runs today, which helps his team set a total to win this game. Huge opportunity this for a veteran
Yeah, he's going to have to dig in, Nikhil. He's going to have to dig in. Shamar Joseph, he's looking like he wants to get on a roll here. As we're saying, slightly overcast conditions. He hasn't had the best season, Jason Mohammed. But look at this wicket again.
It's all about the angle, and it's a similar angle to how Niall Smith dismissed Gooley in the first innings. He's scrambling the seam, which means that when the ball hits the pitch, you can't really predict what it's going to do. It holds its line and takes the edge beautifully. And that cordon behind the back have caught well again early on day 3. It was almost identical in the way Niall Smith dismissed Gooley. He came from around the wicket in the first innings, angled the ball in and just allowed it to straighten naturally.
Highly skillful stuff. Very skillful indeed, that from Shamar Joseph. So we were saying, cometh the hour, cometh the man. He was a bit below par in that first innings, but boy, on day 3 here.
I remember one of the things we said on day 1, Mali, was Cooper and Lewis left a lot of deliveries. We saw yesterday with Sears and Phillip, that wasn't the case. They forced the Harper Eagles to play a lot of balls. And today, in these first 8.5 overs, it feels like, we don't have the exact numbers, but just on the eye test, it feels like they're having to play a lot more deliveries.
Yeah, there's a lot more pressure being put on that defense by these Harper Eagles bowlers. I think Kemo Paul, he's just continued where he left off. But Shamar Joseph, he's definitely upped his game. He's upped his level. As you were saying, the international cricketers, you expect them at this level to be the leading players in their teams. Just there, well played from Jason Mohammed. Had that split second of time. And just there, you see, when the ball's a little short, it allows the batter just that extra time.
A bit of explosion in the pitch tells you about the dryness of it.
It's been hot. It's been hot over these last 3 days. Every time the sun peeks out from behind these clouds. Can he find the right length though? It's got to be fuller. Better. That's the one. That's too good. Way too good for Jason Mohammed in the form that he's in. End of a fantastic over. Wicket maiden that from Shamar Joseph. 12 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Lead of just 25. In essence, 25 for 2 at this stage. And that's a great point you made earlier, Nikhil. First innings points do matter. But the way this game has progressed, the way these both sets of fast bowlers have actually performed, I think we will get a result in this game. Especially if we have no more rain delays or disruptions.
You know, people will see, obviously, Shamar Joseph's brilliance. Niall Smith was very good in that first innings. But don't underestimate, in red ball cricket, the importance of a holder. I think of, no pun intended, someone like a Jason Holder, who for many years was that defensive bowler who held things to really contain from one end, and at the opposite end, teams attacked. I go back to the first innings. Kemo Paul's 17.4 overs for 58 runs. He obviously got the 3 wickets as well, which was the icing. But to go at 1.5 runs per over in almost 18 overs bowled throughout the day, gave away nothing. And it was just that holding effect that set the game up for the others to come from the opposite end.
Exactly. We saw it with the bat as well. Maybe we made a similar point about Cooper, the amount of deliveries he would have faced. Maybe didn't get as many, but he would have played his part in nullifying this Harper Eagles attack.
It was the exact way that Mohammed was dismissed against Kemo Paul. One hand came off the bat and it hit the edge and went to Imlak. This time, though, it goes in front.
Yeah, he tends to play with soft hands, Jason Mohammed, especially early in his innings. Just there once again, the feet not moving, bit of extra bounce. keeping that seam upright. He's been that one bowler that's consistently, especially from that Sir Andy Roberts end, he's consistently got the ball to move around and extracted that extra bounce.
Gone a touch fuller today, came up all with that shape. I think last night when I went home, I thought about the day's play. Really, everything you want in a final, the intensity with which the cricket was played with yesterday, and the fact that it's not much differentiating the two teams, 13 runs in the two innings being the difference, but the intensity you felt when Seals and Phillip was bowling, the way the Harper Eagles fought back with Kimo Paul and Moti towards the end, it's a final that's really lived up to expectation 2.25 days in.
Once again going past the outside edge. Yes, it's been intense. It's been very competitive. Times the players have really gone after each other. I've liked that. Obviously, it's not a contact sport, but you like that intensity, and we know how intense this rivalry is as well. It's exactly what you want to see in a showpiece event. In fact, it reminded me a little bit yesterday, especially when we allowed the stump mics and allowed the viewers almost into a bit of insight into what it would be like out in the middle. It reminded me a little bit of COVID times, especially in the English Premier League when there were no fans in the stands, so
right.
you just heard the sounds of the game. I was quite amazed some of the things the players were saying to each other and to the referees.
We're going to have to do that again when the Red Force come out to bowl and listen in for a couple of deliveries.
It's very entertaining stuff. As we said, it's had tongues wagging all around social media. Beautiful, beautiful shot that. As sweetly timed a shot as we've seen in this inning so far, but unluckily for Jason Mohammed, went straight to that fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, and with Kimo Paul searching quite full, it gives you opportunity as a batting team to take some opportunity when he does overpitch. There will be those times where you can score with packed slip cordon and vacant areas in front square. 16 for 2.
Yeah, it's one of the only times, actually, I can remember so far in this match where Kimo Paul, it seems like Kimo Paul has just put a ball there. He hasn't actually bowled it. Just seemed to float that one up outside the off stump. Maybe just starting to flag a little bit physically. Showed good fitness levels throughout.
Joseph into his 6th over of this opening spell. Yeah, and maybe just straying a bit too straight.
How long does he keep him for? How long does he keep him on? He's got Niles Smith waiting in the wings. He said into his 6th over, Shamar Joseph. He's going to have to do a lot of bowling, I think, today.
And obviously struggle with some groin stiffness in that first innings. But I think, actually, it could play into the hands of the Harper Eagles the way that first innings panned out. You compare Joseph to the other 4 seamers in the game. He's done a lot less work. Kimo Paul, 18 overs. Niles Smith, 13. Seals, 19. And Anderson Phillip, almost 21. And Joseph's bowled half of that in the first inning. So it gives the Harper Eagles the chance now to have someone who's a bit more fresh because he spent time off the field.
That's a fantastic point, Nikhil. Once again, a serious nut, as they'd say. Evan Lewis knowing nothing about that one. Caught on the crease in that area, 6 to 8 meter area once again. Have a look at that. Shuffles across his stumps. Shamar Joseph angled in, taking away from the left-hander, Allah Kamar Roach.
And you see Imlak constantly speaking to Shamar Joseph after each over, probably to discuss fitness levels, because Joseph is someone who would tell you he can bowl 10 overs in a spell. but you want him to have similar energy as he comes back for maybe spell 2, spell 3. You probably want him to give you another burst before lunch, which is in maybe another hour or so, an hour and a half or so.
Yeah, you want to manage him wisely. You want to manage him in a way where you can be able to bring him back and he manages to sustain his speeds. A lot of bowlers, you see, the speeds drop as the day wears on. I find Anderson, Phillip, Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph, their fitness levels are remarkable. Anderson Phillip absolutely stands out with that.
And a few scoring shots in these last couple of overs from Evan Lewis, which is something needed for the Red Force. I think it goes into the boundary. It does.
Probably want to see a slightly better effort. That every run crucial at this stage. It's Niall Smith. Did get there in the end. Ball still ended up rolling back onto that boundary rope.
And Joseph, after that boundary, is going to go back to where he started, which is over the wicket, going across Lewis. Haven't changed the field, which is good, even though a couple of boundaries in the last few overs, maintaining that aggression. Wow. That has been hammered in front square. A couple of boundaries in 2 deliveries and some pressure being put back onto the Harper Eagles.
Yeah, that's a remarkable shot, that, from Evan Lewis. Hasn't been at his most fluent. But have a look at this. Didn't quite get up. Not the shortest delivery, but kept his eye on the ball. He's got a strong bottom hand indeed, Evan Lewis. And that came into play. Sweetly timed. Raced into that mid-wicket boundary. So back-to-back 4s now from this Joseph over.
Imlach hasn't budged, still sticking with his attacking field.
He's got to get wickets. 3 slips and a gully. Waiting for the outside edge. It flies just past the man at gully. Past the right hand of, it looks like, Kevlon Anderson. Once again, similar to what we saw in that first innings. It flew away. They needed that one to stick. Chance goes begging. End of that Joseph over. He's continuing to create chances, but the Harpy Eagles couldn't pouch that one.
Definitely a chance because it went to hand. Can you imagine had that stuck?
Yeah.
Celebrations and how big of a wicket it would have been. These are the moments. Not easy though at gully, because Kevin Anderson has been quite good in the tournament. Even in the first innings, took a couple of catches in that position. But
it's the height. The height of that. Obviously the pace, it went quickly. Just couldn't get that hand up in time. Maybe didn't smack. You need those to smack right in the middle of the palm.
Squared him up though. That would be a better adjustment from Shamar Joseph after the 2 boundaries. And I wonder if that encourages Imlach to give him one more.
I think so.
And those are the singles. We didn't see that from Cooper and Lewis, but it's those singles there is exactly what Guyana did yesterday. Van Lang and Paul, Morty especially, which really frustrate a captain and a bowler who's unable to then set up a plan against a specific batter.
Exactly. You've got a plan. You've got your field set. There's nothing more annoying than just seeing a batter just drop one and run. Now you've got to rearrange. The left-handed Lewis. Power bowled 7 overs in that first spell in that first innings. Conceded just 3 runs. Picked up the 1 wicket. He's into his 6th now.
You think with the rough developing as well, both of the spinners will want to bowl from the opposite end. So Kemo Paul's probably have a lot of work to do today in that holding role as you then filter through the two spinners and maybe Joseph and Smith.
Yeah, as you were saying, being able to have someone play a holding role is very valuable in this format. Allows you to attack, keep your bowlers fresh, use them in short, sharp bursts. But they'll be looking to Moti as well. They'll be looking to see what he can extract out of this pitch here on day 3.
Just to update the viewers on something, Mali, yesterday there was a score change. So the official scores have subtracted a run from Kemo Paul and gifted a couple to Van Lang. So they actually got to 247 yesterday, and it meant that Jonathan Van Lang got to 50.
And Kemo Paul didn't.
Yeah, he didn't.
So he ended up, what, 48, 49?
49. I'm just checking the official scorecard now, but I was told about that late yesterday evening. Yeah, Kemo Paul 49 and Van Lang 50 off 67. So you think about it, he's got a first-class 100 on debut, and then following it up with a 50 in the final.
I thought we were friends. Thanks for letting me know.
I had
no idea.
Thought my viewers deserve to know, you know.
Yeah, forget Mali. It's all about the viewers, you know. Yeah, around the wicket though, Kemo Paul has changed his angle. Both bowlers have employed this angle to Evan Lewis. 3 slips. Golly, a chance going in that previous over. Just imagine if the Red Force 30 for 3.
Some swing there as well. 30 for 2 after 12. $30 for 2. Red Force lead up to 43. These two in the middle and those to come will be observing quietly what's going on. There have been a few deliveries that have risen off of length. Obviously, we've had a few batters being struck on the arm. You know that those rough areas are developing, and Vinod Mamchan alongside Trinidad and Tobago have got a bowl last on this pitch. So how much have you had to put a number to it? Do you think it's competitive? And how much would they want? Of course, they might want 400, but you have to be realistic as well.
I think on this track, 220. Between 180 and 220, they can still fight. But again,
250 clear favorites, you reckon?
I think so, because this is a final. So you have to add that pressure of chasing in a final.
What about the pressure of Seals and his words?
I think the entire world knows that now. But, you know, these two at the crease at this point in time, experienced, and they need to lead the fight for TNT.
Heard you talking earlier, Vinod, about the Leeward Islands and the minimal red ball cricket that they play. For example, in Barbados and I think Guyana as well, there's a heavy diet, Trinidad of course. Do you see the young cricketer, because I know you're around a lot of club cricket in Trinidad, do you see the young cricketer still wanting to play the longer format?
I think the young cricketers coming through the fold now. When you say young, are you speaking about under 19?
Yeah, under 19, as they get ready to leave school and maybe go and play in a club.
Yeah, I think these guys, they just want to play cricket. Yeah, there's this great appetite for cricket again, which is great to see across the region. These guys, they just want to play cricket. Like in Trinidad and Tobago, at the under 13 level, you have the 40 overs.
Right.
And that's played with the red ball. Oh, beaten. Well, Smith there thought it was just regulation.
Yeah, he didn't appeal at first, and I think that might have been just a tell. I think what excited him was obviously the late movement, but then the movement after it passed the bat.
Yeah.
Serious delivery, though.
A very good delivery, but a lot of room between bat and ball, as you can clearly see it there. And just to get back to the point, in Trinidad, at least I can speak to that. Yeah, under 13 you have the 40 overs, then under 15 you have the 50 overs.
Any reason why they play the 40 overs with the red ball? Because in Barbados, our under 13s play with a white ball, but
Right.
35 overs.
Excellent question. I had once posed that to the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and he told me that the reason they're playing with the red ball for youth cricket throughout Trinidad is that it's a psychological thing. He said once these youngsters, this after this delivery, once these youngsters see the white ball, they immediately think they have to attack. So it's a deliberate thing in Trinidad where all youth cricket is played with the red ball.
I like it because I remember from my days at under 13 that one of the issues is that a lot of teams don't actually bat the full quota of the 35 overs.
It's quite a long time for them. I mean, under 13, 40 overs, but...
And instilling that sort of patience. I'm fascinated by the academy structure in Trinidad, though. The amount of children that go on a Saturday morning to the various academies around, I think, can't speak for Guyana as much, but I think I would say Trinidad are probably leading the region in terms of the amount of young cricketers that they're producing.
Yeah, and it has everything to do with the structure at the youth level. As I said before, Nikhil, you have under 13, which I know other countries, they also have that. But what has happened now in Trinidad? Let's take, for instance, the under 13. There were 2 finals last week. Given the fact that Trinidad is split into zones, and you go out there for trials, you make your zone team.
Right.
So like, okay, you play for South. But TTCB, they don't want to lose the other cricketers who didn't make this team. So there's a reserve league for the interzone as well.
Wow.
So you had a reserve final last week and the main final. So now what you have is you have now doubled the number of teams playing at every age group level.
Would like someone to weigh in maybe on the chat and tell us about the youth structure in Guyana. If it's flourishing, what's the latest with it? 31 for 2 after 13 overs.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of cricket as well in Guyana. I can and speak to that. Barbados as well.
Yeah.
My good friend across in Barbados, David Fitzpatrick Harris, always tells me that. There's a lot of cricket in Barbados. But I tell you something, it's serious in Trinidad when I say everywhere you go, you're seeing cricket being played now. And secondary schools is a proper structure league. You have the Premiership, then you have the Championship, then you have the T20, which is intercall.
And we have to assume that the Harpy Eagles have got an as strong system because the way they've produced their titles the last 20 years, the red ball titles that is, and even the younger players as well. Think about someone like a Matthew Nando who's 22, obviously spent a lot of his developmental years in Canada, but his grounding would have been in Guyana, playing that longer format. Van Lang is another one, and I'm seeing Shamar Apple as a real talent coming out of Guyana. Had a probably by his standards not as good of a World Cup as he would have wanted, but I'm seeing now when he's gone back to the regional level, he's getting performances.
Yeah, that's excellent indeed. So Apple, one of the fruits of the labour, coming forward now as it's Paul from the far end. So cuts back in a little bit. This year there will be no regional under 17 tournament. What the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board has decided to do, I think they're going to invite a couple nations and have an under 17 tournament in Trinidad.
Well, that'd be great. You know, I'm seeing someone saying Guyana youth cricket is thriving. Many clubs playing inter-county, and then there's the huge county v county tournament. Remember Sherman Hetmeyer and Shepherd playing in that one?
And it always helps when the stars go back home and play. Always helps. Oh, this one again making some height. Well handled there by the veteran Jason Mohammed. And you look further and deeper into it, Nikhil, and you'll realize that when the stars go back, somehow Queen's Park always gets Pollard Narain, the Bravo brothers at the time, Akil Hussein. Once they're in the country, they play for Queen's Park. And this helps because, you know, the number of youngsters in the club. Queen's Park alone has 6 cricket clubs.
Yeah. And I think we are very lucky in the Caribbean to have that across the region. So, for example, on the weekend when the Barradas Pride went back home, a lot of their players played in the 50-over competition. Jamal Warrican, Kevin Wickham, Roston Chase played the first 3-day game. And I know for a fact for Guyana, in terms of the county championship, even for club, Kudukesh Moti spends a lot of time at his club developing facilities, but also, you know, using the time to help other players. So hence when he comes into this setup, you know, he's well renowned and very popular amongst some of the newer players as well, because there's that familiarity. So I think that's one of the better things about the Caribbean culture, where even though guys go to an IPL or play in the various leagues around the world, when they come back home, they want to be around the club setup that gave them everything.
Well played. Being careful here. Evan Lewis, normally when he's informing, but have just been trying to get inside the line and looking to pull that. But he understands the situation. He's playing situational cricket here at the moment. There's always room for the stars to come back and take part. It also means that the sponsors, they like that. They like the stars. So they will continue to invest. At this point in time back in Trinidad, you have every single age group tournament sponsored.
Right.
And you know what's big, Nikhil, in Trinidad? After this delivery, I'll tell you. Women's cricket.
Right.
It's growing by leaps and bounds. Yes, recently a decision was made to give them their own home.
I've seen a lot of their games in the T20 tournament being broadcasted on YouTube, which is excellent every Sunday. I think it's going to be time for a drink, a beverage, 33 for 2. $33 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in reply after posting 260 in the first innings. The Harper Eagles got to 247. It meant that late on yesterday evening, Red Force registered the first innings points, but the Harper Eagles, well, they've been in these positions before, and they're in the hunt for a 4th consecutive title. Now Smith from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, around the wicket.
Yeah, definitely. You always think in this situation here, Nikhil, that Guyana will be thinking they're a wicket or 2 away from being in charge because of how difficult the run scoring has been.
I think Lewis, 23 of the 33 runs so far this morning. It's been a critical innings, and we discussed if his approach would change. It's changed slightly. He's come out a bit more aggressive. They've given him the opportunities to score with the field being set so aggressively. And on a day like this, where surface is starting to get a bit tougher, every time he hits a boundary and that lead starts to creep up, it makes a difference.
Frustration will grow.
It feels like on the days where you're batting on a challenging pitch, you need someone that's going to be able to put pressure on a bowling. And even when the spin comes on, Lewis could be critical as a left-hander for the 2 left-arm spinners, maybe negating their threat in some regard.
It's an excellent point. So he understands the value of being there. Mohammed at the other end. These two would have played a lot of cricket together at Power Gen Cricket Club in Trinidad. They would have played decades together. Lewis has now moved on to Marching Patriots, but Mohammed has stayed with Power Gen. Driving.
Shot.
And that's four. That's all timing there.
Excellent from Evan Lewis, and it's been the one change in his approach today, maybe compared to the rest of the season. More intent. He's waited and been on that front foot quite early and gifted the length to drive that.
Yeah. Not trying to overhit it. I think a big innings here from him, a good innings here from him, and all will be forgotten what happened earlier in the season. You know, we were speaking about international stars and the West Indies players going back to club cricket, and your man Philip Spooner is telling me Dwayne Smith is the ultimate club man. He actually pays for everything at YMPC. I saw him recently watering the pitch.
Cover field has been instituted, and this is a perfect example, Vinod, of how a boundary opens up run scoring for you. So Matthew Nandu stood exactly in that position, just maybe at that very close fine leg. Because he played the cover drive, he had to move him to the offside, and it just opened up an easy single.
Yeah, it's intelligent batting as well. It's good that he can observe that, he can notice that. Trinidad and Tobago's overall lead has just gone past 50. You had 15 to that, that's what, 53. But still, Guyana well in this game here. They will know a wicket or two, and they're in the business. Oh, that has to stick.
Matthew Nandu's had some work to do at that short leg position. Hit on the body a couple of times in that first innings, a few half chances. His reaction needed to be electric if they were to...
Yeah.
If he was to hold on to this. By the time he reacted, the ball was almost past him.
Yeah, those have to stick, actually.
It was the second time, remember, Evan Lewis against Shamar Joseph. Ball went to Kevlin Anderson at gully, hit his hand. Sometimes in a final, those are the things you just need to go your way. Strokes of luck that you take.
Yeah, you would have think that Trinidad and Tobago went luckless yesterday.
Yeah. Van Lang was very fortunate.
I enjoyed that interview. You asked him some very pertinent questions yesterday evening, and I thought the young man handled it well.
But before the interview, when Jaden Sears was pressuring him, telling me to ask him about how many balls he's played and missed. But I liked his answer about handling the pressure and not getting too fazed by what was being said to him, because he received a fair share, and for someone in their third first-class innings in their career, it could have been quite overwhelming. But he really weathered the storm well, and even after being put down on 19, he fought well enough to get to 50.
Yes, he did. And I got the impression he has a mature head on his shoulders. Because I listened how he handled it. I mean, he could have been overawed by the situation. He handled it well. And you were giving him some searching questions, trust me. 41 for 2. Paul has been really good in this match. Ooh, talk about a beauty.
One of the things he says, when we asked him about that contest with Jaden Seals yesterday, Van Lang, he's come up in a household with 3 siblings, and they swim, they play other sports. I think it's 2 sisters and a brother. And he says that's prepared him for this level, the competitive nature of his household. That was competitive delivery for Mohammed to play.
Serious deviation just after passing the bat. Mohammed has the experience and he's counting on it. His last innings here for Trinidad and Tobago.
I think one of our camera operators, Vinod actually played against Van Lang in the regional table tennis tournament. Obviously very big on his table tennis as well. Studies at the University of Guyana. So quite a multifaceted person that the Guyanese have got at 19 years old.
Yeah. I saw enough of him yesterday to tell me that there's so much to work with.
I think the one area he'll want to really add going forward, though, is the bowling aspect. Because sometimes, and it still got him into this team, where at the toss, Tevin Imlak told us about him being a fourth bowling option. Although he only bowled the one over in the first innings, it can separate him and allow him to be in more teams going forward if he can get his bowling to a certain level where teams can trust him. And it doesn't need to necessarily be a very attacking option, but someone like Akimo Paul, who's very consistent, not the fastest, but does an important job for the team.
Yeah. And the way he bats, it will open up so many opportunities for him in white ball cricket. Because he's aggressive. So if he can just probably do a Chris Harris, a Hendy Bryan kind of role.
Quite excited to see him in this year's CPL, and the Warriors obviously believe in his talent because he was taken outside of the 3 breakout players slot. So they obviously, it tells you how much they wanted him.
Driving.
Few young players around the region getting that opportunity in this year's Caribbean Premier League. Some new faces. A lot of teams also going to local options. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who's not with this team but played last year for the Harper Eagles. He's a part of the Warriors. They've had Matthew Nandu. Quinton Sampson as well. 41 for 2.
So we've had 16 overs bowled so far. It's been, of course, a long morning session because we started at 9:33. So, you know, it's always very interesting to look at development across the Caribbean, or lack thereof. And, you know, sometimes it's good, as we're going to see a bowling change. Moti is going to come in. Sometimes it's good to look at a system that's working and try as best as possible to replicate it, at least to some degree.
Critical point in the game with Evan Lewis, the left-hander out in the middle, well set on 28. And now Gudakesh Moti. You think Moti's going to have a huge job to do today. And bowling from probably the favorite end for these two spinners because of that rough area developing. Fast bowlers, foot marks just in front of the off stump for that left-hander.
I think we're going to see some back of the arm as well. Back of the wrist. We saw him do that. He has added that to his game, and that'll take the ball away from Lewis.
He's very lucky there because with that loosener to start, had Lewis got bound on that, it could have gone for 6.
Yep. 6 runs in a time where runs are at a premium. It really would probably 12.
Yeah, that's the area there he'll want to operate on throughout the day.
Is there value in having a silly mid-off at this point in time because of the rough?
I think it's a little early with Lewis being quite attacking. But certainly if the ball starts to deviate a bit more, it's an option just to create that bit of doubt and have that fielder in his eye line.
Right, because obviously he can, as I said before, he can bowl it behind the wrist as well. And there's a strong wind that's pushing it across Lewis. It's a good call.
One thing I think the Red Force would have strategized for today, especially, is with the 3 bowling options as seamers. And we saw in the first innings, all 3 of them dealt with difficulty in terms of the body at different stages. if you can put pressure on the other end, because you know Moti and Pramod, these are stalwarts, they're going to be able to bowl all day from one end. But the opposite end, if the pacers come on and you can continue to put pressure on them, rotate where possible, maybe take a boundary or two every couple of overs, all of a sudden then you're putting a lot more pressure on Imlat's captaincy, but also the workload of the three seamers.
I think the idea might be to lock this end with the spinners, and hopefully they don't leak too many runs so they can add that pressure and you attack from the far end. Although I would think if I am attacking, I would want to attack from the circuitly Ambrose end with the seamers.
I think Jaden Seals did it probably the best in the first innings, where against the spin it was low risk, almost minimal chances taken, but against the pace he really did take the attack to them and capitalize on any opportunity given.
I think he struck Shamar, was it for 4 fours in the over? In one over?
Raheem Cornwall here again today, and there's not many days he misses. And Steve Leiber, bottom right of your screen, head coach of the Leeward Islands. So I saw Azari Joseph here yesterday. These Hurricanes, I think they would have wanted to win in this final.
Yeah, definitely so. Trinidad and Tobago, they were able to dominate them in that bilateral preliminary round play.
Must say I didn't expect Shamar Joseph back so soon. He bowled that opening spell of 6 overs at high pace. He's here from the opposite end, replacing Kimo Paul.
I think Lewis would like to attack. Lewis would like to attack him. Has to be careful though, Lewis. Has to look at what he presents from the opposite side of the ground.
Enjoyed Shamar Joseph's first over today. It was a rapid short delivery in there, and after that to see for scoop it was, and after that didn't see any, but like that he's developing that option. Always been harder for him because he's quite skiddy in nature, so to actually get the ball up there as compared to someone like an Azari Joseph, far more difficult. But you think at that pace when he attacks the body, nightmare for batters.
Yeah. We saw Malcolm Marshall. He's in the mold of a Malcolm Marshall who was skiddy and very quick at times. Supposed to Curtly Ambrose, who would have had you smelling the leather more often than not.
I think the fact that Imlat has gone back to Joseph, though, should give and inspire confidence within the Red Force, in the sense that Joseph is the go-to option. And if you're continually forcing him to come back into the attack, naturally his body is he's going to be tired throughout the day. There will be fatigue. The sun is out in its full form. So it's a constant chess match of moving pieces. The Red Force have got to be really smart in the way they go about this day's play. This is the day where the championship is decided. You get through this maybe 4 over bursts again, absorb the pressure, you put more questions into the mind of Tevin Imlat.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good point. It's all about mind games here, but the little phases of play that determines the outcome of the match. Critical periods, and this is one.
And it's not in the Harper Eagles' nature to experiment too much, but I wonder if it's worth getting a few overs from Van Lijn to see if maybe he can find more consistency in the second innings. At times last season, they went to Kevlon Anderson, who bowls both medium pace and off spin. There's Nandu in there as well, because going through this day today, you're going to need help. Everybody's going to have to chip in, and if Niall Smith isn't at his best, who can fill that void?
Yeah. And also, youthful exuberance could come into play here from Van Lijn. You never know what he can produce. Sometimes not having all the knowledge about the batters could also work in your favor. You just come and do your thing.
Or batters not having the knowledge about the bowler.
Yeah.
Remember Darren Bravo a couple of years ago bowling, and he swung the ball so massively,
yeah.
and like people could not play him. They did not know what to expect.
Yeah, he was actually captain in the Trinidad team when he did that. Other than that, he might not have seen the ball.
Stay. 43 for 2. Jason Mohammed hasn't added to the scoring, but can't underscore his importance in the partnership. 28 deliveries out there. He's been happy to foster the strike to Evan Lewis. Think about both teams coming into this. They would have come into this game, I think today especially, both top orders, and said, we've got to be better. 33 highest score in both teams in the top 5 batters. It was Tejari and Chandapal. Gooley got 26, but it was the lower orders of both sides that made the difference in both games with bat in hand. You think the team that can bat better, their batters that can produce more, could go on to win this game, Ali?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the stamina levels of the fast bowlers, though, will be absolutely key. This next day and 3/4 or so. How will Seals and Phillip pull up in that second innings?
How close? Now, because he left the ball and didn't play a shot, where he was hit doesn't matter. It didn't look as high either. The only question was, is it missing the stump? Moti was extremely excited.
Yeah, the only question was it doing enough? And I heard a conversation between you and Vinod about that having that silly mid-off. What that silly mid-off does is it really puts pressure on that front foot defense.
A bit of a release of pressure. Unfortunately, we don't have that replay to show you, but I think the ball was missing the stump. It was close, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's close. Very close indeed. But I was just saying, it puts pressure on that front foot defense. And what they would be hoping, with them hunting wickets, Moti ball in hand, I find it hard to believe they're not putting pressure on Evan Lewis in this situation. Someone who's struggled a bit this season, a best of 49, averaging below 15, 14.66 in 2026. That's loose and cut away. Will go to the boundary. Quick outfield here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As he said, he's soaked up a bit of pressure. Now he just finds that gap on the offside. Jason Mohammed in his final first-class innings. Just a bit short from Gudakesh.
Just makes a forward press with that front foot. That just helps him pick up the length, and a good way to end the over. And slowly this partnership developing quite nicely. Now up to 35. And the lead, Mali, is past 60.
Yeah, and Evan Lewis, he's gotten a start here. Something he hasn't gotten off to too often this season. But we were saying that as he was walking out, it's another opportunity for him. 31 off 52. Just needs to find some time out in the middle. So far, he's done well. Survived. Started a bit scratchily, but he's looking a lot more composed and assured at the crease now.
Remember yesterday when a partnership, I think it was Tejari and Chandapal, was at the crease, and you could just tell atmospheric conditions and the position of the game were getting to the red force, and it took Amir Jangu to step in and create some sort of energy again, and it just threw out effects, mate, so you can hear things have died down just a bit. So it's going to take one of the senior players to step in and really encourage. Under an hour to lunch, need a big final push. feels very similar, Mali, to yesterday when Guyana were in charge going into lunch and they lost to Adrian Chanapal right on the brink. And you feel you get maybe an Evan Lewis or even Mohammed, who's pretty well set now on 31 deliveries at the crease. You get one of them going into lunch. You come back out off the back of that, feeling like you're in charge.
Yeah, definitely, we've seen the impacts that taking wickets has had in this match.
I asked Vinod this, but what do you think is competitive to get to in terms of having the Harper Eagles chase on the final day?
They'll be hoping for anything above 250, 250 plus at this stage. We've seen that 250, 260 be roughly the area in which both teams have scored in this game. I think they can get anything above 250. They'll be definitely confident with that.
Do you think 280 makes them clear favourites?
It very much depends. Yeah, I would say so. 280, 300.
Hard to see a team chasing 300 as this will run into the boundary. More valuable runs as the 50 comes up. Hard to see a team chasing 250 plus in one day, especially Guyana with the way that they bat, preferring to build innings and really spend a lot of deliveries at the crease. Not the first time we've seen Shamar Joseph miss his line to Evan Lewis.
Got to take the pitch conditions into account as well. Who knows, maybe tomorrow, and also as this day progresses, it will get even easier for batting in terms of nullifying what we've seen from the fast bowlers throughout this match. That lateral movement just may not be as consistent.
One thing it's been pleasing to see, though, yesterday when Shamar Joseph missed his line, Imlak made a lot of altercations, or probably 2 days ago, a lot of altercations to the field. So when he got too straight, he would institute maybe a man at a close fine leg. He would add another boundary fielder. Today he said to Joseph, I'm setting a field for your best ball, and we're not changing.
Right.
I'm challenging you to be at your best each and every delivery. And it's not easy. 8 overs in a morning session in this heat. But he expects a certain level from his seamer.
Yeah, he was bowling both sides of the wicket, wasn't he? And Imlak was trying to maybe plug a few gaps, maybe acquiesce to his leading fast bowler. But the stakes are a lot higher here, especially in this second innings. 3 slips on a gully, your best serve, and what we've seen from the best seam bowlers in this game, they've gotten the rewards when they've started that ball just on or about that off stump, slightly fuller length.
Under the end of the second 10 overs of the day. So first 10 they were 16 for 2, the Red Force, and in all sorts of trouble with the ball doing a bit. But since this partnership has come together, the last 10 overs have produced 37 without loss. So not only are they there together, they're scoring at a pretty decent clip.
Definitely. But the Red Force and the leading wicket taker in this year's 4-day championship, Gudakish Moti, with ball in hand, things can change very quickly indeed. Still got to have a silly mid-off for me, especially when you're hunting wickets. The ball may not go there. You may not see one explode and go to silly mid-off, but what it may do is just catch Evan Lewis on the crease, bring the LBW into play. Maybe doesn't push out with such a positive stride onto that front foot. Also brings the inside edge. You've got short leg there, so I'll definitely be playing with my silly mid-off.
Every moment in this game matters, and Lewis just seems like he's growing in confidence. Missing leg, and no coincidence that you're seeing Ryan Hercules, the Guyanese head coach, now walk over to, I think, who is that at the deep
Chemo
point region?
No. Shamar.
Maybe with some instruction on how to get back into this game. All of a sudden, scoring has become quite easy. Yeah, Shamar Joseph and head coach Hercules down there. Interesting to have that field at the deep point for Lewis, who doesn't really reverse sweep struggling to see how the ball would get there. He would really have to miss his length, Moti, and be cut. Setting it off in for Mohammed. So that short leg goes to the offside for the right-hander.
Yeah, interesting having a deep point to the left-handed Lewis, especially with Moti. What you want to do is, even at times, just leave some gaps in that offside field, in that cover region, extra cover. Maybe looking to create a gap between bat and pad. One run from that Moti over. Interestingly poised this match, 54 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And you look at who's to come, it's really the engine room all season. De Silva and Django will be eager to get runs after missing out in the first innings. And then that frustrating lower order of the Red Force who will make you work. But these two will be thinking about getting into the luncheon interval, which is some 48 minutes away. And getting in unscathed as a partnership. You think about if they get in there, maybe 80 for 2, in a very strong position with a lead of close to 100.
Yeah, but still a ways to go to get there, especially with Shamar Joseph. We know how he can get on a roll, can really make some inroads into this Red Force lineup. Jason Mohammed showing all his experience in this inning so far. It's really soaked up that pressure. He's played late.
I know you've had your eyes peeled on this year's championship, Mali. Any young players has impressed you? Could be from any team. Doesn't necessarily need to be from these two.
And that's the thing, especially with the truncated season, you probably don't get the young players being exposed as you would like. You took a game such as versus the academy where Jonathan Van Lang and you think of even a few of the academy players, Amari Goodridge, Rivaldo Clark.
Yeah, got hundreds.
He got hundreds. These are players that have really stood out to me. I like there's a young spinner from Jamaica. I don't think he played that much this year.
Vital Laws?
Not Laws, a leg spinner from last season. Targa. Tamari Redwood. It'll be good to see him back and amongst the setup. I thought he made a very impactful start to his first class career.
After this delivery. The one I'm opting for is a man from about 45 minutes away from this stadium, Mali. Kelvin Pittman from Bethesda.
Well, this is the thing. We're acting like Kelvin Pittman's new to the scene.
True.
You know what I mean? He's been playing first-class cricket for the past 2 seasons. I saw the other day it was Kelvin Pittman making his first-class debut. No, he's been playing first-class cricket for 2 seasons. And what's been very encouraging, you're right, it's just how he's improved. Seemed to have just stalled a little bit 2 or 3 seasons ago, but he's really improved leaps and bounds in the last year. Man from Bethesda.
I think with Pittman, what he can take from, let's put the seamers on offer in this game, that consistency and the patience. So Pittman obviously is quick and at times he can be quite sporadic, but it probably works in his favor where batters don't know what's coming. But if he can find that discipline with more and greater consistency, he's going to become a handful for batters because of what he can do and the energy on the ball. Very similar to Shamar Joseph. When he gets it right, my word, it's difficult.
And the good thing about it is he looks to bowl that fuller length, looks to bring batters forward. I think a good comparison for him, I've said this on numerous occasions, is Simon Jones, that former England fast bowler, seam bowler. Heavy ball, bowls a heavy ball, but look to pitch the ball up, get a bit of swing as well, and possesses a quick nippy bouncer.
I'll never forget, I think it was 3 years ago when he played in the CPL for the first time, and he was playing for the Tallows and dismissed Karen Pollard, caught behind. I think from then I was always interested, saw him in the Cool and Smooth tournament here, playing for Bethesda, a place where Gavin Tongue is from.
Yes.
From West Indies fast bowler.
Anthony Martin as well.
What an action. I used to always mimic Anthony Martin's action when I was young, trying to bowl like him.
The leg spinner. You know he was a fast bowler to begin with. He was one of the quickest young bowlers in the region, to be fair. With the ball very fast at under 15 and under 19 level. Suffered a bicycle accident.
Right.
And was seriously, severely injured his back and his knee. Had to have facial surgery. Came back from the pits of hell almost, Anthony Martin. And I remember him coming to me one day and saying, you know what, I'm going to be a leg spinner, you know. And he just brought that aggression from his fast bowling into his leg spin bowling and represented the West Indies in limited overs cricket. Played a few ODIs, quite a few ODIs and T20s.
Hercules' message to Joseph has obviously filtered through because a better over from Shamar Joseph, 56 for 2.
Yeah, but they need wickets, 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 wickets. Every chance needs to be taken for the Harpy Eagles. Need to create a few as well. Need something from their champion left-arm spinner, Gudakesh Moti. This is his time in the second innings of a match. As you stated earlier, the pitch just starting to wear slightly. Bit of rough outside the left-handers off stump.
Slip still instituted and a couple fielders at that in-between position.
That hit high up on the bat. It was in the air. It was in the air. Silly Midoff was interested in that one. Big stride from Jason Mohammed. It's a little explosion.
And it's smart from Moti and Imlat what they've done here because they know Mohammed is someone that likes to drop the ball and run. He really does flourish in those quick singles. So even that single there was some indecision and urgency needed. And that fielder now, Smith, who's going to go back now for Lewis. But for Mohammed, he was farther in. Just trying to create that bit of doubt when running a single. You don't know if that fielder is really back or if he's in. And it's a good ploy. Obviously, for the more powerful Lewis, you have him on the boundary.
Yeah, maybe just conceding a little too soon for my liking. With Niall Smith back on the boundary, you're looking to try and get Evan Lewis to play something attacking, something aerial. I don't think he'll look to take on Niall Smith in that mid-on region.
I suppose some captains have differing ways. Because a captain may feel for someone like Evan Lewis who wants to find the boundary with all of his T20 grounding and aggression over the years. You plug those areas and you frustrate him. And maybe that plays into getting his wicket. So different ways. Nice off hands then. The over 58 for 2.
Evan Lewis into the 40s now, 40 of 70 deliveries. Timely innings this so far from the former West Indian opener. Looking to make his way back into the red ball format. Best way to do so would be runs here, especially in a showpiece final under pressure, showpiece event here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
But scoring is the major thing. He's scoring, Evan Lewis, and scoring quickly. Another boundary, and that lead continues to tick over. And Shamar Joseph again missing his line straight.
Yeah, just a bit too straight, straying on the pads of Evan Lewis. He's looked very assured. I like the way he's left outside the off stump as well. Never possesses the biggest stride of that front foot, but he's known where that off stump is. All of a sudden, the Red Force solitary fan is up on her feet, flying that flag. Very coordinated. It's got Trinidad and Tobago colors all around her there in the stands. You want to see a bit of energy here, though, from the Harpy Eagles. Skipper Imlach as the wicketkeeper. Just needs to keep his team energized, G'd up. Sends back that square leg fielder. Looks like Tejaran Shandapal is going to go back to square leg.
Maybe short ball, Mali. Could we see a short ball from Shamar Joseph to change things up?
It could be, or he could be going for the sucker. Could just float one up outside that off stump.
Toe crushing Yorker.
Or he goes short, but doesn't get it high enough. Hits the bat quite hard, but well played from Evan Lewis.
I don't mind that from Joseph if he can commit to it, and not easy now in his 10th over of the morning, but I haven't seen any bowlers really commit to the plan, and I'm talking about consecutive deliveries going short, where like you'd see from a Ben Stokes, for example, when the ball gets older and nothing really happening in that middle period. Stokes is the man that comes in and does the real dirty work for England.
It's also where the cream rises to the top.
West
Not
Indies,
just with talent, but physically.
yeah. West Indies have done it a lot with Alzari Joseph.
Yeah. This is where it matters, where those hard yards off, away from the spotlight really count. I think they'll be looking to Niall Smith once again. He's going to have to produce something.
And maybe before lunch as well, because he's not bowled many overs
Just
today.
2?
Yeah, 2 overs. And pulled out of the attack.
He's got a bit of work here to do, though. Smith, long way, fine leg to square leg for him.
It's already 7 runs from the over, so decisions for Imlach. Maybe this is Shamar's last over of this spell because he's leaking runs.
I think so. Maybe just starting to tire as well. You've still got to keep him as fresh as possible. It's very hot out in the middle. Still got 3 slips and a gully. Point. Wide-ish mid-on. A big gap in the offside.
And that's where he needs to be. If he can find that discipline for a string of deliveries, then to just frustrate the Red Force and not give them any loose opportunities to score.
Wide-ish mid-off, should I say. Chemo Paul. I think Chemo Paul is absolutely key as well. With the skills that he's exhibited. He's already bowled, but it looks like he's the man in these conditions, consistently putting pressure on these Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters.
Short leg and slip in for this final ball. Try to go straight, tap the body, but in the end, this is quite an important over for the Red Force, who will get 3 to end the over. It means that 10 has come from the 24th over, 68 for 2.
Yeah, leaking runs are the Harpy Eagles now. This partnership has just tipped the balance back into the Red Force's favour. Remember, the Harpy Eagles went bang bang, picking up those 2 wickets. First wicket fell with a score on 11, the second on 12. Since then, it's been a struggle. They've created a couple of chances, haven't been able to take them.
Right, critical half an hour then. Going into the luncheon interval, you think you get a wicket now if you're the Harp Eagles. You're back into this game. If the Red Force continue to bat in these next 10 overs or so, that lead will be well past 100. And you've still got 8 wickets in hand.
Definitely. And as you mentioned, the engine room of this Red Force batting this season still to come.
You always felt that Jason Mohammed would get a score at some stage. It's very unlike him coming off of 400s last season. Very unlike him to not have a significant contribution for the Red Force, and there'll be more motivation as well in his final game. Again, another fielder in that in-between position and putting pressure on Mohammed's running.
Yeah, they are. He hesitated for a second, did Jason Mohammed. Evan Lewis was absolutely convinced he was coming through. Had to force Jason Mohammed into coming through for that single. Urged him down the other end.
Ryan Hercules, right of screen, still giving instructions to Shamar Joseph. Think Evan Lewis and Imlat both being injured on that throw in. So he asked for the physio to come out. Hopefully he's alright. He's had his difficulties with injuries over the years, Evan Lewis.
He has hamstrings, groins.
I think it was the wrist.
Wrist as well, yep.
It's that hamstring again, so players taking a small break, and we'll take it as well as they get ready.
So it's 69 for 2 as we resume after the water break. It has been an extended session this morning. We've had 2 hours play, and just to take you through to the lunch period, another half an hour. So match referee, the highly rated Michael Raghunath, was explaining to us what transpired after an hour and 57 minutes were lost on the opening day because of the wet pitch. All that was needed, to get back to that, short, pulled away, that's a bad delivery, dealt with in the appropriate manner, and that's 4. So Michael Raghunath, as you can see, the ball pitched closer to Moti than the batsman. Very, very short indeed. And he was saying that at that hour and 56 minutes, they have been able to make up, kudos to the umpires and of course the players, they have been able to make up the time. So this morning, all was left out of that to make up was 27 minutes, and that is why play started at 9:33. So we're back on the ball. Driving through the offside. That's beautiful. That's gorgeous. And that's 4. Takes Lewis to his 50 of 76 deliveries, and the marching Patriots man is leading the match for Trinidad and Tobago here at the moment. His 53 coming off 76 deliveries with 9 boundaries. Positive play from Evan Lewis. Had his struggles this season with injuries. Was a bit unlucky. Penny Feather looking to effect a run out against the leeward, struck him on that ankle that always seems to be giving problems. But you know what? All that could be forgotten if he leads with a big one here today. As I welcome back a dear brother,
Good
Mali.
afternoon, Vinod. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, fantastic timely innings this by Evan Lewis. It's been a real struggle, as you said, for him throughout this season. But what a time to come to the party here in the second. And he's got a duck in the first.
All could be forgotten and forgiven.
If
With an innings here.
If he gets 100 here today,
That's the end of that.
he's right back. He would have cemented his status, you would say, in this Red Force lineup.
Yep. Has had big numbers coming into this tournament, had big numbers in the domestic premiership tournament for the Marching Patriots. The Patriots finished second to, guess who? Queen's Park.
Oh, for sure. 34 years old now, Evan Lewis.
Yep. But he led them, because he's captain of that team now, he led them to the 50 overs title just as he went home for the break in between the preliminary round of the Regional 40 and, of course, the final round.
Just the one first class 100 to his name, though. 9 50s, bringing up his 9th 50 with that half century here today.
Hey, Smith. This one cuts back in. Smith is not interested. An appeal from cover by Shamal Joseph. More in optimism than conviction.
Showing you just how desperate the Harpy Eagles are to pick up a wicket.
Yeah, well, that one they would have had to have taken that to the Caribbean Court of Appeal.
At 100, Evan Lewis would have scored. Would have been in a day-night game at the Queen's Park Oval versus the Leeward Islands. Happened to know because I was there.
Ah. Were you playing?
I was. He was on debut alongside Akil Hussein as well. Made his first class debut. Some 12 to 14 years ago.
Mohammed finds cover. It's a misfield there by Joseph against one.
And he was particularly aggressive. Evan Lewis, then young, precocious talent. Very open face, high back lift. Played with that flourish as well. He's very powerful. Not the tallest man, but quite stocky, well built. He's got strong arms. Strong forearms, similar to like a Popeye. You think back to that cartoon Popeye that used to eat the spinach.
Yeah, eat the spinach, man.
Yeah, he's got strong forearms. Popeye and Olive.
Olive, man. Well, your good friend Jason is saying Popeye.
Yeah.
And Olive. It's Smith.
That's how we would say it here. Popeye, even though it's Popeye.
Ah.
You watch Popeye today? You know? And Bluto and all those characters.
Smith of Club Sando fame. San Fernando, the second city in Trinidad. He plays for Club Sando in Trinidad, Smith. And this is why you heard the banter yesterday when Jason Mohammed told him that it's because of Trinidad that Guyana picked you.
Yeah, I'm sure he could qualify to play for Trinidad as well.
Played a lot of cricket at Cosmos Cricket Club as well.
Especially in this franchise setup.
Overpitched, driving through the covers. And that's a 4.
It is, and that's Evan Lewis at his best.
Yep.
Not the biggest stride, but that movement into the ball, very positive, good head position, strong arms. Look at that, the wrists on show. Once again, that open face, just finding the gap through the offside.
There goes Popeye with a 4.
Hasn't had any spinach though, showing that natural strength. Evan Lewis.
Very strong man, isn't he? What a wonderful guy as well, Evan Lewis. He has really molded that club, Marching Patriots, together with Adrian Ali and Ian. So it's good that players continue to travel across the region. I think Kofi James, your guy, is in Trinidad right now.
Yeah, he is.
It's good because all we want is for these guys to have opportunities to play cricket. Just play cricket.
The more cricket they play, the better. No one gets better playing less cricket. The more cricket you play in different conditions against different opposition, helps to make you a more rounded player, able to adapt to any situation.
stick to it nicely.
So it's just starting to flatten out here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here on day 3. It's about 20 minutes or so to lunch. It's probably the easiest batting has been in the match so far.
Yeah, it has been, and you see Lewis growing in confidence. Tobago, at this point in time, you would want to think they're on top.
Yeah, you definitely think so. This lead now approaching 100, partnership 70. 71, actually. 96 the lead. It's been a little disappointing from the Harpy Eagles in the way they've used their bowlers, especially now with Moti. Just seems to be meandering. They're waiting for something to happen. He's still got Permal, he's still got Van Lang. You've got to give them an opportunity.
Yeah, you have to try something. The last over by Moti was, he bowled a very short delivery, a half tracker that was dispatched for 4, and then trying to overcompensate, he overpitched the other delivery that was driven beautifully through the covers for 4 as well.
At this stage, there's no room for sentiment. You've just got to, if you're a bowler, even if he is your champion bowler, he's not hitting his straps, you've got to pull him out.
Yep.
Give him a little rest, bring him back later. To me, he hasn't been consistent. They haven't been consistent with their plans. As Nikhil said, they haven't stuck to it long enough. Maybe the bowlers have lost patience, or they've lost patience too soon.
Well, I looked on in the first innings, and when the bowlers were under pressure, they lost the plot. And what they need to do is basically just stick to it, stick to the plan, and be patient. You have been calling for that since yesterday. See our good friend, Miss Turner, is here. She must have seen over 1,000 cricket matches.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out.
Yeah.
One of these days, we've got to bring her up into the booth and have a chat.
That's a fantastic idea.
Elaine and Lou once again showing their support for West Indies cricket. Regardless who's playing, they're there.
Yep.
There are domestic matches, first class, and even international. Swung away by Evan Lewis. And that delivery just echoes what we've been saying. Gudikesh Moti just hasn't been consistent enough in his line and length. That's just a bit too short. Easy. No one in that region of the field just needed to find a gap, and he did so.
He knew exactly where the gap was, Lewis, and he was able to maneuver the ball into that area. Now they have posted a square leg right back on the back of the square boundary. Similar to the last over when he was able to punish Moti.
That 4 brought up the 100-run lead for the Red Force. 101 with that single.
I think the ideal situation for Red Force here will be to try to bat Guyana out of the game, because in the event that Guyana hangs on and draws the match, they would still win the title having won first innings. So here's a situation where you can tell Lewis and Mohammed, please bat as long as you can. Slight cloud comes across the ground. Oh, that's a full toss. Hoiked away for 6. Miss Turner will have to retrieve that ball.
In fact, yes, she will.
Yeah, there goes Miss Turner.
Helping her good friend Shamar Joseph retrieve the ball. Bet she didn't come here to do any fielding.
And Jason Mohammed.
Well, poor delivery once again. Full toss. Jason Mohammed. He spent a bit of time at the crease now.
There's Miss Turner, well fielded. She had the ball back in quickly. The only problem was that it was out of the ground.
Not sure she's wearing the right footwear for fielding. Something she'll have to think about maybe tomorrow. Carry some trainers in the car.
Yeah, just in case.
Just in case.
Because if Guyana have to chase a target here that is sizable, they're going to go after it. It makes no sense not going after it.
They'd have to.
It's back. He's cutting. and beating backward point into the boundary for 4. Moti leaking runs here at the moment for the Harpy Eagles.
He's going to get pulled here, I think. Just hasn't been hitting his areas. The batters are finding it quite easy against him now. Just a bit too short. Hasn't found the right pace as well for this day 3 pitch.
8 in the last over. Got struck for 2 boundaries. So far, 15 in this over.
1 delivery remaining.
Better, much better. The veteran in his last innings for Trinidad and Tobago will want to leave with a statement.
Definitely. Well, he did a lot of talking yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he's put himself under a bit of pressure.
So he's 28. He has declared that this will be his final innings for Trinidad and Tobago. And could you just imagine Jason Mohammed signing off with 100 and Trinidad and Tobago going on and win this title by chance?
I could, especially with the run scoring form that he was in last season. It was that would have actually given him that luxury of being able to retire on his own terms, because not many athletes get that luxury.
Yeah.
And for someone who's been such a servant for Trinidad and Tobago cricket, the highest run scorer in first class cricket, the most hundreds for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
I can tell you, the greatest of them all, it could happen to. And it did happen to the greatest of them all, in my opinion. I'm not going to call any names, but I thought that there should have been a spot at the 1992 World Cup in Australia.
Yeah, these things, long time ago.
Yep. Your good friend Azim Bassarat might have to honor him if that happens. But that's still early days. Guyana looking to fight back here through Smith.
That's something Evan Lewis has done very well in this innings. He's left the ball outside the off stump. He hasn't gone searching for too many, has he? He's stayed in his bubble.
2 things I will remember during this stint in the finals with you, Marley. One is, a leave alone is a beautiful shot.
It is, especially for an opening batter.
Yeah, the other, the professional line.
The professional line and length.
Yeah. So we're heading down towards lunch.
Just there, especially when a ball is seaming and swinging around.
Yep.
That leave, to me, is beautiful. I love it, because it's a wicket-taking delivery, that.
Yeah. Yeah.
He gets into a good position, realizes, hey, I can allow that through.
I think he left that last one on length more than anything else.
Did a lot after going past him as well. Good take by Imlak.
Imlak has been tidy.
There's never an issue with Imlak's wicket keeping, is there? And there's never an issue really with Imlak at this level with the bat. It's just at the next level where he just hasn't
clicked
just yet.
Ooh.
This one goes the other way.
Too wide though to interest Lewis. Lewis will want to be there at lunch, and you want to have that lunch and come back. I think you'll have a heavy lunch in your time. Did you have a heavy lunch if you knew that you were going? You never have a heavy lunch. What am I asking you?
Well, you see, it may not look that way. You know? Yeah, it may not look that way. But yeah, at times, it just depends on. When you're batting, though, you never really want to put too much food in. Depends on what your breakfast's like. It's a lot of factors. Depends how much you actually take in during the luncheon period.
Oh, did he hit that anchor? Time and time again in his career, he has batted his anchor. Remember that big 100 against England in the ODI?
I do.
He batted his anchor.
I think one of the things that has really affected Evan Lewis has been his fitness levels, obviously. You see players get a lot of hamstrings and groins. Probably just suggests that they're not as fit as they possibly could be. Not saying they're not fit, you know, but they could be fitter.
Yep.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Yep. excellent delivery. We've seen so many of those deliveries go past the edge in this match.
This over has just shown what's still available for these Harpy Eagles seamers. Especially get that wrist in the right position. Still a bit of movement through the air and off the pitch.
Say a very good morning to all the viewers down in Guyana. They might not be enjoying this at the moment. And they could be probably sending a lot of advice from Starbrook Market, where they might have been guarded looking. That's the best place, I always say. You get the most advice in places like that.
It's important that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force also don't rest on their laurels. The game is not over by a long shot here.
We know Guyana, they like to fight. They've shown that a propensity to fight on many occasions.
111 for 2 effectively could easily turn into 150 for 6. We saw that in that first inning. 70 for 2, 80 odd for 6. Then we had the partnership between Hines and Pear, backed up an even better one by Seals and Anderson Phillip. 98 runs for the final wicket they put on. So we know things can change very quickly indeed.
Well, the veteran is going to come in now, and that's Sami Pumal.
Definitely. Gudakesh Moti hasn't been at his best today. Far from.
Knowing that Moti will be looking to come back after lunch and look to settle. Probably need a break, might do him well.
I think the luncheon period will come at a very good time for this Harpy Eagles franchise. 10 minutes or so.
I think at this point I might have thrown Van Lang into the fine line.
Oh, definitely. How bad could it be?
It's just 10 minutes.
He's only given the 1 over in the first innings, conceded 12. What we've seen is that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters have looked to go after him. That may play into his favour if they continue in the same vein. Got to give the young man a shot at some point. Not when all hope is lost. Still when there's a chance for him to make a significant impact.
Well, if these two go to lunch and they're there at least an hour after lunch, it could be very gloomy for Guyana.
Got away with that one, did Sami Pumal.
I think at two end of the bat, he was actually pulling away. He was not back and across in the approved manner.
Started from the Sir Andy Roberts end in that first innings. Here he is from the Sir Curtly Ambrose. Differently from Gudakesh Moti, he starts with a short leg who now goes over to silly mid-off to Jason Mohammed. Kevlon Anderson, it looks like.
I think Kevlon will want to continue his work at the end of this season. Let's go back, try to get back to the basics. Tapped away more than anything else there by Mohammed. He has to hustle. He was just taking his time, and all of a sudden, had to hustle. Savory injured there now, it seems. Did he turn an ankle? They're calling the physio out.
He's writhing in pain. Have a look at this again. Once again, just slightly short.
Good pick up. Ooh, I think that was the issue there. Probably turned the ankle over.
He either turned the ankle or spiked himself. Did Savory? Oh yeah, just turned it. Ankle just turned. It was after the throw. He was disappointed not to effect the direct hit. And when he came down quite awkwardly on that right ankle.
Well, it gives Lewis some time to seek treatment as well.
It's the walking wounded here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
99 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force leads by 112 with 8 wickets in hand. It was looking very, very dicey for them early on today at 12 for 2. Probably gives us an opportunity just to discuss cricket matters. And we were speaking about development with Nikhil when he was on, and he was saying that in terms of the workload, in terms of matches and how many matches Probably Trinidad and Tobago might be ahead. So much cricket being played down there, and I was telling him that the idea, and I've seen a resurgence with interest amongst young men in the Caribbean for the sport, which is so refreshing. I've seen it in Trinidad. I can speak to that. Where now you have these interzone tournaments with North playing South and East and Tobago and West and Southwest and so on. Now, the Trinidad Cricket Board has taken a stand where they don't want to lose any players. So if you're not okay, so if we can just take it here, seem to be going off. Yep. So that's what they call a freak injury. So he's off. Lewis seems to be okay, and he'll continue. So in Trinidad now, if you don't make your zonal team, when you go to trials, they then pick a reserve zonal team and have a reserve zonal tournament.
Yeah, similar to what you have in England with the second 11 championship.
Right.
Most counties have a second 11 and age groups as well.
Yeah.
The age
Everything
groups,
is
everything's there's a pathway.
Yeah.
It's
And
a clearly defined pathway.
And what happened? What you find happened this year? What you found happened was the fact that a guy who did not make the central zone team, which is traditionally the most strong of the zone, he got into the reserve central team and got into the Trinidad team.
Exactly. That's how it goes. It's all about opportunity and taking your
Right.
opportunities.
But think about it like this: had that reserve tournament not been in place, that guy could have been lost.
He would have been lost. He wouldn't have gotten the opportunities to be seen to go to the next level.
So it's all about.
But also for these players here, a lot of these contracted players around the region now, with a truncated or slightly shortened first-class season, and with a lot of the cricket seasons around the Caribbean almost coming to an end now, they'll be without quality cricket for a long period. Quite a few of these players. How do they keep themselves ticking over and their skills as high as possible?
Yeah, they need to just continue. They just need to find the opportunities. I mean, the international guys will always have the opportunities. This one jumps a bit and he's able to handle it properly. It's going down to the boundary now. You find, and Lewis, that should have been two, but he's struggling with that ankle.
Yeah, just struggling with his mobility. By signal there by umpire Butler.
What I've noticed doing my neck of the woods, whereas the national body ends the season probably around beginning of July, end of June, beginning of July, you have tournaments being held outside of that. The Guyana Cricket Academy is now a hub. So you have cricket
almost outside of the traditional cricketing season.
Yeah, you have a national under 23 tournament that starts in November.
What we have here in Antigua is slightly different. So all these different islands, what we're noticing is that there are different challenges being posed, especially from a cricketing perspective. Here in Antigua, it's finding the perfect marriage between football and cricket.
Yeah.
Because both see a lot of grounds in Antigua
are shared.
Between football and cricket. And the football season just seems to be getting longer and longer and longer every year.
Yeah.
It's caused the cricket season to be pushed back as well. We need to have a more symbiotic relationship between those two bodies here in Antigua.
You find that issue in the smaller countries. When I say smaller country in terms of size.
Yes.
Because in Trinidad there are dedicated venues where if you go close to a cricket ground with a football, you're evicted. Because these grounds can actually stay for football, for cricket alone, and then the football ground obviously stays for football alone. Because it's a bigger country, so you tend to get away with it. But still, at the club level, some of the clubs they have football teams as well. So they will have the problem there. Smith, driving, edging, down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that was coming. It was a good length maybe in that last over from Niall Smith, was setting up Evan Lewis for a stroke such as that. Not quite sure which way the ball would be swinging, so just throws the bat at it outside that off stump.
I think that is what helped him. He went hard at it.
Exactly.
He loves to play with the open face as well. And he will tell you that he was deliberately looking to hit that down there. 104'2". So you find that it's always a challenge in terms of getting the facilities for cricket or football or any other sport in the smaller countries. But it's excellent that the resurgence in terms of interest is coming back.
Yeah, we need to find that interest, that resurgence, and the interest in our region here in the Leewards as well.
The funny thing is that recently we were down at Pigeon Point and we saw a number of young men playing cricket on the beach.
On the beach, yeah.
It was good to see.
Not as much as you used to see in the past.
Well,
I think a lot of the beaches have changed as well.
Yeah, the shoreline is
isn't quite as large as it used to be. It used to be more expansive. I think that sand erosion has had an effect as well.
Yeah, definitely. But also now with the advent of the digital world, so many distractions as well.
Definitely.
Here's Smith.
Good area this from Niall Smith.
He's working him out. He's trying his best. Niall Smith, very intelligent bowler. I always say that about him. He's a thinking bowler. What I've noticed though, Marley, and I would like to bring this discussion up with you because of your history and your prowess as a tennis player. What I see happening big time in Trinidad now is something called paddleball.
Okay, yeah, paddle, pickleball, all these racket sports becoming very popular indeed. Yeah.
A lot of people use it just to keep fit as well.
Definitely.
So
it's almost like the new golf.
I was speaking to president of after this delivery. Oh, that's a good delivery. So he's making him work here, Smith. I was speaking to the president of the Lawn Tennis Association, and he was telling me because with the pickleball they'll use half the court. He was telling me this is a T20 version of tennis. Right?
I actually played a bit of pickleball a couple of years ago for the first time in Toronto. And I just used a lot of my tennis background in the game, but it is slightly different. But if you're a tennis player, you can adjust to the pickleball and the racquetball. And
how's been the tennis game these days, Marley?
It's basically non-existent, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie, I watch a lot more tennis than I play. Yeah, it's the sun just seems, I don't know.
It's brutal, isn't it? Oh,
beauty.
There's been an excellent over here from Niall Smith. Take nothing away from him. And Tuckett flicks the bail.
Lunch.
Yep. And after Marley wraps, we will have lunch.
Yeah, just the 2 wickets for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Picked up those 2 wickets early as well. Went bang bang on it with the score on 11 and 12. But since then, this partnership has really done a fantastic job. 117 runs the Red Force lead by Evan Lewis, his first half century this 2026 4-day championship, and Jason Mohammed in his final innings still there. And they are 104 for 2, a lead of 117. The players will go off now for lunch. Join us in 40 minutes or so for the resumption here on day 3.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's been an elongated break. Had some rain showers, unfortunately, so we were away from you for quite a while. Went off, of course, at 12, and after the umpires had done so much work to restart the game, we started at 9:30 this morning. We have to end up continuing to make up overs throughout the game, but news from the Survivor Richards Stadium is the Red Force have a 117-run lead, 8 wickets in hand, and they're in a commanding position with this experienced partnership, Evan Lewis, Jason Mohammed, who still have not come out of the dressing room, interestingly. The Harpy Eagles have taken the field, the umpires as well. No batter just yet. Shamar Joseph with ball in hand. And CWI senior talent manager Jamal Smith is alongside us again. Jamal, thanks very much for joining us. After yesterday, we learned a lot about your role and about how West Indies cricket is progressing. What have you made of the game so far?
Afternoon, Nikhil, and to the viewers. It's an interesting game. It's poised. Obviously, at this juncture, you would say that the Red Force have the noses slightly in front. But for me, this session will be the tell-all, certainly in terms of how the game is shaping going later into the day. No surprise really that the Harpy Eagles have opted to start with their pace man in Shamar Joseph to try to break this partnership. And as you know, Nikhil, elongated break sometimes can do the trick. These are two older guys, very experienced at the crease for the Red Force, but obviously they have to get those engines warm and going again. So there may be just a slight moment, a slight period here where Shamar Joseph can pounce.
You were with us, Jamal, for the hour after lunch yesterday, and towards the end of the game, to see the celebrations and, you know, thinking about it yesterday evening, it has all the feeling of a final. You could tell that a lot is on the line, given the mannerisms of both teams and how much it meant to the Red Force to actually get first innings points yesterday evening.
Yeah, it was good theatre for me. Especially what heartened me really was the way that the senior players, the current international players, were going at each other. I know obviously there's a bit of banter around and so on. This stuff is going around social media, but in the context of the aggression and respect still being shown to each other's games, it was really, really good to see. Obviously, the Andy Phillip Seals pair both with bat and ball, and then we had Moti and Shamar Joseph for a period as well, fighting fire with fire, and it just looked good. It's a good spectacle, so good theatre.
Right, 30 overs before lunch. Shamar Joseph, 10 of them, probably more expensive than he would have liked, but few deliveries, really challenging. And he's back for another spell. Lead 117 for the Red Force. Starts to loosen her down the leg side. One thing I was thinking about as well, Jamal, is think about the two teams, the nature of them, contrasting styles. Red Force, very aggressive, in your face, noisy out in the field. Then you think about the batters in the Harpy Eagles, especially quiet, more reserved, less risk, but their method is grind you down.
Yeah, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're tried and true. We can even go all the way back before they were the Harpy Eagles under Leon Johnson. But Trinidad, they do play the cricket from up front. That's how they play. And I guess is synonymous with their brand. Guyana, they're sure, they're steady, they're assured. They always remain as the dog in the fight. And Trinidad would obviously be aware of that and try to use whatever measures they can to counteract that. And so far, so good. What I will say, Nikhil, is that as far as the complexion of the tournament goes, these have been the two better teams, and that is why they're here doing battle.
I think, Jamal, is one of the nice things about this format, where maybe sometimes in the T20 format, think about the last T20 World Cup, you see a lot of teams with the opportunity to upset the quote-unquote best teams, but with a 4-day format, you've got time to really show your quality and come back into games when you've been in difficult positions. And this Harpy Eagles team, we were talking about in the morning session, they're used to losing first innings and come back and winning games. It happened twice last season. In the very first game here against the Volcanoes, they lost first innings in that game, and it was their bowlers that won them the game in innings 3. set the game up for their batters.
There's an ebb and a flow, Nikhil, to the 4-day game or test cricket, even if we're going to go that far. And there's just some little elements that creep into the cricket that people need to be aware of. For instance, there was a moderate shower about an hour ago. Obviously, we know the Guyana seamers were doing really well in terms of moving the ball around. Kimo Paul this morning in particular had it going hoops. Niall doing his thing as well, and obviously no Shamar Joseph. But surface is a bit damp. Ball has rolled out into the outfield a couple of times. How is that shine going?
Right.
That lateral movement that Shamar is looking for. I dare say there's none there at the moment, but they'll have to take that time, that period to reassess the ball that they're working with, try to get one side probably as heavy as possible, because that's the other technique you can use when it's a bit wet. Get one side as heavy as possible and try to keep the other side on the dry side. You never know, you might see a bit of reverse as well. But the point is that the dynamic has changed slightly. The pitch also will have gotten a bit of drizzle, and these two batters would be obviously aware of that, probably looking to play a bit straighter, give themselves some time.
Imlat was the only one appealing for that. 105 for 2.
Yeah, so before their game, it gives you that opportunity, Nick. It gives you that opportunity to look for those little elements, things that sometimes we miss. But again, as I said, the ball now is in a different condition. Have to see how that ball shapes, and it looks like Kimo Paul is taking it up. And if he does, we'll get a good indication of how much the outfield actually would have affected the ball, because as I said earlier, Kimo, he really had it going this morning. He's a very important cog in this seam attack as well. Just like Terrence Hines, he is the go-between man, not as express as it says as Shamar Joseph or as zippy as in Niall Smith, but he has his job to do. He tries to set up the batters and so on and so forth. So a very interesting session ahead of us, Nikhil, all things being equal.
Yeah, Kimo Paul is going to come into the attack. Another very economical 8-over spell to start the day, 1 for 11. And Imlac's field now will be important as well, because this partnership just before lunch, the 10 overs before lunch, folks, 51 runs put on by these two. So there's a certain positivity. Mohammed has grown into this innings well. Remember, needing a score. Been a quiet season for the Trinidad and Tobago stalwart. Can they just force a false shot early after lunch where these two batters will be vulnerable? Jamal, that approach by Evan Lewis especially, it's been slightly different to what we've seen previously in the season. You think that was a concerted effort to be a bit more positive?
Yeah, concerted effort, no doubt. What interested me as well in the first session is that I felt like Imlat was a bit reluctant to go to Versami Permal versus him. He opted for Gudakesh Modi, who didn't go well. I think Gudakesh needed to be a bit fuller, but he was also cognizant of the fact that Evan Lewis was on the attack. So you have to say at this stage, that Evan is on top of the game. How he goes about this first half an hour, though, we'll have to see.
It's a great point, and I think usually you see Motia and Permal operating in tandem, but one of the few times where Imlat just went to Motia, and maybe because of the left-handed Lewis and the fact that they scored at 5.5 runs per over against Moti 6 before lunch.
Yeah, so Moti was a bit erratic, and look, he recognized the state of the game now. If you look at the field, it's very stock standard, 6-3, 2 in a gully, cover mid off, every one in place. You have to train the leg side, the mid on, and the mid wicket. So Imlak is suggesting that he's probably trying to just settle a bit. Again, as I said, he has to see if that ball is going to do something as Kimono sends somebody over to extra cover, it looks like, yes. But the point is that I think Guyana have realized now that they can't blast them out. They have to see if they can just get themselves back in this session, keep prying away. And this, for me, this pair for the Red Force is so experienced. This is very, very good set play here. Who will blink first?
Often think about that balance, and obviously you could tell in the first session that when they had the ball in hand, they were searching, especially the fact that they had the Red Force 16 for 2 after the first 10. I always think in red ball game, Jamal, how do you find that balance between wanting to attack but then also knowing when you've got to remain patient and maybe be disciplined for a 5 overs period, maybe 7 or 10 over period, to invest the time to then get the wicket off the back of it.
Yeah, most certainly. And for me, this is the session, Nikhil. This is the session for me that would dictate the course of this game, certainly in terms of how much the Harper Eagles will have to chase and how far can the Red Force advance, because this partnership is critical. Seeing off this opening burst in this session from Paul and Joseph is essentially critical. This pair needs to get back to the spinners, force him not to go back to Moti and Permal.
Just that previous delivery, there was one in the Shamar Joseph over as well. Haven't seen this throughout the game, but all of a sudden a few balls just bouncing before they get to Imlat. And we're wondering what impact does the overhead conditions, that little bit of rain we've had in the last hour and a half, maybe just activating that variable bounce.
Yeah, and probably it's day 3.
Yeah.
Antigua is pretty hot. Some of those cracks that we would have seen probably opening up a bit as well. So it might be a very good time to bowl stump to stump as well, Nikhil. It could be that there's a bit of variable bounce out there if they can find it, but certainly the pace of Shamar Joseph, if there's anything there that will scuttle through, he will be able to exploit that, and it could result in a wicket.
Brings another over. Maiden from Kimo Paul, 105 for 2. If you're just joining us, it is the post-lunch session, session 2 on the penultimate day of this game. It's the Enoch Lewis there, part of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes board, taking in the action. Steve Leiber, the head coach, we saw him earlier. Raheem Cornwall as well. Joseph. Oh, there's some carry, some bounce. You know, you were mentioning reverse swing, and sometimes I remember a few test matches a couple of years ago, you would get that reverse swing here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium moving into day 4 and day 5, but maybe because of the grass, that surface doesn't have the same abrasive nature.
Yeah, that's true. I'm also looking at the overhead conditions in terms of how the wind is blowing. It looks pretty much east to west. It's moderate, though. I would say it's slight compared to what we've been accustomed to for the first 3 days,
right,
just before lunch. Yeah, and I suspect just because the clouds are around and so on, there's not that breeze factor going as well. But as I said, you know, it's good set play, Nikhil. There's a lot of factors to consider. Really interested to see how Shamar sets his man up. I know he usually likes to operate from around the wicket as well if there's a bit of lateral movement, but the fact that he's still remaining over is suggestion to me that he understands that the ball is not really going as yet.
He's been guilty a couple of times, Devin Lewis, of coming around the wicket and veering too straight. He's got those 2 fielders, deep square, deep fine leg, or wide deep fine leg as well. This square, Jamal, obviously the West Indies have got 2 test matches coming up. It's good to see such a green square, because I remember I think the last time Sri Lanka came, England in 2023 played test matches here. It was a placid surface. Joshua De Silva, the Red Force captain, got 100. But seeing a lot of that green grass on the square, and given the way the West Indies have gone about Test cricket in the last 24 months, it'll probably be their seamers that are to win them the game if they're to get success.
Well, first of all, let's say it's less green than we saw yesterday. It's
Right.
clear that they've started some kind of preparation towards it. Look that it took off a couple inches, but we can still see predominant green, as you said. But here at Sir Viv, more than likely, you'll be looking into those 4 seamers.
Top shot. And Jason Mohammed, first sign of real positivity and fluency after lunch.
Yeah, very well controlled. As I said, Nikhil, the experienced campaigner. He didn't try to be too flamboyant on that stroke. He just basically climbed on his toes and a nice bat through that delivery just in front of point 4-4. So I think Mohammed also understands the nature of the surface and particularly the state of the game. Not trying to be too expansive because we know that's his area. He basically allowed it to come on to him, and he dismissed it expertly.
One for 55 in that first innings in 10 overs. He's almost going at 4 and over again. Would you be concerned if you're Imlat that he's going for maybe at 4 and 5 and over, or are you happy to sacrifice that knowing has the ability to get you wickets?
He's an attacking option, and you get this sometimes with Shamar. I think Imlat will be very much aware of that, and he knows that he cannot allow the spear to continue to blossom. And if Shamar is his biggest asset in terms of wicket taking, he has to go on the hunt, especially so early in the session.
That's why Chemo Paul is so important from the opposite end. More runs, and through that point region again. And this partnership has picked up right where they've left off before lunch. Should be 3. 113 for 2, and it's 8 from the over. .113 for 2, remember, Red Force setting a total for the Harper Eagles to chase. Day 3 of this 4-day final. Chemo Paul continuing. What's been the attention around these 4 days of cricket, Jamal, around the region? Interest, in your opinion?
Well, I don't know. You have to tell me. You know exactly how many viewers and listeners are out there. You should check your numbers.
The streams have been well populated. I think going into the afternoon sessions, you see. I think yesterday that was one stage there were 10,000 people watching on YouTube, and that's obviously concurrently. So I know there's a large amount in India watching on fan code, and I think it's a final, and it's this rivalry that has really developed over the years. And then you add yesterday's spice into it. And I think the fans have bought into that as well. A lot of fans from Trinidad and Guyana going at it in the chat. It's what you want, though. The attention and the rivalry is what you want in a final.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, yesterday was electrifying. I actually went back home feeling satisfied that I saw a good day's play, and that's what it's all about. A bit of attrition setting in here in a sense. As you can see, that Guyana are settling. So too are these two batters.
And it's a long way away, but just judging on the way the first 33 overs have gone, let's say the Red Force are to get maybe 250, maybe closer to 300, and give the Harper Eagles a day to chase these runs. I'll be fascinated to see the approach of Anandu, Tejan Chandapal. There's no point drawing the game because they've lost first innings. So I would love to see how they go about a run chase and if there's any difference in approach like we've seen from Evan Lewis today.
This session will bear all, Nikhil, as much as I can say. This is the session. No! This is the session. We're talking about a run chase, but if Trinidad get themselves in a position where they don't even need to worry about being chased down because these two have done such a wonderful job as they've done so far, then tomorrow becomes really academic.
What do you think you're aiming for if you're Riyad Emrit in that coaching staff?
I mean, for sure, I'm aiming not to lose many wickets in the session. I want to be able to reassess going into the evening session. As long as Harper Eagles are in the field tomorrow morning, that's a good sign.
Oh, so you'd prefer to be batting tomorrow morning?
Oh, most definitely. As I said, right now, the game to lose is really from Trinidad's perspective. So Guyana know this. They have to bowl them out and they have to chase the runs. It's really as simple as that. So for me, this session, it was certainly tell us how the game is shaping, because I would say anything north of 270, 280 or so would be beyond the reach of the RP Eagles, based on how they're set up, based on the nature of some of their players as well.
I suppose end of the over, 113 for 2. If you're the Red Force, you think, can we get to a position that they literally cannot reach? And you know that whether the game draws or you get the result by bowling them out, you've won.
Yeah, and what these two have done well, and what the Red Force has done well, is they've continued to score. It is not a case where they've come in, just operating at a run rate just about 2-3 and over, and allow the Harpy Eagles, even if they're not getting wickets, to just stay there and hang in and then hope that they get a cluster. What this pair is doing and what they've done so far is that they've been able to score quite quickly, and that means now that the onus is upon Guyana to find the answers.
When we spoke to Riyad Emirates on the end of day one, he said that there was a change in approach. And the lower order went about things slightly different to that top order. Remember, they were 87 for 6, the Red Force. Now they find themselves in a position of 113 for 2 with this lead. But he said he wanted to be a bit more positive, a bit more fluent. And we've certainly seen that from Evan Lewis today. I mean, you think about Evan Lewis, as Joseph has come around the wicket, change of angle. For him to come and get, if he can get 100 in a final like this, all the questions and doubts about him returning to this format would be justified.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, he is one of their elder statesmen, and you know this is how Red Force selects their team. They invest heavily in their experience. We've seen it evidenced again with Jason Mohammed, who's still out there. What's interesting now, though, Nikhil, is that Shamar has gone around the wicket in that first delivery. It just went away a touch. So the ball is starting to get a little drier. Just a little drier, so there might be something there for Shamar. But yes, Red Force usually they operate, particularly in this 4-day format, on a solid basis that they play their experienced players. So I wasn't surprised that Evan Lewis would have been back into the fold. And I mean, he's showing his experience now. At the end of the day, this is the final. He didn't do well in the first innings, and here he is already sticking to his task.
Yeah, and to clarify, he's coming off the back of good performances domestically, which has impressed the Red Force management. Deep point in place with the deep square. Just on Lewis, Jamal, he's had 4 quiet seasons in the CPL, and obviously at one stage I remember him with the IPL going on now, he was playing for the Mumbai Indians and doing very well. He was sought after in franchise leagues around the world. I almost wonder if coming off of that quiet season last year, he feels that batting more deliveries and spending time in the middle can actually help his game get back to that level.
Remember the conversation we had yesterday, Nikhil, always going back to the basics, always going back to the bedrock of cricket. And the bedrock of cricket for building your skills is red ball, 4-day format.
Why? Is it the positioning?
It's the ability to be able to transfer what you've been learning from a skill-based level back into the game. As you said, you have more time, you have more opportunities. So for instance, if you're a wrist spinner, you get more time to get into the game as opposed to playing the white ball format where it's all rush, you're not bowling well and you're taken out. You always have an opportunity to get back into the game from a batting perspective. You really can bat as many balls as you will. And in the season, although this is a shortened season here, we see an Evan Lewis who hasn't been going really well, being able to bat himself in a position now where he's looking for a score.
Constantly hear guys talk about the ability to problem solve in this format, and maybe that then applying that into other situations and scenarios, and just the muscle memory, especially for a younger player like a Van Lang, but even an experienced player like Evan Lewis.
Yeah, most certainly. Again, skills are transferable across formats, but this format allows you time, and this format allows you to really reinvent yourself if you're struggling for form. However you look at it, but it's very important, cricket Nikhil, to continue to say this is where the skills are built.
Wow. Definitely did a bit of extra something off the pitch, and better over from Shamar Joseph, maiden.
Yeah, probably one of those cracks that we were talking about. I don't know if we can get a closer look, but there are a bit of abrasions now on the surface, although it has been having a pretty even grass covering so far in the first 3 days. Yeah, just a dry spot. You just see it there, just a puff of dust. And again, that's another factor that will come into the Guyana Harpy Eagles chase if we get there. How many is too many based on a surface that now becomes more and more variable as you go into day 4. So again, this session and the onus really is upon the Harpy Eagles to first of all break this partnership and then try their best to run through the tape and get to the end of the Red Force batting lineup.
Kimopol hasn't conceded a run since lunch into his second over. The lead is 126. Let's go back to the start, Jamal. And I assume the Ryan Hercules and the coaching staff, Garvin Ned, etc., were in a tough place because you wanted to have the batting depth. So they went with Van Lang, thinking he could be a fourth seam option. We've only seen him for the 1 over. Had the option to pick the off spin of Richie Lukna. They went away from that. Now you're seeing, though, with only 2 wickets going down, you're seeing kind of the implications of going maybe a bowler short with the 3 seamers. Now Smith hasn't been at his best today, and the 2 spinners.
Interesting you brought that up. I've been watching the Harpy Eagles operate season long, and I felt that they had the most balanced attack with Luke Nath in the team. They obviously would have been hard pressed based on the fact that Van Lang would have scored a century down at the ARG, but you're right. And even if Luke Nath doesn't get wickets, it's just that variation. Again, Evan Lewis, a left-hand batter, just the off-spin option, just to tie him up a bit, probably stop him from scoring and so on. Could have been useful, but hindsight is always 20/20, isn't it?
Probably too high. Oh, given actually. And there is that reaction off the pitch from the ball. And Kimo Paul, again, it's been him all game, the one to get the breakthrough for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, what I really love the most about that delivery, Nikhil, as we get an opportunity to see it again, is that it's been stump to stump. As I told you, I think this is the session where they have to concentrate more on bowling the ball straight. I mean, straight, not necessarily mid and a leg, but just on that off stump, let the ball do what it has to do from there. And there we saw a bit of variance on the pitch, and it defeated Mohammed. As we see here now on the monitor.
It's on the knee roll, but the key thing is when he flexes that knee forward, you can almost see leg stump. Tells you how much he came across his stumps, Jason Mohammed. But great setup from Kimo Paul, who all day has been going away from the right-hander with the odd delivery that just angles back in.
Yeah, there probably was a question of height, but I tell you what, usually umpire Tuckett, he always gives the benefit of the doubt to the batter. He takes his time when he's giving his LBW decisions. It looked marginal, if I'm being honest with you, Nikhil, but justification is there at the end of the day. So the wicket has fallen, and Kimo Paul has vindicated his captain, getting the wicket early in the session.
Tight. Yeah, tough to say. But in the end, Carl Tuckett giving it out. So it means then that finally, post-lunch, the Harpy Eagles have gotten a wicket. And Amir Django comes to the middle. He had quite the enterprising few deliveries at the crease. He was bowled 3 balls in. It was a no ball. Kimo Paul overstepped. And then dismissed by Niall Smith, coming down the pitch, caught behind. And then his captain, Joshua De Silva, went the very next delivery. So the Harpy Eagles will have that at the back of their mind, that when they were able to break through in the first innings, it was 3 wickets in quick time. They think 18 for 4 they got. And what a shot to start from Django. Some way to get off the mark on top of the bounce.
Interesting choice of delivery there from Kimo Paul. And it may look innocuous, Nikhil, but it's quite interesting that he opted to give him a short delivery first up. There's always room for the setup from there as well. We have to wait to see how he hits his straps coming back from that delivery, but well executed by Django. And what this signals as well is Django is also prepared to score, which can go either way, really and truly.
There again, intent. In the next over, Jamal will get to Django's technique, because I want to pick your brain in terms of batting and his methodology against the swing. But Kemo Paul, again, folks, 3 wickets. And remember, he went at under 2 runs and over in that first innings, playing that holding role, but also the ability with that change-up delivery to attack. He's got 2 for 15 and 2 critical wickets as well. We could look back on that Jason Mohammed wicket if there was to be a collapse now and say that could be a defining moment in this game. $117 for 3.
Yeah, most certainly Nikhil could finish the over from Kemo Paul. Quite interesting stuff at the end of the day. Remember, Django in the first innings, he opted to try to advance down the track. He got a good nut from Neil Smith, but it took him away. That advancement actually took him all the way to probably 5th stump, a delivery that he didn't necessarily have to play at. But, you know, he shows his intent. He's looking to score. He has had a good season so far, so he's always looking to impress himself upon the situation. The question is that the right method here right now for the Red Force? We'll wait and see.
That wicket will just energize the Harper Eagles. Just before lunch, they were flagging. You could not hear them in the field. And I was saying in the first session is one of the things that you really had to credit the Red Force for. Even yesterday, during the times when that partnership between Paul and Moti was forming, you could still hear them encouraging, trying to keep that energy. Not easy in these conditions. Yeah, I was going to ask you in that over. It's interesting you mentioned it, Jamal, in terms of Amir Django. So in that first innings, first 3 deliveries, he came down the pitch and was bowled. And then once he was bowled, he went away from it. He stayed still. But in the end, the wicket actually came from him coming down the pitch. I actually thought in the moment, the thinking was the right thing, because the Harper Eagles all day had been so disciplined on that length. But you'll be able to tell us maybe the implications of him doing that and why it may not have worked out for him.
Well, the margins are very slim in this game. I think what Django probably was trying to do is to offset the length of the bowler. I think what he didn't take into account well was the fact that the pitch was actually on the more variable side. There was a bit of spongy bounce in there. It was a bit too pace early on in the first innings, evidenced probably by the chop on, as we call it. That usually is a good signal that the pace that the batter was looking for, it was not quite there. And then he advanced and he got his hands taken away from him, so to speak, with a delivery that sped up and bounced as well. So he probably didn't read the pace, the pitch, or the variableness in the pitch well, and that's why advancing possibly was not a good technique for the first innings. The question is, has the pitch settled enough in Django's mind for him to continue along his merry way? Does he need to employ such tactics, or would it be better served just to hang in there a bit with Evan Lewis and try to build this partnership?
Short leg back in for the new batter, and I think you mentioned it in the last over, and Django's done this throughout his career, whether it be in white ball cricket, in the red ball game, where he will advance, but also advances outside of off stump. And sometimes batters have said they can lose sight of where their off stump is, and hence maybe play out a few deliveries that they would normally leave, because he thinks with his head position that, you know, the off stump is in a certain place when it's actually not. So maybe he was guilty of that in the first innings, and so far in these 4 deliveries he's been still.
I think you've made a statement. You didn't need to ask the question at all. I think you're spot on there.
I've never played, Jamal, so can't really be sure, but I think me and a lot of viewers at home will want to learn about the science of batting from guys like yourself and those involved at the higher level.
Well, sometimes playing is not necessarily a precursor for having a knowledge and an understanding of the game. At the end of the day, it's about the basics, and it's about what you see, especially based on the conditions and the bowler that is approaching and so on and so forth. So it's just a matter of reading what the context of the game is and what method should be applied. It is from a batting perspective, a batsmanship perspective. And that's what Django has to figure out.
Nice change up, short delivery from Joseph. When you see from a bowling perspective, when you see a batter coming down at you, do you go away if you're came up off from that length and maybe pull your length back a bit, or are you happy to ask him to drive the ball on the move?
That's probably batter's intention to change the thought process in the bowler. And actually, if you think about it, remember we were wondering what was the reason for that short delivery from Kimo Paul first up to Jangu. Possibly, Kimo Paul is saying to Jangu, I'm prepared to hand you a short delivery,
Right.
so that you can tie him up with the delivery that he really wants to bowl at him, keep Jangu on his crease. Again,
Just plant that seed of doubt. The last 2 overs have been a lot better from Shamar Joseph since returning from the break. 119 for 3.
Keep going, boys.
119 for 3 after 37 overs. I can tell you at home that Kimo Savory has just switched the bails. This craze that's become very popular since the Ashes. We'll see if it has anything to do with the next few minutes. I don't know actually why he would switch the bails, because you just got a wicket, so it's not like things haven't been happening for you. But nonetheless, Kimo Paul will continue.
who started that?
Was it Marnus Labuschagne?
Was it Labuschagne or was it Chris Broad?
Short Broad.
Short Broad, sorry. Yeah, I think it was Broad.
Maybe.
They're barring a lot of antics. I heard John go to the stump mic saying no run. That's usually an Aussie, Aussie thing.
I can tell you, Django was quite vocal. I know Jaden Seals was obviously the leader of the banter and pressure, but Django and Jason Mohammed were also quite vocal in the field yesterday, and I guess you kind of want that in the low parts, like right now for the Harper Eagles, from your senior players.
Harper Eagles, they just have a different methodology. They're quiet, they're assured of themselves. You know, the banter usually is amongst themselves, really to engage the team. Trinidad, they'll go about it individually, and then as a team, they'll hunt you, Nikhil. They'll hunt you down if they have to. You think of some of the exponents of good banter like Kieran Pollard and so on and so forth. And, you know, you get into it with one of them, then you have to take on all of them. So it's one of those cases where sometimes you're better served just, you know, just try to stay in your game. But it's all a part of the game. It's all a part of the theater. And this is what you want to see people competing respectfully, obviously, but also competing with a level of fierceness, because at the end of the day, they're representing their country, and there's a hefty sum of prize money as well waiting at the end.
Outside of his crease, Django. I think it's Kieran Pollard's fault, actually, because Jaden Seals, for example, is my age, and I've grown up watching Kieran Pollard in a T20 game stand at short leg, constantly in the face, sometimes a wry smile or a wink at a batter. So I think he's actually gifted us an aggression child in Trinidad and Tobago cricket.
I like to categorize Jaden as a mentality monster. I just really believe when he's out there, especially when he has the ball in his hand, that's who he is. Very nice guy off the field.
The one thing I can really appreciate is that he talks the talk, but he really walks the walk, and he backs himself to constantly get better. So yes, he'll do his talking and stuff, but you'll see him very focused on what area is working, what delivery is working, and anytime he's missing his mark, you can hear him in the effects mic saying, "Sorry, Josh," apologizing to the captain, trying to problem solve and figure out how he can be better. Still some movement.
Yeah, a little bit of movement there, just a hint. Kimo Paul, have to say though, Nikhil, his figures reflect it. He's been very, very skillful, hasn't he? On this surface. This morning it was moving around hoops, and now he's just finding that bit of lateral movement. He's playing on the patience of Django. You just got the feeling that something else is about to happen. There are 2 slips in the gully waiting.
Made an over again. For someone like Kimo Paul, Jamal, who's not even 30 years yet, I mean, it's a solid season from him. 3 50s, 1 in the final. Or actually, it was 49 after the adjustment. So 2 50s and 49, but also 12 wickets to his name. Obviously, you look at the test team now, you think about the all-rounders. Justin Graves, Jason Holder, for example. But what do you think his mentality will be about playing this format? It's obviously coming back from injury and trying to get his body back to where it needs to be to do well across formats, but the red ball format specifically.
Finally, Nikhil, you're answering your own questions. Primary indicator for somebody like Kimo Paul in a season like this from a selection perspective would be how well has his body held up. You can't question his bowling skills whatsoever. He's actually played the role of a genuine all-rounder for the Harper Eagles, getting some critical scores as well in there. So what I'll say is he's plotting some good steps. He's plotting some good steps towards a course that could probably take him into serious consideration.
Put your senior talent manager hat on just for this couple of balls. I know you're here as a commentator.
Am I?
Both. But
okay.
Today I said after you were in the real hot seat yesterday, if you guys missed that, go and listen to the broadcast yesterday after lunch. For guys that would look like an all-rounder in this tournament, that would look at Justin Graves and say, well, he's just scored a double hundred, he's pretty safe in the team. How should they go about trying to break through into that West Indies team? What is the process when you've got guys in stable positions at the highest level?
Well, first of all, there will always be a bit of instability. Players do have a dip in form. The question is, how has that particular player performed? So your own position, it is a quite interesting one. It's tricky. You have Jason Holder, who possibly could return to Test cricket if that's something that he's interested in as well. But then the question would be, of course, how would you measure up Jason for the red ball format based on the fact that he's not playing any red ball stuff at all? So someone like Kimo Paul who's showing good skills with the ball, and I think that's very important. I think whoever fills in that all-rounder slot has to be able to be considered as a genuine third or fourth seam option. And then obviously with the ability in there to be able to get some runs. Right. But the thing about a guy like Kimo Paul and his style of play is you know he will get on with it. I felt even yesterday when the Harper Eagles were in a bit of bother before he came out to bat that he was probably the one player who would play fearlessly enough to get probably somewhere in the 40 to the 60 region to try to advance the game. So again, it shows his thought process as well, because he came out and did exactly that along with Van Lang. So that is the kind of quality you'll be looking for in an all-rounder. You can't be too heavy on one side or the other because you don't know which skill will be required to get your team out of a hole.
And I'm even thinking about, obviously not in every place in the world, but some conditions where sometimes teams play two all-rounders, like Australia playing Cam Green and Bo Webster, and you have Bo Webster maybe stronger in the bowling suit and Cam Green stronger in the batting suit, although that's probably debatable. But there could be the opportunity for someone when you go to a place like New Zealand, if you can bat, you can almost earn a spot, like a Kimo Paul can earn a spot over a seamer, depending on conditions, of course.
Let me put it simply for you. You remember a guy called Jack Callis?
Of course.
He made South African cricket very, very, very easy.
Another appeal that they weren't too sure about, some bounce though on offer from Shamar Joseph, energy on the ball.
Ben Stokes, when he was fit, made cricket very, very easy, bat and ball. We have had this conundrum in the Caribbean before. We can go as high as international cricket. I believe when Sammy and Bravo were around, Carlos and Jason. But for me, the biggest evidence of that is actually in our first class competition when we go to the Barbados Pride team. I believe probably in the last 10 years have not gotten that formula right. There's always two or sometimes 3 or 4 of them at one time playing together, and then you always question the balance of the team and what the bowling attack especially can be able to do.
120 for 3. Do you think though if you're playing the two all-rounders you need one of them to be able to bat in the top 4 or 5?
You ideally would like your all-rounder to be able to bat at least 5.
Right.
For me, as I said, the difference is what the primary skill is, or I should say, based on the role and the skill set the player has, how does that help your team achieve the results they want? So you may have a guy that's a bit zippier, pacier, very aggressive in nature with the ball, and he bat a bit lower, and you would take him over the guy that probably bats at 5 that does not have that pace or whatever to go to, because that's how your team is set. So it's interesting stuff. But I said what happens sometimes is you end up going all around the heavy. I use Barbados Pride again, and it kind of changes the balance of the team, and it makes you attack, as we were saying, Beijing parlance, see me.
Right.
And then that's where you get the challenges, and it's something you always have to guard against. It's not the easiest thing, especially if all the all-rounders are actually doing well enough. And that's where hard decision making, Nikhil, unfortunately, has to come into play.
Just watching Kimo Paul go about it today, though, Jamal, and I said it in the opening session, the way he's bowled in this game, it reminds me a lot of the role that Jason Holder's played for the West Indies for the last decade, where he'll consistently hit that length. Obviously will get wickets because he's in those beneficial areas, but that holding role allows you to attack from the opposite end.
Yeah, holding, but also because of his skill, he has the ability to price out wickets, as we've been seeing here. So that makes it even more credible as an asset, because you know they do have some holding bowlers who probably just get one, sometimes two, but Kimo Paul does have the quality to get fifers, especially at this level. So it's good to see. And as we're having our all-rounder conversation, I won't tell you who's messaging me at the moment. We have some international all-rounders here having a go at me. Having a go at me. But we keep that one on the wraps. But yes, it all comes down to the skill set and what role is required from the all-rounder. I hope he hears me.
It's good to see, and to be honest, it's such a valuable position, especially in this format. The amount of work that they do and the importance of the job they do as well. Getting inward movement, maybe getting some assistance from that easterly breeze that's picked up since the sun has come out. And it's why, Jamal, I think someone like a Van Lang, who I know he's talked a lot about today, and he's vocally said he wants to get his bowling up to a certain standard. Joshua James, similar, another all-rounder who is now beginning his journey. It's why it's important for them to get their secondary skill to a certain level as well.
You're absolutely correct. And that is the primary reason why a guy like Kimo Paul is somebody that would interest us, because he has good precursors. Those two that you call are too young and budding as well. But as you know, Van Lang, he probably will have to work a bit on his conditioning and fitness and so on if he wants to be a serious contender for an all-rounder role. Joshua James, though, he's an interesting one. His primary skill is obviously bowling. Has that steepling bounce, can bowl with a bit of pace. And he's more like a number 8, number 9 batter, though, and that's the difference. Can we categorize him as an all-rounder then necessarily, or are we going to call him a bowling all-rounder?
Right.
Yeah.
They're not a genuine all-rounder, like Justin Graves or Kimo Paul. Paul is confident about this one as well. This time, though, Karatake isn't.
Yeah, there's a bit of height there involved, but yeah, genuine all-rounders. As I said, we just call him Jack Callis. He's probably the most genuine, if we could go as far as back as Cigarfi Sobers, but an all-rounder, yes, an all-rounder has to be able to do both when it's required, especially when it's absolutely required. And as you know, in the red ball format, there's some very long days in the field, and especially first class and all the way through to international level, it's his body condition that he can bowl between 15 and 20 overs, pick up the slack, especially if he's operating as the third seamer. All those are things that you have to consider when you're looking at the selection processes.
I think one of the major criteria is some of those names you called. I remember the discussion around Jason Holder when he was playing the test format. Can your batting average be above 30 and your bowling average be below 30? And Holder's had that with his bowling average being below. His batting average has just dipped. I think it's 29 point now in the test format. But those are the real creme de la creme of the all-round game. You can maintain that in 2 feats, it'll be amazing. And actually, I was quite surprised doing research for this game to see Kimo Paul's record in 4-day cricket. He's actually got a really good record with the ball in hand. I'll get the exact number for you, Jamal.
I have numbers in my head, but I'll let you go. I do my research as well. You know,
so why don't you give us it?
No, you tell me. Remember, I tell you I round up or I round down. So I may be off by a few points.
34 first-class games. He's got 1,200 runs, so average 24, but obviously batting a lot lower with the tail, 100 650s. But it's the bowling 125 wickets at 20.5.
Can you give him the strike rate, please?
38.5.
Pretty good.
Yeah, very good. For someone you think bowling, he's had a more role this season as Niall Smith replaces Shamar Joseph. But you think for someone in previous teams would have been bowling maybe a few overs with that new ball, but everything had been spin dominant. That's quite a record.
And it also suggests to you that possibly at some point in time he would have been playing primarily to bowl, as you said, possibly opening bowling. As we've seen, he's been doing all season long as well. And it speaks to his skill and his quality, because we know we have the likes of Shamar Joseph in the team as well, and Kimo Paul usually operates with that new ball, and he has just enough pace to keep the batter honest and obviously moving the ball appreciably both ways as well.
It's rare that you see two Guyana Harpy Eagles bowling innings and the spinners haven't played a significant role. And then again you speak to Evan Lewis's presence at the crease.
Some interesting comments there.
Few deliveries have just jumped off a length in the last couple of overs. Will excite him. Main thing though is Evan Lewis remains, and the longer he remains, the more he'll score and the more this lead goes forward. I've enjoyed this discussion, Jamal. It's quite fascinating to have you on to get an insight into the way that I think cricket administration has changed a lot, and the way that teams are thinking and planning moving forward. What about Antigua? Have you enjoyed living here now? I know obviously you're from my part of the world.
What I say is anyway in the English speaking Caribbean is fine by me, fine enough. Antigua is a bit of adjustment, Nikhil, if I'm being honest, but a lot of similarities that make life easier in terms of moving to a new country.
"366 beaches," they say.
So they say. I've been to quite a few. I must say though, there's some lovely beaches.
Yeah. Better than Barbados, you think?
I'll be honest with you, I have to concede.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I have to concede.
I need to see some of these beaches. Straight again from Smith. He's back now. And segueing from the beaches to your namesake, 3 wickets in the first innings, but this second innings now, Smith hasn't really been a feature. His role, you think, important to take some of the burden off of Joseph and Kimo Paul at the opposite end?
Yeah, most definitely. As a collective pace unit, they each have their roles, and Niall obviously is that in-between bowler where he can bowl with a bit of zip and get his wickets as well. But you have to give credit where it's due. Evan Lewis is batting really, really well. He's taken his opportunity to score, and he's also minimized the risk.
Someone has said to ask the talent officer if Evan Lewis is in the running for a test opening spot. How high and how quickly can Imlat get there? He cannot get there in time, and if he did, it's been put down. It could be a huge moment in the game. Lewis on 70.
You have to say that was a wonderful effort by Imlat. I think he ran probably some 30 yards at full tilt and then still had to get the dive out. Only Nikhil, hope we will call that one.
Yeah, it didn't get there in the end. And I always think, and it's hard to say and easy after, in hindsight, could the deep square fielder have gotten there in Moti? But Imlat would have called quickly, and we can analyze it post the break because it's time for a drink. 124 for 3.
We're back after the drinks break. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 124 for 3. They needed that one to go to hand. But it must be said though, Nikhil, I think the Guyana Harpy Eagles have stayed fighting throughout, haven't they? They haven't allowed this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team to get away. Still the lead, only just 137. They need to pick up a couple wickets here. Need to remove Evan Lewis. He's been the mainstay of this Red Force. Batting here in the second innings. Timely innings from the experienced opener. Once again, a bit of pace and bounce. I was listening to you and Jamal Smith.
Yes, let's get your
especially with
opinion.
Kimo Paul. He was on the money, right on the money. He's been highly skillful, something we've echoed throughout this match. But good to hear it from the technical side of CWI. I think his wrist positioning consistently has allowed him to extract that movement. Strong wrist behind the ball. And just quick enough.
He's also used this angle from around the wicket to Lewis and Django, and it's probably why he didn't get that like before decision his way, because he's actually getting some pronounced movement inward to the left-handers, using the angle of wide of the crease and getting the wind to assist the ball going back in as well.
Yeah, he has. It's a often used tactic in the modern game. Bowlers going round the wicket to the left-handers. Sometimes they do so instantly. They don't start over. They go, see a left-hander coming out, signal to the umpire, going around. Oh, that's a nut. Once again, movement, a bit of cloud cover. Still a bit of juice in this Sir Vivian Richards pitch on day 3.
This is a huge moment in the game, Matty. Short ball, you know Lewis is going to take it on. And there'll be some people saying, well, Moti should have called for it. But the problem is, as soon as the ball goes in the air, Imlat thinks it's his catch. It keeps moving. And in the end, he doesn't get close to it. That could be a huge moment with Lewis on 70.
Yeah, he covered a lot of ground there, did Tevin Imlak. But if you look at the positioning of Gudikesh Moti, he was probably in the better position to take that catch. Big gaps on the offside. Just caressed from Evan Lewis. Didn't really put too much power into that stroke. They'll come back for 3. Got to keep scoring. Got to keep rotating this strike. Can't afford to get stuck here, the Red Force. Game still finely in the balance. Maybe just tipped slightly in the Red Force's favor. But the Harpy Eagles, they need to stay engaged, stay as tight and as economical as possible, consistent with their line and length. There's still something here on offer for the seamers. 2 slips, golly.
It's amazing that 41 overs in. And we've seen this across the 3 innings, where even after 50 and 60 overs, the seamers still get movement. They're still getting that shape. They've obviously done well to maintain the ball, to make sure that one side is shiny. You can see it. If you get a glimpse of the ball, you can almost see the pattern on the right side of the ball visible. But they've used the wind and maybe a bit of grass, that tinge of grass as well, to their advantage.
Driven quite square this time from Django. Gets close to the boundary, not quite out the middle of the bat. Once again, good enough for 2 runs.
20 of the 23 wickets in the game.
To pace.
Yeah, taken by the Pacers.
It's been one of those decks. Definitely. We did say on day 1, whoever won that toss will be licking their chops to have a go, especially with the new ball. At times it's just settled down, maybe just before lunch. Batting was quite easy. Didn't see too much movement, or the movement wasn't quite as extravagant as we had seen previously. But I think also Kimo Paul, he's shown that once you keep your wrist behind the ball, Give the ball every opportunity to move. Keep that seam upright. There's something in it. Now Smith as well. Every now and again he produces a bit of a unplayable delivery. Well, he needs to come to the party here. He's bowled 6 overs for 19, yet to pick up a wicket. We saw what he did in that first innings. Picked up 3 quick wickets. Oh, how things could have been so different for this Harpy Eagles unit. 82 for 6 in that first innings. They had the Red Force batting lineup reeling. First it was Hines and Carey Pear both coming together, leading somewhat of a recovery. And that set the platform for the final pair of Andy Phillip and Jaden Seals to post a 98-run partnership. That's been the difference here.
He certainly slowed down since lunch, Evan Lewis, and I wonder if, just Jamal Smith was talking about the ebb and flow of a game, and you wonder if he maybe take some time, absorb some time out of the game to then, after you get through the initial spells of Shamar Joseph, Nell Smith, and the spin comes back, because after these seam options, we've already seen the 3 of them. You think Kemo Paul at some stage is going to come to the end of that spell. He can't go to Van Lyne, so the spin has to come at some stage, and maybe just buying his time and waiting.
I think in that first innings for the Harpy Eagles, we saw the spin actually have more of an effect, quite unexpectedly, because that extra moisture. Oh, this is going to be close. Both batters in the same end, and the Harpy Eagles have messed this up. They get 2 bites at the cherry. They can't affect the run out. Complete miscommunication between the pair. Have a look at this. Shamar Joseph probably choosing the wrong end. Just had to throw it to the wicketkeeper at the end of the day.
The thing is, because both batters were scurrying to the non-strikers end, had he just lobbed the ball to Imlat could have ran to the stumps. They can laugh now, but I can tell you what, had any of those stumps been hit at either end, Mali, there would have been no smiling. It would have been a huge part of the game, you feel, that could just skew things. Very fortunate there, Amir Jangu.
That would have been a real unforced error, Nikhil. Almost against the runner play at the moment.
And out of nowhere as well. So Joseph picks up the ball. He immediately throws to the bowlers and thinking they're going for the single. In the end, just gets back in time. He's taking his guard again and trying to reset.
Gets across his stumps, Now Smith thinks he's got him. I think that's close. His height a bit of an issue. Just planted that front foot across his stumps here, Amir Jangu.
If they had the option of DRS, Mali, would you be reviewing this?
Oh,
Just missing leg.
Just missing. Just sneaking down leg stump. I think a few players or batters would have been reviewing a few decisions, whether it would have gone their way or not.
It would have been chaos in this tournament. The amount of times I've seen bowlers screaming, absolutely assured that it's out, but when you see the replay, probably not.
It's not even close.
Those reviews wouldn't have lasted long.
That's also an added element for captains to consider, especially when DRS is available. Some actually use them better than others.
And that DRS we speak about is, of course, the decision review system that you get with Hawkeye and the ability to have the umpire review a decision.
And I think it's an often overlooked part of the first class game. We try and replicate the international game as much as possible, but then we brush things such as that aside.
Well, I can tell you, Mali, that the cost associated with DRS is extreme. So I think India is the only first class system
that uses
DRS.
Worldwide.
England, Australia, they don't have it because of the cost associated with it. But the Ranji Trophy is so advanced that they've actually had it now, in addition to their games being fully televised across the country.
It's the BCCI's bank account that's so advanced, that's allowed such. The richest board in world cricket. I'd expect to see it in Australia though as well, but like you say, the costs, surely someone can come up with a slightly cheaper.
I'm going to get the president's number for you.
Competitive version. Yeah,
Can have a call.
Get it. I know you take my call.
All right, Kemo Paul has bowled from the lunch break, and he's still bowling. 11 over spell before lunch. Man is a machine. Where did it pitch? Is it doing too much? Is there some bat? I heard a noise there. I can say though, is in the last couple of overs, making some things happen, the Harper Eagles.
Once again, a bit of seam movement. Height, a bit of an issue on that one. Seen the bounce be pretty consistent throughout this match. Good steady carry through to the wicketkeeper.
In the hunt for wickets has maintained quite an aggressive field. Sometimes you would see when batters get to 75, field spread, especially the way Lewis has gone about things. He's only kept the 2 fielders outside the circle. A lot of fielders catching close behind the bat in front of square as well. It's probably because of how disciplined Kemo Paul has been. Hasn't really leaked any runs.
And this is the thing, especially with fine leg in the position that he is. I think he's almost a wasted fielder. Looks like Jonathan Van Lang in that fine leg position. With how disciplined Kemo Paul has been, he can get another fielder either catching or in the infield. He hasn't strayed too often onto the pads. Allows you that luxury of being creative with a fielder. That's not necessarily in a high traffic position at this in this phase of the game. Get him into extra cover, short extra cover, maybe for something a little aerial from Evan Lewis. We know he doesn't quite have the biggest stride. Maybe if something just bounces on him slightly. You know, all these things are possible on a pitch such as this. Just got to get creative, does Imlak.
He's bowled 195 balls in this game, Kemo Paul. He's gone for 51 runs. And he's picked up 5 wickets. 194 balls is no easy feat.
I heard you talk about his record in first class cricket, just how good he's been. Quite incisive with the ball. This season, he's played that genuine all-rounder role. Contributed with bat and ball. It goes back to what you and Jamal were speaking about and what we were speaking about on day one, that the importance of having genuine all-rounders in your setup. Good finish. 2 for 23 from 15. Kemo Paul.
And has a good record against Trinidad as well. He's coming into this game 33 wickets at 17. He's got a 6 for against them. And he's added 3 more, or made that 5 more in the game.
28 years old. Something else that jumped out at me was just how little first class cricket he's actually played over the years. Just the 34 games. 28 years old now. You hark back to what we were speaking about on day one. That recently announced England squad. Sometimes I like looking at teams around the world, comparing and contrasting, especially when new young players come to the scene or come to the fore. And to see James Rue's record the young left-arm batsman who's been selected for the English Test summer. He's played near 70 first-class games at 22 years old. So he's doubled what Kemo Paul has played already. So sometimes we've got to ask ourselves, why aren't our players developing in the manner that, or as quickly as you'd hope? The amount of quality cricket that they play has a lot to do with it.
Or could you say that he's obviously playing maybe double the games every season? And of course, Kemo Paul's been injured.
That too, yeah.
But you're right. For the age that James Roux is, which is 22 years old, what jumps out at me is he's got 1,200.
1,200 as well, averaging near 60.
Jason Mohammed, who is the stalwart of our regional setup, has 17.
17, and he's played for what, over a decade.
But another thing, as this one squeezed through point and should get to the boundary from Amir Jangu. The conditions, though, Mali, as well. I mean, quite placid in England, whereas in the Caribbean.
For batting?
Yeah, definitely.
No,
definitely.
no. It's one of the toughest places to bat.
Especially, at times, but there's
especially early in the English summer.
Yeah.
I am telling you, bro, it is one of the toughest places. This is where batters go and get their batting education. The ball moves constantly. Maybe the pitches aren't as quick, but it does test that technique.
No doubt, no doubt there's swing, but I've seen some.
Yeah, there's some roads everywhere.
500s,
yes,
700s.
But look at the players. Look at their techniques. I don't think there's a debate that England produce better international test batters than we do.
So if you inserted Jason Mohammed into an English county setup, could he have 30-hundreds in 10 years?
Depends on how early he started. That's the thing.
See this now?
Yeah.
I asked you an outright question.
If he would have 30-hundreds in 10 years, no. The ball moves too much.
Wow.
Consistently. There you have it. It's the truth. Don't ask me. Ask some of the batters that you come across. They'll tell you. English conditions are not easy. Especially early April, May. Always cold. It's difficult. Spongy pitches. It's very hard. It's not easy.
I was always of the opinion that it's quite challenging in England.
It's one of the easiest places to bowl. Hence why you have players who, especially over the years, are not very pacey. We spoke about that professional line and length dibbly-dobblers that can really eke out successful professional careers in England just by landing the ball on a sixpence.
No, definitely there's something in it for the bowlers, but Mali, I'm telling you, I've seen at the Oval, I've seen some very flat.
Of course, I'm telling you, but we're talking about all around the country. England isn't just the Oval, you know. All around the country, it's definitely a tough place at times for batting. Trust me.
Can I pose another difficult question?
Go for it.
Jason Mohammed, 111 first-class games, the 1700s. Do you think at some stage he should have got a look in at the test format? Never played one test. He played 36 ODIs, 90 20Is. Should he have been given a test opportunity?
Based on that record?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I think age, though, especially last season, his most prolific season, I think age was the factor that was used against him. But I don't think we were at or in a position to be discounting players based on age. Sometimes we tend to look too far ahead rather than stay in the moment.
Well, you heard Jamal Smith saying, talking about selection and some of the names that they qualify. And I think probably the way that West Indies have batted in the last few years, age will be less important and it'll be about runs.
Exactly. That's what we need to focus on. We haven't been producing the young batters that have burst on the scene and have looked quite at home at international cricket. It's taken them a while to really get acclimatized. And that's the thing. That's what I was speaking about. Even with a player like, I think I used Joshua James as an example, but any young player or any player that's 25 years old, 24 years old, we in the Caribbean, we have a tendency to say, oh, they're young. They're young. They're young in life, but not young in cricketing terms, because a cricketing career isn't that long. So we need to get these young players up to speed, try and accelerate that development as quickly as possible. And it starts at the under-19 level, from when they leave the under-19s through to this franchise cricket and international cricket. When they become men, let's say, that's where the difference is. I'll use Kevin Wickham as an example. I'll still use James Rue as the comparison. Both would have played in the same World Cup here in the West Indies. Kevin Wickham's only played 20-odd first-class games since then. Whereas Rue, we spoke about it, near 70.
Still Kimo Paul. What I would say is, though, if James Rue came to play in the Caribbean, would he have 14 first-class hundreds?
But that is the point we're making.
I think what I'm saying is that I think conditions in the Caribbean really challenge batters. The pitches, the nature of the pitches, the difference in conditions. I think it really challenges the batter. And I know that a lot of it, the English batters.
I hear what you're saying. You're right. It does challenge batters, especially the spin-friendly conditions around the Caribbean.
But I think everyone would agree that if West Indian batters played the amount of games that English batters do at the first-class level, they would be better because of the ability to adjust, the time spent in the middle. So that's probably what a James Rue has on a Kevin Wickham.
And the tightening up of that technique, we've seen it. Yeah, Jaden Seals, Kamar Roach, even at times when Craig Brathwaite was making his stints over to England as well, playing county cricket. It really does have an effect. When the ball moves around consistently, it forces you to have a more solid base.
Top shot, Evan Lewis. This has been some innings. Another cover drive and another set of runs, edging them closer to a position of dominance. Lead is 150 plus.
Yeah, authoritative that from Evan Lewis. It's been a while since we've seen a stroke of authority from him. He's almost just gone through the gears. It's been in neutral for a bit. Just punched that one through the covers sweetly. But what we've seen from, like, I'll use Jonathan Van Lang as an example. What we've seen from him in conditions such as this, where the ball has moved around consistently, he's played and missed, played some good strokes as well. Playing in England will help his game a whole lot. It would really tighten up that technique. He wouldn't be playing on the move quite as much. He'll adjust. So, like you're saying, the benefits for the batters are immense. Absolutely immense.
And I think that's why, and I know Cricket West Indies are working towards getting back to a 6, 7, 8 game season in first class cricket. Because even with this series, we heard Jamal Smith talk about the series setup and how it can be beneficial with batters like a Wickham having to make adjustments like international cricket. But you want that volume of more games, like a James Rue has when he represents Somerset each season, to continue to get better.
Think about this. How good has the first class cricket been in the Caribbean over the past 2-3 seasons or so, with the everyone playing everyone 2 rounds, the Headley weeks, tri-series as well to end. We've seen the effects of these guys playing a lot more first class cricket. It had a positive effect on our test team. It really did. We went away from home, won a test match in Pakistan, in the air. That's what I mean. Having that fielder in fine leg who isn't really doing much. Imlak could have used him in a multitude of positions, on the onside, on the offside. One just lobbed in the air in a vacant square leg region.
139 for 3. Yeah, it's just a short-term format that, of course, hopefully we'll be able to get more games going forward.
I get it, but we have to be real as well and honest with how we're assessing things at this stage.
What did you find helpful in your regional days in terms of developing as a batter?
Well, it wasn't very helpful because early in my regional days, we only played 3 or 4 games. So that's what it was like. This season almost harkened back to the bad old days of first class cricket where you play 3, 4 games, you're under immense pressure to score instantly. If you don't have a good game, you're out. And
Was that pad first? That's
think
what
it
the slip
was.
cordon was excited about, but I think maybe just bat first.
maybe just drifting down the leg side once again. Going for the Yorker length this time now, Smith.
Yeah, and I hear you. And of course, it's not ideal that you're playing 3 games. The Warriors would have had the opportunity to play 3, then the 2-1, the game against the Academy, and now the final, which is closer to the normal season. And I'm pretty sure it's going to go back to that in the years to come. But for a player now, a young player who's embarking on their journey in the first class setup, and get back to it after this delivery, what would your advice be, Mali, in terms of how you can develop in other ways? Because yes, you learn a lot from playing games, but there's still a multitude of other ways you can enhance your game. What would those be?
Well, obviously, you can use the visual aids available now that weren't available to many players back then. Being able to do video analysis is absolutely key. You know, you get to watch a lot of cricket, get to talk a lot of cricket as well. The mental side of the game is often overlooked. I don't think a lot of young players talk the game enough so they can be properly prepared for different match situations, probably understand what's happening in real time. There are various ways you try and stay as fresh as possible, but at the end of the day, you don't get better playing less. It just doesn't work. A boxer doesn't get better training less. If you think about what a boxer goes through in a training camp for a fight, it far outweighs what actually happens on the night of the fight, because that preparation is what it's all about. You're trying to prepare yourself for every single possibility, every single scenario that can possibly throw itself at you.
What about this time? Again, the Harper Eagles excited and not the umpire.
Now Smith has this tendency to not appeal and start celebrating right away. Have a look at him here once again, looking for a strangle. Absolutely brushed nothing on the way through.
They're
A little desperate at this stage.
They're discrediting themselves, the Harper Eagles, because then when there's an actual appeal, Dyson Butler will think they're bluffing.
Yeah, there was nothing near to the ball on that occasion. Now Smith hasn't showed the fitness levels I'd think required here. Not saying he's unfit, but you need to see the speed being sustained. Just here the length a bit too full. He's obviously adopting a fuller length, targeting the stumps and the pads.
I want to see if it's Chemo Paul again from the opposite end, or is he going to turn to spin?
Based on what we've seen in this match, it's going to have to be Chemo Paul, because he's been that one guy that's been consistent throughout. He spoke about his economy rate in that first innings. He's back it up here again in the second, and picked up wickets, 5 in the match, 49 as well in that first innings. But his team is a little behind the 8 ball.
One for 3.
Evan Lewis, absolutely key in this situation. 81 of 147. What a time for the left-hander to come to the fore for his team. He's put his hand up, been under immense pressure throughout the season. Announced his return to red ball cricket. So he would have had some aspirations of making his way into this test team for the home summer, the wee outside West Indian International home summer. It's not going to be Chemo Paul, Nikhil. It's going to be Shamar Joseph.
Another spell.
Yet another one. It is a final, so he's definitely leaving it all out on the field. Shamar. So 15 overs, the 1 for 47. He started brightly, was on the money, looked like he was threatening to run through this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lineup, but they blunted him since.
And the tea interval, and folks, we've had a lot of good discussion in this period with Mali, with Jamal Smith. We want to also keep an eye on the game as well. The tea interval is in about 20 minutes, so hence push from Imlat to try to get the Red Force at 4 down. They went into lunch though at 104 for 2, and they had scored 51 going into the lunch break. Since then, I know they've only taken the 1 wicket. The Harpy Eagles have been a lot more economical.
It's what's kept them in the game. Just they haven't allowed the Red Force to get away. 154 the lead. I think anything over 200, they really start getting worried.
And since that luncheon break, they've only scored 37 runs in the last 17.2 overs. So, although yes, they're not getting the wickets, Imlat has still been aggressive enough with his field to not give away too many of the easy runs. There's been the odd boundary here and there. You expect that with guys tiring, maybe missing length a couple of times, but for the most part, it's been a disciplined period that Ryan Hercules will be pleased with. I suppose if you're Red Emirate, you're on top of the world, because at the end of the day, you still have 7 wickets in hand, and you are on top of this game in the sense that you've already got first inning. So realistically, you can bat from now till the end of the game and you'd win.
Yeah, you don't really have to force the issue. I think we've seen that in the way Evan Lewis has gone about his batting post-lunch.
Surprised, Mali, that in 47 overs, we've only seen 7 overs of spin.
Definitely. A little surprised. But I understand why. It's been one of those decks where the fast bowlers, as Shamar Joseph oversteps, goes a no ball.
I think the biggest thing that's in the mind of Imlat right now is the fact that Moti went at 5 runs and over before lunch, and it was because Lewis played him so well. Now you've got a situation where 2 left-handers are batting, and it's not to say that a left-hander can't dismiss a left-handed batter, but it may be a bit easier for Django and Lewis to play the spin. You've got both left-arm spinners in your team, so a lot of pieces on the chessboard moving. And it's putting pressure and more of a burden on the faster bowlers. The 3-seamers of the Harpy Eagles.
It's probably where they miss a Richie Lucknoth the most. Yeah. Is in a partnership such as this. 2 left-handers at the crease. Maybe a bit of rough outside the left-handers off stump. If he's not picking up wickets, he can play that holding role, allowing you to rest, rotate, keep your bowlers fresh going from another end.
He does have Matthew Nandu, and even Kevlon Anderson, but Nandu's, even before the game, saw him doing some bowling morning of the first morning. I'm surprised that he's not even been tempted to go to him for 1 over of off spin, just to try it. Like, you never know, something different.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he hasn't gone to JVL, to be honest. Young man.
We don't understand.
Yeah, it's just long.
Young terminologies. So
Jonathan Van Lang.
Thank you.
JVL. You heard it here first. Okay.
So you deemed
I'm
him
dubbing
that
him
nickname?
JVL. Yes, you've heard it here. Young JVL. I'll give him a go. He's just bowled the 1 over though in the match.
And do you really have? I mean, given the situation now with the lead at 150 plus, what do you have to lose?
Exactly. This one's aerial, but in the gap. Just what we were saying. How many times have we seen a ball go to fine leg? Got to use that fielder to plug a gap, either on the onside or the offside. But good stroke from Amir Django. He's been quick on anything short. Hit well in front of square.
You just see the substitute, I think it's Thaddeus Level, active on the boundary rope, maybe to deliver a message to Shamar Joseph, who's going back to that position. So the thing, though, is when you have your methodology and the Harpy Eagles methodology, and give them full credit. There's a reason they're 15-time champions, because they've gone about doing things in a particular manner. And their way has been, be patient. We take less risks and we're patient. But I wonder if sometimes the game just demands a slight change in mantra or change in blueprint or formula. And even in that, I go back to day one. In that partnership between Seals and Phillip, if Moti and Pramod, your two left-arm spinners rather, were not getting the wicket, I thought then and there, why not go to Nandu for an over or two at the end of the day?
You're looking for that angle, right? Even if it's from a part-timer, you're looking for someone taking the ball away, threatening that outside edge as much as possible. That's a much better length this from Smith.
Just looking at his 35 balls bowled in first-class cricket, Matthew Nandu, 0 wickets. But still, he gives you the option. I think I saw Tejnarine Chandapal bowling as well that morning. I'm going to look at his record.
Just the one over as well for Vesami Pamal in this innings.
Now, Tejnarine Chandapal, actually, they have him as a leg break bowler, so he might not be as useful. And to be honest, the roles could be reversed tomorrow when, let's say, the Harpy Eagles, if they're to wrap things up and be batting on day 4, you could look at the Red Force attack and see the burden on Phillip and Seals without the real influence of someone like a Joshua James.
Hence, that's a beauty. Beauty outside that off stump. I haven't seen too many of those deliveries from Niall Smith here on day 3, though. But that's why the fitness levels stood out so much from those two, that pair, especially Anderson Phillip. Nikhil kept running in, take a few overs off here and there, but would come back, bowl long spells. They really put their hands up and they performed like the international bowlers that they are.
How can they get Evan Lewis out? 81, searching for a second first-class 100. Played well, Lewis. Think about a return to this format for the first time in a long time. It's a quiet season, but in probably the most important innings of the Red Force's campaign, he's come up in a big way.
Yeah, the game was still in the balance. Yes, they would have taken those first innings points, but for me, the game was still very even indeed after both teams would have batted their first innings. Just a 13-run lead going into the second. But the way the Red Force have come out and batted, though, here on day 3. It's beautiful down the ground. Doesn't overhit that. Tejnarine Chandapal just watches as that rolls into the boundary. A bit of class on show from Evan Lewis. Just caressed down the ground. Over-pitched from Niall Smith. No real sting in his bowling at the moment. This will probably be his last over of his spell. Since Kemo Power has to come back. He has to come back. At this stage, he has to play that role that we saw from Anderson Phillip. He's got to match him. Match those fitness levels for his Harpy Eagles team. He's looked the most likely.
9 years ago, Evan Lewis played first-class cricket, and then he took that hiatus, came back this season, 49 in the very first innings against the Leeward Islands, and after that, scores of 18-0, 7, 14-0. So, been really quiet, but for him to get 85 not out, you think about this game particularly, just because of the nature of Guyana and their success with the two left-arm spinners, to have that left-handed presence for the entirety of the innings, it has made all the difference.
It really has. And if he was to sign off with a second first-class 100 this season, all the troubles that he would have gone through earlier would be forgotten.
And you follow it up next season with 200 or 300s and you're in the reckoning.
Exactly, and his place in this Red Force setup would have been under threat, considering the season he would have had.
It's a good point. You probably, if he doesn't get runs
At 34 years old,
they probably don't go back to him next season.
So it's a massive, massive innings, this, in the grand scheme of things. He's played really well under intense pressure. It's a pretty good Harpy Eagles attacks. One in which Jamal Smith thinks has been the most balanced he's seen throughout this season.
Not an over of spin bowled since lunch. That is remarkable. Still Shamar Joseph. Again, clean from Amir Django, who has a word to the slip cordon after he plays the shot. He's enjoying himself. The Red Force are enjoying this innings.
Yeah, he's really quick on anything short, isn't he? Shamar Joseph still charging in. But that ball is coming onto the bat quite sweetly. No one in that mid-wicket region could hit it in the air or on the ground.
It's him and Kimo Savory there.
Are they going back and forth?
Having a word or two. As soon as he hit the shot, he just turned around. Didn't even look to see where the ball was. You can see.
Stop it there, Shamar. Come on.
Loved the.
Good work, that, Jace. Love to hear the sounds of the game. Savory and Django just having a few words. Maybe trying to throw Amir Django's concentration off. He moves to 25.
All right, how does Shamar Joseph react then? They've added an extra fielder deep square to go with the fine leg. He's pulling again, Django. This one not as comfortable. Hit him high on the bat.
Yeah, he's going to look to take it on. Amir Django. Can Joseph get it high enough? Just above that eye line. It makes it a little bit harder to control. Not quite high enough, but just around rib height, that one. Maybe hustled for a bit of pace, Amir Django.
But it's two short balls in the over, Mali, and the deep point is now going back as well. So is this a sign of something different, a different ploy going into tea where it's 7 minutes away from the tea break? Are they going to that short ball ploy now? Oh, yes. Good length again.
And it's sometimes, even though I said, yeah, Shamar has to look to get it up high, it's those that don't get up quite as high that cause problems for batters. Gets you in an awkward position, not sure whether to duck, sway, or to play the hook or pull stroke.
With his skiddy nature, maybe Lewis is setting himself up to play a pull and then realizes it's actually not the height to play the pull.
It's best served just presenting a full bat at this stage, as you said. 7 minutes or so to tea.
Serious workload though for Shamar Joseph. 17 of 50 overs, and you think there's another session to go in the day. Ouch.
That's on the toe. That's hit him on the toe. He's in pain. He's in trouble once again. On his knees, now onto his back. Evan Lewis. He's had his injury problems over the years. He looks to be in immense pain. Probably off the inside edge onto the toe. Very painful indeed.
He's really struggling, Evan Lewis, after that strike.
I wonder if it was onto the toe or onto the ankle, as has happened to him before.
Yeah, it was off the bat into the back toe. And I remember when it was Shamar Joseph who was suffering with his toe in
Oh,
Brisbane,
yeah.
came back and bowled and obviously won the test match for the West Indies.
I think he had to cut a piece out of his bowling boot or his cricket boot to alleviate the pain on that toe.
They're just trying, the fact that they've tried something and gotten some sort of success from the last few minutes will give them hope. Harp Eagles, the way Lewis looks right now, Mali, they might as well take the tea break from now.
This is what I'm
It's
thinking.
3:06.
I was just thinking the same thing. Lewis looks like he's in a bit of trouble. The Happy Eagles would like to stay out there as long as possible. Try and pick up a wicket going into tea. We've also got EPL football action. Final game of the game week 37, Manchester City versus Bournemouth. Saw what happened yesterday with Arsenal winning their game. City need to win to keep the pressure on, so this title goes into the final day. It's 0-0 after 35 minutes.
Think they're watching the football up there, or doing some analysis cricket-wise?
I think they're doing some analysis. Definitely doing some analysis. If they were watching football, I think someone's job would be on the line.
Tell you what, they were watching that basketball performance last night.
Oh,
NBA
Lord.
is heating up.
So it is the alien, Victor Wembanyama. I'm backing him. I'm backing him to knock the champions off, you know. I think he'll do it. I think we'll see something we haven't seen in a long time. Such a young player leading his team to a championship. I'll be taking keen interest in that. And the Eastern Conference Finals as well.
Garvin Ned sitting there with manager Surendra Hiralal.
Wonder what they're talking about.
Probably the basketball. Father of Ashmead Ned.
Mm.
And yeah, some cricket following has come in to watch for the last 4 days. Evan Lewis has taken all the pads off, the shoe off. I reckon the umpires just call it here, call the break.
I think so. It's time. 3:07 at the moment.
But if you just look at the Harper Eagles players on the pitch, you can just see them surrounding a certain area. And I think that will be their plan as they're beginning to go off for the tea break. That will be the plan coming back. Given that that over, you were able to get some reaction out of the surface. Can you find the right areas to challenge these batters and try to bowl them out this evening?
That's the area. You spoke about it in your pitch report. The spot outside that off stump. Bit full for the pacers, but for the spinners, they haven't hit those areas consistently enough. As we see the players walk off for tea, Evan Lewis, not out 85. I'm not too sure we'll be seeing him come out after the tea break, already with his boot off. So maybe an opportunity for the Harpy Eagles to have a crack at the new batter after tea. Remains to be seen. Join us in roughly 20 minutes or so for more action here on day 3 in the regional 4-day championship final between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The umpires make their way back onto the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here, leading the players out post tea. Just the one session remaining. Session that could be extended to 6 o'clock. So we'll go from 3:30 to 5:30, 2 hours of play. And if the light's still good, and also if they haven't hit the quota of overs, may go extra down to 6. Interesting to see if Evan Lewis comes back out after tea, though. Looks like he is. So good to see from him. Just 15 away from a second first class 100. Happy Eagles in a huddle. Probably praying to the gods for one last push here. Hopefully the luck can go their way. Still looking quite relaxed at this stage. But they're up against it. A lead of 172 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Still 2 deliveries remaining in this over. If you remember, Evan Lewis, or if you're just joining us, Evan Lewis had to go off. Brought the tea interval a little earlier than expected. Had to go off after getting hit on the toe by Shamar Joseph. So 7 runs from the over so far. 2 deliveries as we see the Guyanese flag waving proudly. We've seen Trinidad earlier. Just a couple lone fans for both teams waving their flags. He's still pretty confident that the Harpy Eagles can get up and take this 2026 championship. Good to see him out in force indeed. Joined now by Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Mali Richards, the Harpy Eagles would have said in the dressing room, it is 2 hours and maybe 2.5 hours that will define a season. They're searching for a 4th consecutive title. Remember, Tevin Imlach is trying to be just the 6th captain in the history of this tournament to win more than 3 titles. So a massive evening session for both teams. And you think about the flip side, his opposite, Joshua Da Silva, trying to be the first captain to bring a title home in 20 years. All to play for and a lot riding on this man's shoulders and the next 2.5 hours. Should be exciting. Joseph, to finish the over.
Yeah, this session will give us the best indication of how things will proceed, especially on day 4. If the Shamar Joseph and the rest of the Harpy Eagles bowling lineup can manage to roll or get through this Red Force batting under 200 or just about 200, they'll give themselves a real opportunity. Still possible.
Wouldn't be surprised, Mali, if we see spin, a lot more spin in this session, as well as Lewis has played. Echo off of his bat. 159 for 3.
Yeah, the end of that over, that was sweetly timed. Hitting the bat quite hard. The ball seems to be coming onto the bat quite nicely now for the batters. But every now and again, still something in it. Still something in it.
So between the morning session and that session 2, so in the session 2, Harpy Eagles pull things back nicely. First 30 overs, 104 for 2. The next 20, just 55 runs. And they only got the 1 wicket, but will be pleased with greater discipline and more economical showing from their bowlers. And it's been mainly because of this man, Kimo Paul, 16 overs for 28 runs. Remember, he bowled 17 in the first innings for 28 runs as well.
Yeah, if you're not picking up wickets, you got to be economical.
And he is picking up wickets.
Yeah, he's done both, but as a whole in this phase of the game, not picking up the regular wickets, but they're holding. They're just staying in reach.
You can hear,
Harpy
though,
Eagles.
they're roaring like an eagle to come out of the break.
Gone! Gone! No! Not given. There was something similar a bit earlier before lunch where they thought that Django possibly got a nick on a delivery as well. There was big deviation upon going past the bat. Wasn't quite sure. Once again here, Tevin Imlach. Just the one slip and the gully. Bit of extra bounce. Disappointment, very disappointed indeed. Did it just flick the glove on the way through?
Imlach, this is the most assured he's looked about something for the entire day. Just will slow it right down for you. Let me get back to it. Another short delivery, so clearly a tactic from Kimo Paul, given one for the over. Imlach still disappointed.
Bit of extra bounce. This one just getting big on Amir Django. Short delivery. We know how quick he's been on anything short, but in a good area. Got it high. They looked absolutely convinced. Not going to lie, the one that was given not out a bit earlier in the day of Amir Django as well. In real time, it looked like it was a massive nick. I'm not going to lie. It was massive deviation after hitting the, well, going past the bat. But we have seen that here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The ball has just moved around late after going past the batter. But it's Kimo Paul once again. How good has he been? Showing good stamina as well. Just there. Bit of zip still available. I think what's aided him as well is that he doesn't quite hit the deck as hard as maybe a Shamar Joseph. So when Shamar hammers the ball in, maybe just sticks in the turf a little bit more. Here when it just kisses the turf from Kimo Paul, just picks up a bit of pace and bounce.
Mali, yesterday during the opening session we did a listen in. Let's listen in for these next two deliveries. I really want to find out what this noise is that they're making. Now, Smith is the chief noise maker. Is it an eagle? Are they trying that? I don't know eagles to make a woo noise.
I wouldn't be too happy, to be honest, if I was the skipper and now Smith was leading the charge with his mouth. I need him to lead the charge with the red ball in hand. Not to be howling and hollering out there. Red ball. When you got this red pill in your hand, that's when we need you to lead the charge and really make some noise. I am going off. You telling me it's now Smith.
Just because I've watched him throughout and he's the main man making the noise.
Yeah, man. Come on. Woo! Yeah, we need him to make some noise with ball from a Harpy Eagles perspective. Kimo Paul, he's really put his hand up. Well, he's let his game
he
do
can't
the
do he can't do everything. So
yeah,
if he's bowling, he can't be the noise maker as well.
Well, they need him to do almost everything here. Seems like Savory's leading the charge. He's the man really hooping and hollering. He'll get his opportunity to hoop and holler with the bat as well. But he's trying to get the energy going. They've been quiet for long periods. They're probably looking at this lead, 173, thinking, whoa, it's getting to that stage now. Need to find something. Where do we find the energy from? Need to execute as well.
Just to draw a comparison for you guys at home and watching around the world, Shamar Joseph is into his 18th over and Kimo Paul is both 17. But let's consider the fact that Kimo Paul bowls around 125, 130 kilometers per hour. Shamar Joseph is about 10 k's faster, and he's into his 18th over, folks. You can tell how desperate the Harper Eagles are for a wicket.
One of the first times in a long time the ball's gone down to Jonathan Van Lang at fine leg.
What's clear though, they've come out post the break, Mali, and you look at the field leg side, there's an extra fielder now on the boundary. So there are 3 fielders, and the length has been quite short from both bowlers. So I wonder if now they've opted to go into the pitch a lot more in terms of that length, as opposed to Fuller that we saw before.
Yeah, I think we saw that prior to tee, where Shamar Joseph in particular just opting for that shorter length. Doesn't get up quite as high.
Remember they had that opportunity when Lewis pulled in the air.
There's a bit of debate whether Gudikash Moti could have gone for the catch. Imlach was herring away. You do like seeing the wicket keeper with the big gloves under those high swirling catches. But it was similar to what we saw from Jaden Seals yesterday when he dropped that catch at mid-off, when he was actually deposited at mid-on originally.
But ran around.
Yeah, really covered a lot of ground to get there. Amir Jangu was in that mid-off position originally. Maybe he had to move 5 to 10 yards or so. Glove. Or close to the glove. And maybe what came back to haunt them was what you were speaking about earlier, Nikhil, with them really appealing vociferously when there wasn't really too much to appeal for. Now when the chance came, the umpire said not out. I think it was close. It wasn't decisive either way on seeing the replay.
Sounds more like a siren.
A little bit. Reminds me a little bit of the Liberta Blackhawks sound as well. They're all in the raptor family. Harpy, eagles, Blackhawks. They're all raptors, birds of prey.
Not the Red Force or Pride or Scorpion.
Oh, Scorpion.
Or
What?
volcanoes
I
or hurricanes.
I was thinking this the other day. What is a red force? Have you?
A force that is red.
That is red. Have you ever seen one out in the wild? I haven't.
They're just telling you they're a force and they're red
I've
when they're
seen a
force.
hurricane. I've seen scorpions.
How do you come up with these things?
I've seen them. Harpy eagle.
You have?
I have. Of course I have.
That
in
looks
line,
better.
pitched in line. Oh, did it? That's the question, Nikhil. Did it pitch in line? Umpire Tuckett says no. Maybe took a bit of inside edge as well. A couple of things we'll see on the replay.
Don't think height would have been an issue here because it just skid after pitching and rushed Evan Lewis. And Shamar Joseph took off straight away like he does pretty much for all appeals. But there's somewhere you can just tell there's a bit of extra life in them, and that was one.
Yeah, it looked good. I think the only issue is whether it pitched on that leg stump. It's always the issue when bowling from over the wicket.
We just had a technical glitch there, so we can't actually show you that. But we'll give the benefit of the doubt to
Umpire Tuckett.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to land it in the line of the stumps.
Oh.
Pace, pace, pace. That one's hurt. That one's hurt. Amir Jangu got into an awkward position.
And there are words being exchanged from Joseph to Jangu, from the fielders to Jangu.
Remember, he was having words to the slip fielders after playing that quite scrumptious pull shot. Very authoritative. Now they've got their own back. They've landed a blow. So he's landed one, and Shamar Joseph has landed one back. Just there, took off.
But it's a series of short deliveries we've seen post-tee to Jangu, and I won't be surprised, Mali, if they have a few catchers under the bat. After seeing that, it would have gone to hand.
Something we've been speaking about for 3 days. I think both teams, it's a position with the amount of bounce that's been available consistently. Got to have those close catches in.
It would be a question I would have for Imla, actually. I'd probably ask him at some stage where if you are going to go to that short ball plan, what would stop you from having those close infielders? Is it a case of not wanting to commit too many and really sell yourself to one plan?
Not so sure. It's just been constant. We've seen a lot of balls looping up at times in that region, especially to certain bowlers. Kemo Parr gets that ball to bounce.
You know, some changes in the field, in outfield. So they've got the three fielders on the leg side boundary, left of your screen, folks. There's just the one person behind now at gully. And then you can see a couple of fielders left. Just one at mid-wicket and one at square leg in a catching position. So you can tell now the effort is going to be, we're going to try to target Django with the shorter delivery. And they've got that deep, wide, deep point in the event that he tries to guide the short ball through the offside.
Can't be too short. We know how quick he is on these short deliveries.
Maybe it was put off by the siren, Django.
I think Kemo Parr can have another slip in as well. Kemo Parr in particular, with how consistent he's been. He's picked up 2 of the 3 wickets today.
How good would it be after all of this planning and moving of the field? A very full delivery.
Exactly.
Just to trick him.
The 1-2 punch goes short. That's still an option, still a ploy.
It's a good line though, and it's similar to where Shamar Joseph landed the last one. And you just see where the ball finishes. It's almost right over the badge of Django's helmet. Maybe the height could have been a touch lower, but even Kemo Parr at his slower pace is still threatening.
Yeah, good lines and lengths throughout, even when adopting the body line or the shorter length. Kemo Parr, he's just been in control of everything he's done with ball in hand. Just there again. Oh, how has he not hit that one? Lord have his mercy. Amir Django living quite dangerously. Once again, extra bounce. Gets big, gets into an awkward position. The hands were high, but not high enough. Just low enough to not take the glove through to the wicketkeeper.
We've got to listen in, Matty. Listen in to this ball now. What is the follow-up? They've certainly come alive, the Harpy Eagles, after tea. And it's probably an encouragement to other bowlers as well who don't have the pace to see Kemo Parr being able to execute this plan and do it so successfully, causing real difficulty to Django. It's probably a case of, even if you don't have that pace, if you can get the direction of the short ball right, it's a viable option.
I think he's a little quicker than batters anticipate, Kemo Parr. He's quite wiry, maybe not the biggest, most muscular specimen, but he's wiry. He's got that those fast twitch muscles that really fire. Quite explosive. Similar to Shamar Joseph as well. He's got a bit more muscle on him though.
This is not easy either, folks, to run up and bowl 5 short deliveries after bowling 17 overs in a day. You really have to credit this effort.
And if anything, you're right, Nikhil. It's going to take a lot out of him here now. Physically, the sun's out. Still quite hot. The breeze is strong, though. That's been a breeze that's aided the fast bowlers throughout this game. Hence why we've seen as well the fast bowlers bowl as well as they have on both teams. In the air. Just in there. A little extra cover. We've spoken about trying to have these fields, and Evan Lewis in particular, just at times doesn't have the biggest stride. Plays it a little uppish. End of that over 53 overs gone now. I don't think the overs matter at this stage. It's that lead. In 79, this lead and growing, with the Harpy Eagles still just hanging in.
Short ball again. This time Django gets it to the boundary. He won't be convinced by that though. And Shamar Joseph won't be bothered either.
No, he won't. Didn't quite get it up as high as he would like. Maybe bring a leg slip in as well, if that's going to be the line, that body line. You've seen Django get into an awkward position. He could bring the glove into play while taking evasive action. Just got to get the right height to Amir Django.
He's going to sacrifice one of his boundary fielders for that leg slip. And you feel like you like that position because now Django really has to think about where he's hitting this ball if it's short.
And more than likely, with the leg slip in position, Django can't just look to defend. He'll probably look to take him on. He's either going to duck or look to take him on. An easy shot off the hips now is a dangerous stroke. Or off the ribs is a dangerous stroke with leg slip in position. He has to take it on. He is going to take it on. Just as we anticipated here. He's going to fight fire with fire. He's very quick on anything short. His first 6. This lead goes into the 180s now. It's almost choreographed where the ball is going to be bowled. I think both Joseph and Kimo Paul will be better served still, even though the field is set in the way that it is, to just keep their composure and maybe still use that sharp ball as more of a surprise.
I personally have no problem with the plan. Just about, can you get the direction right? Maybe just a hint outside or on middle and off stump, making it a little harder to pull.
Back to back.
Yeah.
They've almost made up Django's mind for him with the way the field's set. Especially if he's going to consistently bowl short. We know he's going to take it on. And so far, it's gone in his favor. Back-to-back 6s. 16 of the first 3 deliveries of this Joseph over. So his figures now starting to take a pounding. And Django goes to 46. Let's lead 195. 10 times these for the Harpy Eagles.
There's a fine leg and no leg slip on the boundary.
In the air, doesn't find mid-off. He was caught in 2 minds. Amir Django looking to pull in the end, tried to abort and play the cut. Luckily for him.
But what was the difference, Mali? The line of that short ball was much different. It was further outside off stump, and all of a sudden Django had to decide if he was going to pull or if he was going to punch it. And I think that will be the takeaway from Shamar Joseph's 4 deliveries. Can he get the line more outside off stump when going short?
In situations such as this where captaincy is such an art, he's also got to employ his bowler now to pitch the ball up as well. They've almost let that opportunity go with Django at the other end. Evan Lewis, he's just going to stay in his bubble. Django's been exchanging words with the Harpy Eagles fielders throughout his innings. He's up for the fight. Lewis has gone about his business in a slightly different manner.
If you're these two in the middle, amidst all that's happened with the chaos in the last 15 minutes, you're quite pleased that they've gone to a new plan. Red Force are well on top of this game, and the Harpy Eagles are trying everything. Lead is 196, 183 for 3.
Also got to remember as well, the more you hammer this ball into this pitch, the less it will do later on. Still think that fuller length is the length. It's where we've seen bowlers have the most success. They've been a little unlucky. They've put down a couple of chances, but they've gone past the bat on numerous occasions as well. Just slight adjustments needed. .196 this lead. Still, as you can see, when it's pitched on a good length, still a bit of bounce and carry, still a bit of movement.
And you think the short ball plan will take even more out of these two seamers and maybe potentially shorten the spell of Kemo Paul. Still have to remember that Kemo Paul is his first season back in a while in terms of full season. He's someone that's had his issues with his back. He's had a couple leg injuries as well. So maintaining that fitness of him will be paramount.
Definitely. Tells you the importance of a Kemo Paul to this Harpy Eagles setup in the way he's been utilized. Obviously, it's a final. You want to give your best players as much of an opportunity as possible. But I think Imlak is just missing a trick, not going to his, not at least trying his young all-rounder, Van Lang.
Where's the spin? I know right now they're in the midst of a short ball plan, but 55 overs bowled by the Harpy Eagles and 6 overs of spin. Thought it was at least worth the try to see if this older ball now would get some purchase out of the surface, those rough areas and bowlers' footmarks at the other end beginning to become more prominent. Django keeps smiling, enjoying the challenge. He's quietly gone up to 47.
Depending on who you're asking. Quiet. If you're asking Kamal Savory, you'll say no. Nick, gone this time. He has the tendency of showing the umpire where the ball's hit. We've seen him do it on a few LBW decisions as well. Almost motioning to the umpire, hey, it's hit me high. Or hey, it hasn't hit the bat, it's hit the shoulder or the arm. It has. But he makes a point of rubbing that area. Very smart. Very clever. Bit of gamesmanship as well from Amir Django. I do like the way he goes about his cricket. Very competitive. Nuggety, gutsy type.
And it'll be those deliveries that the Django being hit on the arm, those deliveries will plant the doubt into his mind, and people wonder why a batter doesn't just duck under every ball, because there are a few balls that will react differently in the pitch. So yeah, this one was a comfortable leave. The ball before that may have been a touch fuller. Probably didn't expect it to get up as much. So it isn't easy to battle this short ball ploy. Nice change up from Kemo Paul, but Django is well equipped. 183 for 3.
Yeah, no real problem with the change in tact from the Harpy Eagles. Maybe haven't quite executed as well as they'd like. But even on that final delivery, the pitched up delivery, it's especially when you've been hammering the ball in shot, maybe hoping to catch the batter on the crease. There's no one in that extra cover region for something slightly uppish, for something hit slightly in the air. Just 4 away from this lead. Getting up to 200. Still will be Joseph. Quick single that. Well run.
There is a man in the offside. He was deep in the offside for that shot. If Django decided to go after the short ball through the offside, they positioned Tejan Chanapal down at that deep point boundary. So almost the plan coming together. Credit to Django though, because he's scoring against this plan. Yes, as uncomfortable as he's looked at times, that scoring rate is up to closer to 3.5 runs per over. They put on 26 since the tea break, which is in just 5.4 overs since tea. And Lewis supporting him well. Django's probably saying he's not getting a break. He's really faced at both ends the wrath. And they'll be thinking, how long can this plan go on for? And Joseph into his 20th over, Kimo Paul doing similar. They'll know that it won't be much longer. Suppose on the other hand, they may not mind it, the Red Force batters. Because, yes, as uncomfortable as it's been, they're scoring quite freely.
As he picked out fine leg. Yes, Jonathan Van Lang takes the catch and the plan has worked.
How much time you got? How much time you got? Yes, man.
He's getting a real send-off now, Amir Django. They're letting him know, how many times are you going to get out? This time it's been confirmed. The short ball plan has worked. Is it a little too late though, Nikhil?
Well, he had a decision to make, Shamar Joseph, in terms of where to position that fielder. At different times he's had Van Lang in the circle. This time he had him deep on the boundary. And yes, Amir Django falls short of the 50, but these 48 runs, critical. And almost probably worth a few more, given the situation of the game and what they bowled at him. So he'll be quite pleased, as with the Red Force, and Joshua De Silva, the captain, comes to the middle.
Yeah, got a first ball duck, a golden duck in that first innings, Joshua De Silva. That's what you want to see. This game has just opened up again slightly. New batter coming to the crease. The lead still below 200.
Nothing better than when a plan comes together. Watch the line here, though, folks, of the short ball, because it's something we had been looking for in terms of where those short balls had been positioned. That one is over his right shoulder, which those deliveries he's actually hit for 6 a couple of times. So I don't think he'll be too disappointed, Django, that he took it on. Just the execution failing him in the end.
Yeah, he got into a very good position. That one was over the shoulder. Just went with it. Didn't quite get as much of it as he did previously on that 6. Good sharp catch that by Van Lang. Wasn't quite sure whether to go reverse cup or orthodox in the end. It was a bit of both. Took it very well in. And it's 4 down now. Brings the skipper, who's been the leading run scorer in this 4-day championship, came into the match as a leading run scorer.
The last time this happened, the Harper Eagles took a wicket. They collapsed the Red Force 18 for 4 after they broke that partnership. So that will keep them optimistic. Shamar Joseph, wow, this spell, yes, he's been expensive, but to put in this shift, 84 runs conceded in 20 overs. Finally, he's got the wicket. Here's the Silva.
disappointed with that start to a man on a king pair.
You know, De Silva's had his difficulties with the ball coming back into him, that test level. And Joseph, someone that gets that sharp movement off the pitch. I'm almost certain he's coming again, Mali, coming again from this end in a couple overs' time. 184 for 6 and 186 for 4, and finally the wicket for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, that wicket has just kept the Harpy Eagles within touching distance. When Django was taking on that sharp ball, you think, oh, this could get away quite quickly as well. But with that wicket, it's kept them just nipping at the heels of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Evan Lewis is the key, though.
And I know it's come at the expense of a wicket, but I don't think the Red Force will mind the position of the game, the fact that Lewis is still there, and that since T, you've taken now, 37 runs in just 6 overs, so you're almost going at a run a ball. All of this is piling on to the lead you already have. They're 1 run away from a 200-run lead. So yes, they lost the wicket of Django, but it was after a number of boundaries, and you were able to benefit in the runs tally. Still committing to it, Kimo Paul, into his 20th over.
Yeah, no one can really say that Kimo Paul and Shamar Joseph don't have the fitness levels required. It hasn't been the longest of seasons, but at this stage of the season, still fit and firing. In this final, they're going to leave it all out there at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's again Evan Lewis playing and missing. Tells you how good Kimo Paul has been, considering Evan Lewis has faced, 169 deliveries now. He's still getting beat outside that off stump.
And 70 balls faced for a man that took 9 years away from the red ball format, went back into the club cricket system in Trinidad, did well, now has come back and has rewarded the selectors for keeping the faith. Whether he gets the 100 or not, it could be a match and title winning knock from Evan Lewis, and one you'd think you remember for a long time because of what's riding on this, the fact that it's been 20 years without a title.
Yeah, a long time. I think Brian Lara was still a member, was still playing for the Trinidad and Tobago at the time, the last time they won this 4-day championship. In fact, he was skippered by Darren Ganga. Current coach Riyad Emery was the man of the match in that final versus Barbados. So he's got previous in this competition as a player, now looking to pick up that title for the first time in 20 years as a coach.
And I know we said the first innings lead was insignificant in terms of you get a result in this game. One of the small reasons why it is significant, though, is because it allows Joshua De Silva and the Red Force to really take charge of this situation. They don't have to force the issue. They can literally occupy the crease going into tomorrow, maybe into the first session, and force the Harpy Eagles to experiment, to try everything, to try to bat. They can, if the Red Force are batting at the end of tomorrow, they've won the title.
Yeah, I mean, if they're batting even early tomorrow, they're very close to winning the title. I think they just need to bat for as long as possible. Guyana Harpy Eagles need to make all the running in this game. And he's away. He will breathe a sigh of relief. Getting off the mark, Josh De Silva. 201, 180, 8 for 4. Looks like it's going to be Shamar again to continue. But keep an eye on that workload as well. We spoke about the amount of cricket still to be played this home summer. Maybe have a couple weeks rest. And then down to Jamaica. The limited overs series versus Sri Lanka. I'm sure Shamar Joseph will be involved in that, or will he be rested? A few decisions to be made. Jaden Seals as well. In fact, Anderson Phillip, those three, Kimo Paul, put in good shifts in this match.
Well, on Thursday, Mali, the 21st of May, Cricket West Indies will host a 10-day high-performance training camp for the senior men's players here in Antigua. Of course, beginning preparations for critical one-day series with needing to register points. And Shamar Joseph's name is in the 17 players. Whether he actually is given some time off or not, we'll wait and see. But he is supposed to show up to the camp on Thursday. Would be a lot to ask of him. Yeah, there's the one that sometimes can give De Silva some difficulty finishing on middle and off stump.
You mean Thursday, day after tomorrow, right?
Yeah, the day after tomorrow. I think they'll probably give him some rest for sure. Maybe get the opportunity to fly home and then come back to the camp. But it's just around the corner, that West Indies Sri Lanka series, 3rd of June. First match in Jamaica. White ball fixtures, 3 and 3, and then the test matches, 2 tests here in Antigua. If I'm Darren Sammy Mali, I'm putting Shamar Joseph in bubble wrap until that red ball series. But knowing Shamar Joseph and how much he's learned and evolved in the white ball formats, he will be desperate to play.
Especially with points on the line in terms of direct qualification to the next 50-over World Cup.
Jaden Seals is also in that 17. And much like Kudukesh Moti, Carey Pear. So, I think Seals, he's already bowled 19 overs in the first innings. Comes back tomorrow, maybe has to bowl another 20. It's quite a sizable workload as well.
Yeah, and then on Thursday he's at the camp. So,
sure he'll be getting a break.
Yeah, it'll be rest and relaxation and recovery, I think.
Do commentators get a break after a 4-day game?
No.
Say that again.
Just being facetious.
As usual, Nikhil. Apparently the players travel in on Thursday and start camp on Friday.
So 1 day's rest is... Tell you what, if you had spoken to the legends, Sir Andy Roberts, and they'll say, what break? But you've got to preserve fitness. Not that I know too much about it, but they'll be hoping that...
My comeback to that would be there weren't as many formats back then as there are now. These are some of the challenges being posed, especially as a fast bowler playing multiple formats.
You see the likes of Sir Andy Roberts, and you can't just tell me yes. I want you to tell me why.
Why what?
Malcolm Marshall, Sir Andy Roberts, the real legends dominating T20 cricket today. You see that possible?
It's something I thought of. I've thought about this over the years. I've thought about Curtly Ambrose with his Yorker. How does he react to an A.B. de Villiers ramping him for 6?
Right.
What is the comeback to that? That's the way the game has evolved Yes, because they're great players. They would evolve with the game.
Right, I think so as well.
Yeah, so whatever is required, they'd have the skills to be successful.
Courtney Walsh bowling that slow ball
Slow
well
ball,
before it
yes.
came into white ball cricket. Malcolm Marshall, can you imagine? He'd be the Josh Hazelwood version of the modern day, and would be probably better if that's even possible. 190 for 4.
Yeah, because he has batting ability as well. Would maybe be more of a genuine all-rounder in today's game.
But you know the one, Mali, that everyone talks about?
Who?
Viv Richards in the T20 format.
Yeah. Especially when you look at the style of
Yeah.
of play and the strokes that he would have been playing, backing away, opening up the offside, going across the stumps to access the leg side as well. A lot of shots that have become part and parcel in the modern game. I would say, yeah, he was definitely ahead of his time.
Roberts, Ambrose, Richardson, Richards, and so many more. The Leeward
Greenwich.
Islands.
Oh, you're talking
Leeward,
about the
yeah,
Leewards, yeah.
Just looking around this stadium, and you're seeing Sir Andy Roberts and you're seeing Sir Curtly Ambrose and Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. You just think, how have the Leewards produced that many great
players
cricketers?
over the years? They have. You could ask that, I think, for most places around the Caribbean. I think St. Martin doesn't play much cricket. They produced test player in Casey Carty. In fact, they do play a lot of cricket, but maybe not known as a traditional Caribbean cricketing hotspot. Yeah, we'd like to get a few more names. If you can have a Jewel Andrew or a Michael
Kelvin
McKenzie, Kelvin Pittman, one of those guys with a sir at the end of their name or so in 20, 25 years. It means you've done something good in terms of their development. They would have made a real impact on the international game. How has that not hit the outside edge? Moves a lot upon going past the bat. Still here late on day 3. 90. He's into the 90s, Evan Lewis. Chemo Paul still good enough to produce something.
Tell you something I also think about Mali. So guys that also from the Windward Islands, like a Kenny Benjamin, who's I think president at the Liberta Club here,
Yes.
and obviously played in the 90s when the West Indies had great fast bowling. I always think about those guys, even his brother Winston Benjamin. Like Winston
Everyone
Benjamin.
thinks they're brothers. They're not.
Oh, they're not?
Yeah,
So
not
apologies.
related. Yeah.
He's Azari's coach, I know that
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
But sorry, why do they think they're brothers? But
Everyone thinks that.
he played 21 tests, 61 wickets at 27, right? I often think, had those guys been in the modern day, how many more test matches could they have played and how many more wickets could they have gotten? You
Yeah,
know?
I think Kenneth Benjamin got 90 odd test wickets in his career.
I have to check that. 92 test wickets.
92, yeah. He's beaten the bat on 3 consecutive occasions here, Chemo Paul.
But he'd have to rival Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph for their spots.
And if you notice, he's been pulled in by CWI over the past couple of years as a fast bowling coach. He's been on A tours. He's been that fast bowling coach on the international teams and in the under-19s. And as someone who I've played with, he's got a fantastic cricketing brain. He's a former Leeward Islands captain as well. Antigua captain. As a fast bowler, he's superb. Similar to Andy Roberts, really understands fast bowling.
Lewis, think that's come off the pad. So won't add to the tally as he's into the 90s. Or has it been signaled runs? I didn't see a leg by signal, so it might have actually been runs. Oh, yeah, it is runs. So he'll go to 94, Evan Lewis, and he's 6 away now. It'd be fitting if he got there with a maximum.
Highly doubt that, the way he's gone about his business, especially after lunch. He's been very calm and assured. Hasn't taken too many risks. He's really just played a very professional innings this. Timely for him. There he is again, good leave. Outside that off stump. Just the boundary from that Chemo Paul over. Lead 207, it's 194 for 4.
Fan, the supporter, they're not happy with something. Right, 4:18 on day 3, local time. Arsenal are minutes away from winning the title. Wow.
There's a man sitting in the stands there, Taddy Arundel. I think he had on a striped shirt. You were speaking about the Kennets and the Winstons and all these young fast bowlers that would have come through. He was the man responsible for a lot of players' development in Antigua, especially the young players, bringing them through to the first class level.
You've been around for a while, Mali.
I have. I only look this way.
Yeah, you look very
I
young.
only
You
look
think
so.
that you're in the 20s.
I only look so, but...
And your mannerisms, your behaviors on and off the field.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. But yeah, there he is in that khaki striped top. The Ayatollah, as he's known.
Top right of the stand.
Yes. Taddy Arundel, former player as well. Very hard man, indeed. But he produced really fit fast bowlers, very good batters as well. Had a program at the factory cricket grounds every day. He was the head of the combined schools program.
What about a guy named Hugh Gore?
Oh, Hugh C, the
who
legend.
got Sir Curtly Ambrose back into the game, back into the cricket from basketball. Where would we have been without Hugh Gore? When they have the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, they need to put underneath a small text. Compliments Hugh Gore.
I think he's here. I don't know if
I
the
know
camera will pick
he
him up.
always goes to Coolidge and watches the game. But the story is, folks, for those that don't know, Hugh Gore, when Sir Curtly was thinking about maybe not playing the game anymore and maybe sticking with basketball, Hugh Gore went to his house and said, "Are you crazy? You have got to play," and almost forced him. And many years later, here we are. What would we be without Mr. Gore?
Mr. Hugh C helped many a player in this region and around the Caribbean. Highly respected. You would know, he attended school in Barbados as well.
The Lodge School.
Yeah. Was just inducted into the Lodge Hall of Fame in September last year. Didn't even know. He had Hall of Fames in schools, but he's made it.
Tell you what, Evan Lewis might be in the Red Force Hall of Fame if he can get 100 here and they win this title. How this game has developed. Go back to day 1, folks. 87 for 6, the Red Force. At that stage, Red Emmett would have been thinking, this game could be done in 3 days. Or maybe Ryan Hercules may have been thinking, we've got them again. But you just go back to that lower order, and they won't get as many plaudits as Lewis, who will, if he gets to his 100 and regardless. But think about Terrence Hines, a gutsy 29, I think it was. Carrie Pear got 40. Jaden Seals, of course, to stand up with an unbeaten 70. Anderson Phillip batted, 88 deliveries for 26. Those contributions there, when you look back now, bigger picture, that's why the lead is 211 as opposed to maybe 150.
Yeah, it's been the difference. Can't overstate just how important and timely that partnership was. It's going to be Smith. Can he find the energy now with ball in hand? He was highly energized when he was in the field. Really trying to G up his team. He was hooting and hollering. And now he's got to produce something with ball. It's almost becoming desperate now for the Harpy Eagles. Need to pick up wickets. Need to go bang, bang here. Tell with the way he's tapping that bat to the surface, still quite hard.
It's been quite productive though, Joshua De Silva, since he's come to the middle. Another couple of runs, if not 4. think if we had a television replay in terms of the umpire, that could have been very close. But Nandu seems to have done well enough. De Silva's already on 8 in just 12 balls, and every time a batter comes to the middle with more urgency, they're adding runs to the tally, more runs. Would you believe it? Mali City have scored. It's never straightforward.
Of course I can.
It's never straightforward as an Arsenal fan.
It's City.
Never.
It's City. Of course I can believe it. But they need to win here, though. I don't think a draw serves their purpose.
Just like the Harpy Eagles, a draw won't serve their purpose
No.
either. Goodness. Nice finish to the over. 20 overs away from a new ball, the Harpy Eagles. Still no spin. 7 overs of spin in 60. 201 for 4. $201 for 4, 60 overs in. Kimo Paul, I swear he's a machine. After the Shamar Joseph spell, he's still going 21 overs in. He's conceded 36 runs. Not even 2 runs and over. And of course, has picked up a couple of wickets as well. If the 2 left-handers was what was concerning him about the spin, now De Silva's there. So what is the issue?
Not too sure.
It's where we should have a sideline interview with the head coach.
Or maybe if you could go in play, as you see around the world, the players mic'd up. Get that insight in real time. I think what's often overlooked though when spinners and pacers are on together is that the spinners get through their overs quite quickly. So it doesn't give the pace bowler the amount of rest going into his next over. I think that's one thing that's aided both Kimo Paul and Shamar Joseph. They've gotten that time to rest and recuperate in between overs. Probably have to wait till tomorrow to find out who the champion will be here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But we found out that Arsenal are the Premier League champions. Man City could not get that positive result. They've drawn with Bournemouth 1 apiece. And Arsenal with 4 points ahead, or 4 points ahead of Man City with the 1 game to play, which means that Man City cannot overhaul Arsenal, and for the first time in how many years, Nikhil?
22 years, man.
You're the Arsenal fan here.
Suffering, just years of suffering.
I'm dejected, I'm not going to lie. I'm not a Man City fan either. But I'm not the biggest fan of Arsenal. Especially the Arsenal fans. I find them very annoying.
They're the red force.
Are they? I've never seen a red force anywhere. I keep saying that.
The Arsenal fans
if
are the red
you can
force.
show me a red force, then I'll give you $1,000 today.
Can't believe it. Anyways, back to the cricket.
Also got word going around that this will be Pep Guardiola's last season as well. Next week will be his final game as Man City manager. So
And it's also Jason Mohamed's last season.
a lot.
Similarities across the
Yes.
two sports. It's Victor Wembanyama's second season though. He's here to stay. That's a bit of basketball variability. Evan Lewis is a boundary away, folks. A boundary away from what will be a second first-class 100. A career which started back in 2012 when he first burst on the scene. Then he took 9 years off to play and focus on the T20 format. He's come out this season, and there were many doubters. He himself would have been doubting. But he's come back in a huge way in arguably the most important innings of Red Force history. 204 for 4.
I've been calling for spin, Nikhil. I think we will get a fair bit of spin now. Would it be Parma? Would it be Moti? This will be now Smith. I did see the helmet being ready to come onto the field, which did give me an indication that maybe the spinners are not too far away.
All right, Maddie, what's the plan? You think about it's an hour and a half left in the day, right? Harper Eagles currently looking at a deficit of 200 plus. They've got 1 day left in this game to try to chase whatever target is set by the Red Force. We know the Red Force don't have to force anything. They can literally keep batting until the end and win this championship. If you're Tevin Imlat now, what are you doing? You tried the short ball plan. It worked. You leaked runs. Now you've got the captain.
Yeah, you've got to try and use the options available to you. I think is the next move. Height, bit too high.
And it's probably where they need Niall Smith to be more menacing. They need him to create a few more problems so it's not all on Kimo Paul and Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, not just with sound in the field, but with ball in hand. That's what we were stressing from him. We know how good he is. He's someone who I've got a lot of time for. I think he possesses a lot of the natural tools to be quite an outstanding fast bowler. Not quite fit enough for me, personally. Especially here in the second innings. This is when your team is depending on you, looking for you here in a final to produce something. He did it in that first innings, but he's finding it a lot more difficult here in the second.
Folks, just to update you, and I really can't figure this out. I'm going to be definitely finding out post-game today, post the end of the day's play. The last over of spin bowled in this innings was over 29 by Versami Pramal. How is it that Imlat has not even tried one over in the entire middle session? We did not see a single over of spin. We're about halfway into this evening session. Still not an over of spin. You've got Gurukesh Moti in your team who's taken 25 wickets in 4 matches. And Versami Pramal, well, his record speaks for itself. I'm just trying to figure out what it might be. Is it a case of the ball still getting some movement aerially, and hence because Moti was expensive against Lewis and he's still there, you're opting not to go back to him? But even if the Silva's at the crease, you think, why not try it?
That could be one thing, but it doesn't explain why Pamar's only bowled the 1 over. He's conceded 1 run. So I think it has a lot to do with the conditions here on day 3. Maybe not quite as spin friendly as they were anticipating, but still. No Van Lang, no spinners for a long, long time. As you said, just 7 overs of spin. Looks like Perma is getting himself ready. They'll probably come into the attack after the next drinks break, which will be after this over. The game not really totally safe for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They've still got some batting to do. I'd love that lead to be 250 plus at the end of play here tonight. Just one run to end the over. Not overly threatening though from Niall Smith. We'll pause for a couple minutes with the players for a drink. Join us when we resume.
Welcome back, everyone. Arsenal are Premier League champions. Sorry, wrong sport. First ball after the break. A delivery that was wide and not threatening Joshua Da Silva. Somehow he's nicked it. And could this be the start of the Trini demise?
Soft indeed. Big wicket this. Chemo Paul, who else is it going to be for the Guyana Harpy Eagles? Not his best delivery in this match, but a thin outside edge. No real conviction in that stroke. Maybe just lost a bit of concentration. Seems like Joshua Da Silva having a few words with someone. So for the second time in this match, we're seeing Da Silva having a few issues upon walking off. Wasn't happy with the pitch in the first innings with his dismissal. Interesting to know. Maybe you can find out in your interview later on what the issue is there, Nikhil.
Right, so Terence Hines comes in and he was the one that provided that counter-attacking punch. So interesting how sport works. Sometimes just a break is what you need to break the rhythm, break up the momentum. It's why in basketball, for example, you've got timeouts where a team tries to stop the momentum with a calling of a timeout. That was like a timeout for the Harper Eagles. And first ball after the break, caught behind.
Yeah, very loose. So not a very happy final with the bat for Joshua Da Silva. His season comes to an end, a very good season nonetheless. But just have a look at that. Nothing. Played the ball on the jump. He was in the air when he was playing that stroke. No real solid base. Just ended up fending at that wide delivery.
It's one of the widest balls Chemo Paul has delivered all day.
One of his worst deliveries in the match, and he picks up a wicket. Just shows you how cricket's such a strange game. Not serious, not that.
6 wickets in the game now for Chemo Paul, who's bowled almost 30 overs. Unbelievable, this effort.
Halfway through now.
And let's not forget, 49 with the bat as well.
I went to bed thinking he got 50. Or wasn't it to be?
Yeah, one discrepancy in the scoring. Jonathan Van Lijn got a 50.
But Hines, he played well in that first innings, didn't he?
Run about 29. Who from the other end, Mali? Is it going to be spin? I saw a helmet out there, so maybe either for Imlat or for a short leg fielder. Just behind Tevin Imlat, they've brought out the helmet.
I did see that prior to the drinks break.
It's quite...
It has to be, if it's going to be a spinner, it has to be Veerasamy Permaul, isn't it? Just bowled the one over. But who knows? He may go to his trump card, which has been Gudakesh Moti this season.
I think that might be 2 helmets. One for the keeper, one for the fielder. It's unusual though, with especially the modern game, the way it is now. Because you get 5 penalty runs if the ball hits that helmet, teams opt to have their substitute bring on the helmet at the start of the over. So interesting that they've opted to have it on the ground. Imlat have got to make sure that a ball doesn't touch it. It will be 5 runs.
Yeah, the ball's been moving around as well. Late on the wicket keeper. But Evan Lewis at the other end, he just continues accumulating. It's 3 away now.
In fact, it's been the strike rotation in Lewis's innings to complement the 15 boundaries he's hit. But usually, even in the T20 format, you don't associate running between the wickets a lot with Evan Lewis. So good to see that his fitness is at a level where he's able to actually run consistently, even though he's had the issues with the hamstring and being struck on the toe in the second session. His strike rotation has been one of the major features in this 97.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of time in his cricketing career. Muscular injuries to the legs, hamstrings, groins, then he's had that ankle issue as well. Wrist. He's been through the wars, as he said. He's battled through, and here he is, 3 away. It would be well deserved if he was to pick up that 100. He's played beautifully. He's been under immense pressure. The bowlers have tested him. Driven, hard, aerial. Not quite in the gap. Went very square indeed. So, pull back for 1.
Lewis to 98. The lead, though, folks, has gone to 221. And we keep mentioning the fact of the Harper Eagles and what happened yesterday. They need to go bang bang now. They need Niall Smith to also join in on the wickets.
This isn't necessarily out of reach just yet.
And even if they get to, let's say, 280, and you can restrict them to a lead of 280, I still think the Harper Eagles will fancy themselves to try to chase down the runs. You get one player like a Kemo Paul maybe with a runner ball knock, hit a few boundaries. It's possible.
Especially with the pitch still in pretty good condition.
But the psychological mountain of 300 is what the Red Force will be aiming for. And they could even get there. Quite enjoy the peaceful nature of a cricket stadium, Mali. You have a nice breeze blowing across the Sir Richard Stadium. A few claps from the crowd when the boundaries hit, and then the sound that you're about to hear now. Let's hope he hits it. Almost hit it into the glove, but yeah.
Shows you what's still available to the pace bowlers. Also, with Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip getting good rest here today, with the way their batters have allowed them to just put their feet up after putting in such hard work in that first innings. They'll be fresh and rearing to go whenever their chance comes in the second.
Also, folks, we showed you 2 helmets in the previous over. They've disappeared, and they've not gone with any spin. So Tevin Imlat has seen something in 6 balls of Kemo Paul that's made him go away from the plan and ploy of bowling spin. There are no helmets behind him anymore. Is it late swing? What is it, Mali?
I don't know, maybe the nervous 90s for Evan Lewis because he's played and missed on a couple.
Naturally, you think he gets the ball to go away.
Yeah, he does. More lateral movement off the pitch still, I'd say. Have a look and see. He does tend to pitch the ball full. Where is that shiny side? It's on the inside this time, is it?
On the out, I think.
Oh! Well, if it was on the outside there, then that's reversing.
Trying to find ways of thinking why they would not be bowling the spin at this stage.
Maybe this is one of the
Yeah, it
reasons.
looks like the inside,
It
actually,
was
you're
the
right,
inside,
yeah.
so it's conventional still.
But Niall Smith tends to swing the ball into the right-hander. So is it a case of, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out a theory as to why there's no spin being bowled.
Being bowled. Just not backing the spin in these conditions, I think. I'm more baffled by the fact he hasn't given Van Lang another over. Because we have actually seen spin today. Maybe not quite as effective.
Yeah, definitely some swing there. And just a couple of deliveries now have beaten Terrence Hines. I want to see, Mali, if this ball is reversing. Trinidad and Tobago, though, without a doubt, are well in front, well in charge. What's going on with Kimo Paul's toe there? I mean, the guy's bowled almost a 50 over game by himself.
Maybe starting to deal with a few blisters on that toe of his. That constant rubbing in that bowling boot. It's an issue in which fast bowlers have to contend with constantly, is the health of their feet, how they keep their feet. So important.
Angelica Holder, the physiotherapist, out doing some work. Take a short break. Welcome back, everyone. Kimo Paul getting some treatment to that right toe. He's good to go. All right, Mali. Also, just to remind the viewers, there are 30 overs left in this day. We have the option of going up till 6 o'clock. So 1 more hour, you're not going to get all 30 of those, which means tomorrow 9:30 start again to try to make up the overs. But, right, Mali, now that we've got a bit of a lull since Terrence Hines has come to the middle, I was thinking, who would be in a team of the tournament?
For me?
We can pick it together. And
Okay.
also, I want the viewers at home to join in. A lot of them have been quite vocal in the chat. So I'm going to give you time to think. Next over.
You start from the openers all the way through?
Yeah, openers. And you have to bat in that position. So you can't place Amir Jangu, for example,
Why?
in at 6 or 7.
Why?
Because I said so.
No, that's not how this works. You're just making up your own rules on the fly.
I think that would be fair. You can't just have guys...
But then you'll have guys who possibly should be in a team of the tournament not making the team of the tournament.
Well, good thing there's no awards for this. It's just our team of the tournament. So those at home think, because in the next over, and I'm coming with a few bold predictions as well. Some bold names I think should be in there. A short bowl. Haven't seen that in a while from Kimo Paul.
Still going though, still running in. I don't think if this wasn't a final, we'd see the exertion that we've seen from Kimo Paul. He's really desperate to make the vital impact for his team here in the final.
$219 for 5. Maiden. Right, 209 for 5. Harper Eagles in need of something special there to win the game from here. 222 runs. If the innings was to end now, would be what they're chasing. Still 5 wickets in hand for the Red Force. All right, Mali, so I'm going to throw some options at you for these different positions in this team of the tournament that we're picking, as Evan Lewis is on 98. Of course, we've got to pause to appreciate what will be a wonderful 100 if he can get there after so many years returning back to this format.
Oh gosh, he's starting to cramp now. So once again.
Apologies for that. There's cramp in the middle, cramp in the commentary box. $98 for Lewis. He wants the 2, Evan Lewis. He'll get it as well. 10 years separating 2 first-class hundreds. What a return to the white clothing. And what a stalwart he's been to Trinidad and Tobago cricket. It is a second first-class 100 in a career that spans 14 years. Special moment to savor, and it could be one of the most important moments in Red Force cricket.
For the time being, he's just decided to trade the white ball for the white clothing, as you said, Nikhil. His second first-class 100. His first coming against the Leeward Islands. At the Queen's Park Oval, as he said, a long time in between hundreds there. Timely innings from him in a final. It's been a struggle for him throughout this season. Looking to get down to the other end. It's against Jamaica, sorry, that first class 100.
Yeah, 2016 February. So literally 10 years ago, folks, when Evan Lewis got to that first class 100, the first one, and now he's picked up his second. Think about the fact that he took 9 years away from the game, average of over 30, but you just think about all that's gone on during this season and what's been at stake for the Red Force, who have kept getting close and not winning, looking for their first title in 20 years, and this man, Evan Lewis, may have helped them get there.
It's definitely gone a long way in doing so. Evan Lewis. What a time to produce this batting performance, though. In a final, on a tough pitch. The ball moving around. The first 100 that we've seen in the match here in the second innings.
Just think about the fight. Obviously, it's the third injury he's dealt with. You know, the bat is coming out. He's been eventful, that's to say the least.
It's always eventful with Evan Lewis.
And his highest score coming into this game, 49.
49, yeah, this season.
Yeah, something to really be pleased about, and not that will live on and be remembered and talked about for a long time because of the ability to try to win this title. And you think about, had Evan Lewis not gotten runs today and had he been dismissed early, they could have easily been batting by now, the Harpy Eagles. That's the resilience and resolve he's brought. And still continuing. Have a bone to pick with him, though, Mali. The way he ran the two to get the 100. Haven't seen that in the other running, but nah, he's been actually really, really good. Think about the 15 boundaries he scored. So it's meant that, yes, whilst he's hit boundaries as usual, he's had to run 41 of the runs.
Also, he's left quite a few deliveries outside that off stump. Something you don't associate too much with Evan Lewis.
And I'm really eager to see if this knock just kickstarts his year. Think about that year in 2021 when he scored 426 runs in the CPL and the team won that year. That's the impact that Evan Lewis has on a team, whether it be the red ball format, the white ball format. So he's been picked by the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons to play here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and they picked him high, second round. So you wonder if this can be the year, the return of Evan Lewis, even at 34 years old. He's lost his places in the West Indies teams. This will please selectors, though, looking at him from a West Indian white ball perspective, to see him have the ability to get 100. Terrence Hines finally able to whip one away. He's been trying for a couple of overs. With an offer, he accepts.
He definitely loves the ball short and wide. No real sting on that delivery from Niall Smith. Put away with a plum from Terrence Hines. Brought up his maiden first class 100 this season versus the Leeward Islands. Terrence Hines, he was pretty good in that first innings with the ball. He's one of the players as well that would have put in some performances to help this Red Force team get to this final.
We just have to look at that 100 in Series 1 to get to a first class 100. Obviously, he's picked up wickets as well, 3 in the first innings of this final. And that 29, he keeps saying it, and Jaden Seal said it at the end of day 1. It was the knot that inspired the rest. The manner in which he got to the 29 runs, it almost instilled a new belief in the lower order that they could actually get them out of that hole 87 for 6.
Yeah, and in the context of things at that time, that partnership between Pierre and Hines in the conditions is worth a lot more than the actual runs that they scored. Showed what was possible. And Jaden Seals and Philip both used their experience really well. They were very professional in the way they went about analyzing, assessing what needed to be done. And the level of execution matched that thinking as well.
Still toiling away, Kimo Paul into his 25th over. That's half a one-day international innings, folks.
At this stage, they're going to bowl to the end of play. Kimo seems like. Still no spin, just a 7 overs of spin on day 3 of a first-class match in the West Indies. That's unheard of almost in modern times.
And Moti's right next to the keeper, so surely you'll be telling him this must be a joint plan, not just on MLAP, but they must have seen something, and whether the ball is reversing, it's hard to see which side the shiny side is pointing towards, but there is some movement out there. There's been for the duration of the game. Oh, it's actually not Moti next to the keeper. Is
that Savory?
Yeah, it's probably Savory. Moti's at deep point. So no wonder he isn't bowling, Mali. He's not in the keeper's ear. They tried to convince him.
Well, you heard what was being bandied about yesterday out there. The players, some of the things being said, who's friends with who, and stuff like that.
I'll tell you one thing, tomorrow morning or whenever the Red Force bowl, because they've got this lead and they're in charge of taking this championship, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, I expect them to come out after a day's rest, come out firing.
Definitely. The batters have done their fast bowlers massive favour here with the way they've come out and played. This one's in the air, almost picks out the fielder in Shamar Joseph at fine leg.
And when you pair that duo with the voice of Mali Richards, you get fire in the Babylon.
Is it? Wow.
That authentic West Indian accent
I'm
that you're
so
so
sure.
loved
I'm not
for.
so sure. I'm not so sure about that. I think it's your Barbadian accent is what the viewers tune in for.
It doesn't have that rustic effect.
It's a rustic effect, is it? I think you're bored now, or a little tired. You need another coffee. What do you think?
Not bored at all watching Evan Lewis. This has been highly entertaining.
It has been, to be fair. There's nothing boring about this cricket, this final per se. It's been action-packed, apart from the first 2 hours. That was lost to that excessive moisture. Since then, the action has been riveting, keenly contested. For long periods, it looked like Guyana Harpy Eagles would be in the ascendancy and stay in the ascendancy. The man in screen there, Jaden Seals, having a chat to... Who's that down on the boundary? Driven through the covers sweetly. Will be 4.
He's played the cover drive throughout this innings, Evan Lewis, and just being very patient and waiting for that full delivery, which Kimo Paul rarely serves up. But because they've been attacking with the field throughout the day, when they've gone full, Lewis has capitalized. So, end of another over. Red Force 2-2-2 for 5.
Interesting there towards the end of that last over. Jaden Seals coming out of the dugout and then going to have a conversation with Kudakesh Moti. He's probably asking him what you were asking as well. Why no spin just yet?
Kimo!
I think that's the end of Kimo Paul's efforts. Valiant effort.
It isn't spin replacing him, it's pace. Right, Mali, so we were talking about the team of the tournament. There are a few options for the opening spot. I'm going to give you bit of context. Tajaran Chanapal, this is without his runs against the academy.
Why? Okay, fine.
341 runs, got that 117 against the Volcanoes, a couple of 50s as well. So averaging 68. There's a John Campbell in there. In 3 games, got 334 runs, 150, also averaging 67. Kurt McKenzie got 135, also averaging 60 plus. And remember, he got consecutive hundreds.
Was McKenzie opening?
No, he was,
He's batting at 3,
yeah.
right.
So let's leave him out for now.
Thank
But
you.
Craig Brathwaite was opening, got that 176. We've been informed by our statistician that McKenzie may have been actually opening. I'm going to check, see where his hundreds came.
I think he was, you know.
Yeah. Right, so McKenzie was opening the batting. Well done to our statistician for those 200. So you've got a number of options there. Let's see, Brathwaite, McKenzie, Campbell, Chandrapal, Nandu. Who would open your batting in a team of the tournament?
Give me the options again. Chandrapal, Nandu.
John Campbell, Kurt McKenzie, and
McKenzie.
Craig Brathwaite. You could maybe throw Evan Lewis in there, 100 in a final, or not enough runs.
Not enough runs over the course of the tournament for me.
By the time Mali's done, Hemopol would be in
Based
that
on
as
what I
well.
like, I'm going McKenzie. Well, the fact that McKenzie can bat in the top 3 as well.
No. I
Yes,
asked
he
you
can.
Who's
He can.
opening the batting?
Well, I'll go for Chandrapal and Campbell. Yeah. Chandrapal, John Campbell. That's what I'm going for.
Any reason why?
No particular. You already said it. You quoted their stats and everything. It's how they would have performed. No other reason, really.
I'll just play devil's advocate here, Mali. Campbell got 11 more runs than McKenzie, who got back-to-back hundreds and won one of the games for Jamaica against Barbados with that 100. I mean, Campbell also was significant in the win as well.
And Campbell is also the West Indian Test opener right now. He's in
But take
possession.
those factors out of it. We're just thinking.
Team of the tournament. I told you. You just don't like the answer. I told you. Campbell, Chandrapal. That's it. Let's move on. Who's batting 3?
Matthew Nandu, 236. You're not having him?
No chance. Are you not taking the double century out for Matthew Nandu as you did for Tage? Yeah. So if that's the case.
Campbell got the 126 in that win, so seem like McKenzie. I can live with that. Get back to you for about number 3.
I'll tell you who's batting 3. I can tell you now.
Just wait till this delivery. Let's hear it, Maddie.
Mackenzie will bat 3 based on his tournament. That's how I get him into my
He
lineup.
opened the batting, so that's...
Yeah, he did, but he bats 3 as well. He's the only one that can, I think. We've seen him bat number 3 in Test matches, haven't we? Tour of Australia. But go on, let's hear your options for number 3.
Looking around the franchises, Kareem Gore batted at 3 for the Leeward Islands. For Trinidad and Tobago, it was Jid Gooley. He's been there throughout the season. I think it was Akeem O'Geese, just checking to be absolutely certain.
He's opened at times as well for the academy, I think. For the Windwards.
There was a Kavim Hodge this year.
Number 3 has been a problem position for most teams in this regional 4-day championship. Hence why I'm going to tell you who my choice for number 3 is. You're not giving me many good options, though. You tell me Jid Gooley. Jid Gooley scored 1.5 century in the 4.
What about the prospect of Django at 3? Because he batted there for the West Indies. Would you have him there at 3?
What number does he bat for
5.
For Trinidad?
5. But he batted 3 for the West Indies.
Nah, I'm going Mackenzie 3.
Kavim Hodge is the 3 for the
Mackenzie.
Windward Islands. He's
Mackenzie.
also the West Indies 3.
Mackenzie.
Another leave or... Yeah, I think that was a leave. Hodge, 154 runs in the 3 matches with 150.
Mackenzie. 4, Nick.
End of the over, man. Two, 3 for 5. Sun setting on the third day of action in the West Indies Championship final. And after 39 overs, we will finally see spin introduced for the first time versus Sami Pramal, who's bowled one single over for the day. Will come into the attack.
See, there's just one run as well in that 1 over. Slightly baffling that we haven't seen a little bit more of spin. He's just opted for his frontline bowlers more often than not, as Tevin Imlach. Interesting to see the field that he starts with here. He starts with a short leg to the right-handed Hines. He's got a slip, point, cover, extra cover. He's got long off, mid-on is up in the circle, mid-wicket and deep backward square.
Right, will he get any purchase out of this surface for Sami Pramal? He's not been given the ball today, which is almost a rarity in the history of the Harper Eagles and the way they've gone about this tournament. He has been central to their wins in the last decade. Here he is. Nothing significant there. Jonathan Drake's also back safe for Barbados. Just throwing that out there, Mali. Still going with Mackenzie. Even though he doesn't bat at 3-4.
Yeah, how many hundreds did Drake score this season?
Don't think he had one.
I don't think he did. I think
2 last season.
Yeah. So last season he was superb. I think a best of 94 this year. So you would have gotten close.
A little short from Pramal to start. Number 4 now, I think can only be one person. Kevin Wickham. 3 consecutive hundreds.
Give me some more options.
Alec Athanaze would have batted 4. The Windward Islands. Just checking to see who it was for Jamaica.
3 consecutive hundreds. It's going to be hard to beat that, isn't it?
We could look at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And look to Jason Mohammed. Had a quiet season this year.
Yeah, team of the season last year. Definitely not this season.
Javal Glenn batted at 4 for Jamaica's side.
Put in a couple performances.
Bet 150. Okay, I think we've come to the conclusion that it has to be
It
Wickham.
has to be Wickham. Kevin Wickham, number 4.
Some bounce there, a bit of grip from Pramal. Next over, Mali, we'll talk about the number 5 position, giving the viewers something to look forward to each and every over.
Let's do short mid wicket. Behind. You hear me? One long. Thank you. Middle, please.
Spin from both ends now. Udikesh Moti from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Haven't seen him bowl too many from Sir Andy Roberts.
Remotes.
So spin from both ends, double change.
Hey! Ball modes, ball. Start.
Right, number 5 position, Mali. 2 names for you.
Oi! Bold,
Ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Amir Jangu's the front runner.
Mm-hmm.
100, 150, and
Good
that
start, bud.
46 he got today. Taking him past 400 runs. Evan Lewis has taken on the spin, taken down the spin. He has been special on day 3.
Yeah, that's a bit of the old Evan Lewis, especially in the limited overs format. That natural swinging arc very peppers that long on, region wide long on. That ball was pitched outside the off stump, but it's right into his natural swinging arc. Moves him onto 112.
Keep working.
Oh gosh, run out chance, direct hit needed. They end up coming through for a single in the end.
Wapping, go back now.
But that
Wapping, we're looking at it. Go back. Relax. Wapping, wap.
Bit of frustration starting to creep in to this Harpy Eagles lineup.
Middle.
So far the Mali Richards team of the tournament is John Campbell, Tej Ryan Chandapal. 3 is Kurt McKenzie. 4, Kevin Wickham. 5, I think Amir Jangu, and there's Justin Graves as well. I'm gonna put out there. And yes, he has less runs than Jangu, but Jangu's played a couple extra innings, the playoff, then the final. And also, Graves is an all-rounder, so he's had to bowl as well and has had to bat with the lower order of the Leeward Islands. We'll find out Mali's answer in the next over. 2-3-2 for 5.
By the step.
Pramal continuing. And does Lewis continue to attack the left arm spin, even from this end, which is hitting into the wind leg side. $214 runs, Mali, for Justin Graves. Obviously, as his job as a bowler as well, but 150, is that enough to get into your team at 5? I know what you're going to tell me.
Keep away for a single. In this team of the tournament, not quite enough. I'm going with Django with that average of 72. That big double century as well. Yeah, 100, 150. But I think he's just probably been a little bit more consistent.
So you wouldn't have Graves at your number 6 position?
Well, we're not there yet. We're dealing with number 5.
Well, when we were talking about the openers, you said you would have Mackenzie at 3.
Well, let's get to number 6 then. Let me see. Give us the options.
He got into a tangle there, Terrence Hines. He's trying to guide that around the corner. This is where it gets interesting now, Mali. It's going to test you. Because 6, you could have Justin Graves there. Kemo Paul will be the standout. Batted at 6 this season. 12 wickets, 13 wickets. But there's also a certain Kyle Mayers who got 177 runs, 2 50s. Just checking on his wickets as well, see if he was able to chip in. Bear with me, viewers and Mali. I want to make sure we have the right stats for you at home. We have 5 wickets for Kyle Mayers to go with the runs. Any bat on that? Is there any bat? Again. Umpire Dayton Butler unmoved.
That one hit the rough, or just before the rough. No bat on that one. Just a bit of pad. Been desperate to get this Evan Lewis wicket. He's still there battling away. As you can see, the rough area is just outside the left-hander's off stump. You'd expect that to be smotherable. A good stride.
2-3-6 for 5.
I know.
Just outside our stump, but it's a good for LBW. But it missed the back, spin past the back. Okay. Into the pad. But just outside our stump.
All right, 236 for 5. The lead is up to 249 late on day 3. We're at the close to the 5:30 cutoff, but then you've got half an hour extra for the umpires to take, with still some 20 plus overs to make up. Not going to get close to that today. All right, Mali, so what I'm going to challenge you to do is 6 and 7. Pick 2 all-rounders. I'm going to give you a few names. Kyle Mayers, mentioned the 5 wickets. The 50 as well in the tournament was in the runs. Roston Chase also batted at 5 and 6. For Barbados, should be a few more, if not 4. Roston Chase picked up 13 wickets and had a 50 this season. And then we spoke about Kemo Paul, Justin Graves as an option. Graves more a batting all-rounder in terms of his role this season. And I'm also looking at Shamar Springer.
Terrence Hines as well.
Yeah, Terrence Hines. There's a number of options. Shamar Springer, 250 runs with 2 half-centuries. And how many wickets did he get? And the 7 wickets as well. So not easy for you, Mali. This is very difficult. Let's hear your 2 all-rounder picks.
It's probably the toughest part. I think Springer would have done really well with the opportunities he was given in that Barbados setup. This one flies past the outstretched hand. Is that Tej Chandapal? No, it's Kimal Savory in that first slip. So managing to create something was Gudakesh Moti. Chance not taken. Didn't go to hand, but it was in the air. So Hines goes to 16 now. That lead goes past 250.
Bowling them, keep bowling them.
255. Shot.
Yeah.
It's going to run away down the hill.
It's raced away though. It's the angle of the bat just almost punched it into the ground, and it's been the case all game for these 2 spinners. When they've come into the attack, they've gone for runs.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries. To me, Gudakesh Moti hasn't been his usual self in this match, especially in the second innings. The energy looks down. Doesn't seem to be finishing his action with the same energy. Shot again. Gets away with that. Misfield by Smith. At point. Will get close to the boundary. Probably did just enough to parry that one. Did Niles Smith.
Eventful end to the over. And it means then that 12 runs have come off the 72nd over. 248 for 5.
Yeah, the lead 259. And continuing to grow.
We want your team of the tournament to grow as well, Mali. So 6 and 7.
6 and 7 here. I think Terrence Hines has to be one of them. I'm not sure. Where does Joshua De Silva bat? The top run scorer in the 4-day championship. What number does he bat?
I was putting the keepers into that position at 8.
Okay. Okay, I'm
So
going
don't jump the
along
gun.
with you. I'm going along with you.
2 for 8 for 5.
You got the top run scorer batting behind everyone else. That's a way to lose a cricket match. But
Well, think about when De Silva plays for the West Indies. He bats at 8, and the keepers tend to bat at 8 at the highest level. So
do they? Depends on who the keeper is. For a long time, they batted at 7.
okay, well, what I'm saying is 7 or 8.
Mm.
It's not 5 or 3 where Imlach and De Silva bat now.
I mean, it could be 6. That's what I'm
I
saying.
think that's pushing it.
You
Don't see
think
many
so?
keepers batting 6.
In this team of
Sangakkara,
the tournament,
Gilchrist. No, I mean.
in this team of the tournament, Joshua De Silva has the bat before Terence Hines and
Well, no.
Shamar Springer.
Okay, so
That's what I'm saying.
basically, it doesn't need to be 6 and 7. What I'm saying is, you just pick your 2 all-rounders.
Okay. My 2 all-rounders, Terence Hines would definitely be one.
12 wickets and runs as
250
well, yeah,
runs.
and counting.
Mm.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Shamar Springer got 251 runs in 4 matches with the same amount of wickets. 7. So does that merit him the second
I
place?
think it's between Greaves and Springer. I'll have to go with Springer based on the performances. Yeah.
Roston Chase, 13 wickets. Doesn't make Mali Richards' side.
No.
Wow.
No, not the team of the tournament.
In 3 matches.
13 wickets in 3 matches.
13 wickets.
No, man. Rustin Chase is runs. Need them runs. We got people to take wickets.
Okay, so you've picked your 2 all-rounders. What about your keepers? I'm going to let you think about that because De Silva obviously is top of the pile, 400 plus. But he's batting at 5. And there must be some value of Jamar Hamilton, who got a first 100 in 10 years this season, 259 runs in 3 games. But he bats at 8, 7 and 8 with the low order. So obviously that'll make a difference coming in a bit later and having less opportunity than De Silva. So don't go anywhere, folks. 248 for 5. And we're going to get Mali's conclusion to the team of the tournament next over.
Yeah? Why is the point of that? I'm still the time? 6 again after that. Still the time? 5:30 now. Okay. So we now start the extra half an hour now for getting over. Okay. How much time you behind? Half an hour still? 35 minutes to just. Okay. By the time spinners gonna get pulled back.
Tevin Imlach just talking to get clarification about the overs remaining in the day. He really needs a miracle now with the lead at 261. Evan Lewis still there, still fighting. Terence Hines again, who's got 100 in this season, still contributing with the bat. So Mali, I think De Silva and
Hamilton.
have been the front runners. Imlach has had a quiet season, 168 runs.
It's definitely between that pair. But
And where do you go for that?
I think Hamilton is the better gloveman of the pair.
I'm asking you, who would you pick?
Listen, you're going to make me answer, or you're trying to what are you trying to do, policeman answers or what? Listen to me when I'm talking, okay?
Okay, sir.
I think Hamilton's the better glove man out of the pair. But with the runs that...
Glove player.
No, he's the better glove man.
Glove player.
Well, in a politically correct world, which is your world, I'd say Hamilton, once again, the better wicketkeeper for me. But with the runs that De Silva has scored, I think he just nicks it. Just nicks it, especially with his team in a final. I think just De Silva.
Next over, we finish the team off with the bowling. So that's 8 positions. It means only 3 left for the bowlers.
You want me to tell you, like, your construction of a team is wild.
Going for the big shot, and sometimes the luck really does favor the brave. It's gone over slip. Wild heave across the line, rare from Lewis, and they'll get a 3rd extra run for the overthrow. Falling apart for the Harpy Eagles. Concerns growing.
Yeah, this partnership 45. Now, Gudakesh Moti still struggling to find an element of control with his bowling. Seems like the Harpy Eagles are resigned to their fate at this stage. Heads down. For the first time, you're starting to see the heads drop. The energy isn't quite the same, whereas now Smith not making too many sounds at the moment.
2-5, 2 for 5. How can Imlak, in a similar situation to day one, when it was Seals and Phillip completely grinding out the Harpy Eagles out of the game, really, on that evening, put on a 99-run partnership in the end. Can he learn from that and conjure up the courage to find the wicket? Right, Mali, so I'm going to give you the top 5 wicket takers. Morty, 26 wickets. Phillip, 23. Seals, 20. Joshua Bishop, 16. And in Bishop's case as well, we need to include the fact that he's also scored 155 runs.
I think we should pick a squad of the tournament rather than an 11.
No. 11 of the tournament.
Okay, so you got three positions to go.
I mean, if you would like to shake out one of your all-rounders
No.
for an additional
You're the
goal.
one that said we needed to pick 2 all-rounders. That's what I'm saying. The construction of your team is wild. I've been given the remit, and I've just given you the players as you asked.
Okay, so
right?
3 bowlers.
Jaden Seals.
1,
Anderson Phillip.
2,
Gudakesh Moti.
Big
This one's
shot.
high.
big shot from Lewis, and it's gone all the way for 6. The aggression, the power has come out late in the day and late in his innings.
Yeah, taking the aerial route versus these left-arm spinners. It is an easy stroke for him in that natural swinging arc. Finishes with a flourish, does Evan Lewis. When he hits the ball, it tends to stay hit. He hasn't chosen the aerial option too often. He's been very circumspect in the way that he's constructed this innings.
Carey Pear, Mali, 15 wickets. Joshua Bishop, 16 wickets and 155. What more does he need to do to get into your team?
Maybe 17 wickets and 156 runs. No, I was encouraged by Joshua Bishop, the Bishop of Coolidge, as we call him here in Antigua. Loves the Coolidge cricket ground. But for me, just not enough with the wickets that Morty would have taken, top wicket taker. And as well as Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals have bowled. For me, they've been the 2 standout fast bowlers in the 4-day championship. They'd have to make it. So alongside them, I'd have to go with Gudakesh Moti, even though he's been under par in this final. Still think he makes the team of the tournament. Hands down.
Can I pose one more difficult question to you?
Of course.
If you took out the 4 Red Force players that you've included, right? And let's say you replaced Phillip and Seals with 2 other seamers like a Niall Smith, who's been in the wickets, and maybe Ryan John, for example, 12 wickets. And you replaced the Silva and Django with the other options we called. A Shamar Springer might be in there, a Hamilton. I reckon the Red Force could challenge that rest of the tournament team. They've been that good, and they've had different guys step up at different times. Mind you, Terrence Hines is also in there, so you'd have to replace him. But the Red Force, I think they could beat a team combined of the rest of the tournament players. What do you think?
I think they could.
Who would start favourites?
I don't know. I mean, I think a couple of teams could be a combined team in
Oh, a couple.
yeah. They all play against each other anyway. It's all the same players. If you think back in the last 2 or 3 seasons, the Leewards and the Windwards have been at the vying for the title going into the last round. So they had down years this year. But yeah, I think
Keep going, man.
a couple of teams, Barbados, I think could beat a combined team as well, if they put their best 11 out.
Hey,
Thank
boy,
you for
man.
indulging me, Mali. in my
Hypothetical match.
yes. Right. 20 minutes to go in the day. And the Red Red Force don't seem like they'll be declaring, so it will be batting till the end. Maybe come out to bat tomorrow and bat yourself to a position where you literally cannot lose the game.
Yeah, this lead absolutely ballooning now. 300 plus makes it very difficult indeed. 250 would take some batting, especially against that bowling lineup. Kind of form that front, that new ball pair is in. It would take some pretty good batting to get there. But what we've seen from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here on day 3 is that it's possible. I don't expect the wicket to change that much between today and tomorrow. Maybe see a bit more variable bounce. I anticipate it will be pretty similar to what we've seen here today.
See a lot of people, Mali, in the comments not happy with my selections, but I just want to make it clear, I didn't select anyone. I was just throwing the options out there for you to pick, you know?
Are you getting some
We've got
harsh, stern
a
words?
very passionate fan base in the Caribbean, which I could really appreciate, actually. How many people really lock on and engage with what commentators say and have their opinions, and that's what you want. You want people to have their own opinions so you could get the best way of doing things.
Sometimes it's the least informed that have the loudest opinions. These keyboard warriors sometimes don't even know what they're looking at. But everyone's entitled to an opinion.
I tell you, the opinion on Evan Lewis today will be consensual. It's been a superb innings.
Oh,
this
definitely.
100.
Across the board, I think, must be said. He's played superbly in the second innings under pressure. Second innings runs are almost valued more.
Lewis has got 2 first class hundreds now. I'm going to give you a fun fact. Did you know that his longtime Trinidadian and Tobago teammate, Kyron Pollard, has 4 first class hundreds and I think 750s to go along with it? We associate Pollard so much with being a T20 legend.
I think he averages 30 plus
Yeah, he does.
in first class cricket.
Didn't play a lot of it, but still 4 first class hundreds is quite impressive, and more than a lot of players that are batters in this current regime.
I think Kieran Pollard, Andrew Russell, those players were definitely lost to the longer format. Dwayne Bravo would have started as a test player. He merged and really turned himself into the valuable T20 and ODI player, or limited overs format player that he became. Started out predominantly as a top order batter as well. Interestingly, Moti to continue. So it's clear Imlak is trusting his seniority here, choosing not to go for the wild card in Van Lang. I'm not sure he could get much worse though. With Moti conceding runs in the fashion that he is. It's going at 5.5 per over. It's bowling a little quickly now for me. It's just allowing it to become a bit easy for these Red Force batters. Okay, finally a bit of purchase. Bit of purchase. Going past the outside edge. Hines on 22.
Make sure you guys stay on. 20 minutes time, we're going to try and hear from Evan Lewis. We'll also have highlights of the day's action. And a lot of appeals today haven't gotten the arm of Karatake and Dayton Butler raised too often. Didn't turn the arm ball, missing leg. Where does the balance of power lie now, Mal? You think 80% in favor of Red Forest? Is that too high?
I probably wouldn't say 80%, but it's definitely in the Red Force's favor. This lead approaching 300, partnership of 54,
Keep going, Mods. Keep going, Mods.
272 lead. Gets away with that one. Avenue is a little disappointed. Have to pick up a couple at least. End of that over, just one run from it. It's 259 for 5.
One final day in the West Indies Championship 2026, a new edition. But two teams will be hoping that they can win the final on the last day of the season. And right now it looks like it could be going the Red Force's way.
Definitely, but we have seen stranger things happen. But at this stage, definitely, if you're a betting man, you'd probably be putting your money on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Don't count this Harpy Eagles team out just yet. Tend to find a way. It would take something special, especially if they were to bowl out the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force even this evening. Still would take something quite special. It would take a special innings from someone. Last couple overs, just starting to see maybe a bit more purchase for the spinners. Seems like they've just slowed up the pace a bit. Permal in particular. Lot slower. Edge taken. Wicket. Terence Hines goes. Partnership broken. Spin picks up their first wicket here in the second innings.
And it's full credit to the Harp Eagles for staying in tune with when that chance came. Kimo Paul again at slip. He's done everything in this game. Bowled a lot of overs, valuable runs, and he's caught well. Pretty straightforward in the end, but still have to take the catch. Terence Hines again, though, another valuable contribution from a Red Force batter. Pushing that lead up to 272. It's 259 for 6. And I think it will be time for our drinks break. Welcome back, everyone. Shortened drinks break, but small chance for the players to get a few refreshments. Kerry Pierce come out to the middle, and he's underway straight away with an exemplary cover drive. Aki Hossein is his biggest fan when it comes to his batting. He will be screaming after that one. Better line from Promo. So you think now with that wicket, if they can get one more going into the close of play, they'd still feel they're in a decent position. And Mali Akil has wrote in, watching from India at 3 a.m. He said, dollar from K. Gale. Carry Pierre after that coverage, right? 263 for 6.
Yeah.
Surprised he's still up.
Right, so with 11 minutes remaining in the day, you're not going to hear from me for much longer, Mali, because I'm going to have to go and try to get Evan Lewis. What a day he's had. He'll be exhausted. Came out the start of the day. Remember, they were bowled out late yesterday evening, the Harper Eagles, so it meant that Cephas Cooper and Lewis walked out there. 237 deliveries. He's batted for all 79.1 overs. And still going. That one's kept a bit low, and that will excite the Red Force. They wouldn't mind that at all. They'd encourage it, actually. And Carey Pierre at the other end, he could be critical tomorrow.
Well, if they manage to put together any substantial partnership here, it just takes the game further and further away from the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
From a Harpy Eagles perspective, though, they've got to think, even if it's 300, they've still got a chance to chase it. And they've got nothing to lose. It's not like in the season where you're thinking about the points and maybe go for the draw. You've got nothing to lose, and that might actually work into their favour.
It's very far from being a formality, this match. The Harpy Eagles aren't necessarily completely out of this game. Trinidad hasn't batted them out of the game yet.
Maybe a 9:40 start tomorrow morning to make up for the 20 minutes we lost today. 263 for 6. So just doing some calculations, Manny. Let's say that the Harp Eagles need to chase the 300, and you get in 90 overs tomorrow. That's just 3 runs and over. I know it's easier said, and when you have the pressure of chasing, and you think about a 4th day pitch, and that's always the caveat, the final day pitch.
I think what's giving me that thought that this Harpy Eagles team isn't necessarily out of this game, even if they're chasing 320, 330, is the championship pedigree. As you've said, they've come from impossible situations, it seems like, numerous occasions, and they've found a way. So far, they've just chipped away at this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lineup. 276, but this pitch still pretty decent for batting.
Whatever it is, they're going to need the similar intent they had from Tejan Chandapol at the start of his innings, in the first innings, when he really came out and played his shots. He was quite confident. They'll need it from Nando as well. And if you're the Red Force, you're also calculating that and saying, well, hold on, 3 runs and over is gettable tomorrow, so we need to bat some more time and probably have some more impetus, similar to what Carey Pierce come up with, to try and make sure we get to 330, maybe 350. Tomorrow morning you declare at lunch, and you've got 2 sessions, and you pretty much won the game if they've got to chase 350 in 2 sessions.
Yeah, that's what, another 120 or so from here. That to me will be batting Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, the Guyanese out the game.
And we know Lewis has got all the capabilities of playing that way based on his white ball grounding. So he could easily come out tomorrow morning and go quite attacking in terms of his setup.
I think 300, 320 though in 2 and a bit sessions will be very hard.
Yeah, it's almost looking at 5.5 runs and over.
Yeah. We know it's possible.
you'd have to bat it like a 50 over game, essentially, because you think about 60 overs, yeah, it'd literally be like a 50 over game chasing 350, which already is hard. And then you pair the fact that it'll be a final day.
No fielding restrictions, difference. 2 red bar bowlers at the top of their game.
They go for it though, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure, yeah. With the championship on the line, definitely. As we said, they've got this pedigree. Guyana Harpy Eagles. Evan Lewis, though, he's been the man. His second first-class century. What a time for it. 122 not out of 244 deliveries. 16 fours, 2 sixes.
Keep going, Mutz!
Carey Pear was dismissed by Permal for 40 in that first innings off 48 deliveries. All of a sudden, starting to happen here for the left arm spinner Gudakesh Moti. He's showing all his experience now, just coming down for a word. Maybe taking a little time out of this game now. A few minutes to stumps. We haven't seen too many Chinaman deliveries from Gudakesh Moti here today. Something that he's brought into his game. It was Sean Devers that was telling us on day one. He started his career as a young spinner, as a wrist spinner. What he has done, he's just gone back to that at times. He's utilized it well in the limited overs format. Haven't seen too much of it here today though.
Come on, Mutz!
He's kept that short leg in for Evan Lewis. At the end of that, the 82nd over here, winding down towards the end of day 3. Maybe 1 or 2 overs remaining. As Nikhil just informed you, is that at 9:40 tomorrow morning for the 20 minutes that was lost today because of rain. Bounce, bounce, gone, taken, sharp catch. Looks like Kevlin Anderson in that short leg. Manages to take that catch, so something finally starting to happen for these Harpy Eagles spinners. Took them a long time to be brought into the attack, but it's Vasami Pramal picking up yet another wicket. Bit of turn and bounce. Did it hit the foot marks? No, it didn't. In fact, landed quite a way short. Got big on Carey Pear. Good sharp catch by Kevin Anderson. Pear has to go for 5. Just faced the 12 deliveries. 7 wickets down now. 4. In this game, which way will this game go? Just coming back now towards the Harpy Eagles. Just pulling Trinidad and Tobago back closer to them. That wicket brings Jaden Seals to the crease. Came in at number 11 in that first innings. Here he is in at number 9. Top scored with 70. Shared that quite remarkable partnership with his fast bowling partner in Anderson Phillip. 98 for the final wicket. That catch brings Seals to the crease. Evan Lewis, he's still there. He's absolutely keys. 122.
That's me.
5 balls remaining in this over. Why not get another one in at silly mid-off? Final over possibly of the day. Why not crowd Jaden Seals? Maybe get him to play an attacking stroke, something he wouldn't necessarily want to do. He'd just be looking to survive. They brought leg slip in, so he's got a slip. Leg slip. Short leg, the close catches. Got very straight mid-wicket catching. Long on the boundary. Mid-off. Extra cover. He's just got a man in a regulation short fine leg position almost. Slightly wide. There. So 2 men behind square. On the leg side. That's hit him outside off. That's hit him outside off. Massive stride. That's why you got to get a set silly mid-off in as well. Look at this stride from Jaden Seals. Gets a big stride in. Hits him outside the line. Covers up on the back foot this time. Quicker delivery. Sami Pomal. .278 effectively for 7. This pitch still in very good condition here. It's held up quite nicely. Bowled him. He's bowled him. He's got to go. Jaden Seals all of a sudden. These Harpy Eagles spinners weaving a web around these Red Force batters. Just like that, Vasami Pamal picks up his 3rd, and I think that will be stumps. That would be stumps here on day 3. So Seals falls for a duck. Top scored in the first innings. What a cruel game cricket can be. Just played inside the line slightly. Allowed that one to just sneak past the outside edge. So after playing so well in that first innings, got a good rest as well for much of today. Harpy Eagles have fought back and they've given themselves an opportunity. 278 the lead. 2 wickets still in hand for the Red Force. But the man coming off to quite a rapturous applause is Evan Lewis. 34 years old. It's been a struggle for him this season, picking up his 2nd first-class 100. Here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He's the lone batter fighting for this Red Force team. 122 not out. 16 fours and 2 sixes. Spent some 406. 406 minutes at the crease. Joseph just picked up the 1 wicket. 2, sorry. His chemo ball was superb. He's been superb throughout this match. 25 overs, disappointing overs. And Ramal in particular, time for him to get Ramal picking up 3 for in his 8.5 overs. Leaves the game very finely poised. Red for a lead of 278. for Jaden and forward force. For 3. Evan Lewis knocked out 152. Jid Gooley, who's caught by Imlak off Shamar Joseph for 1. Jason Mohammed in his final first class appearance of LBW for 3. Went to Shamajo as well by Jonathan Van in that fine leg position. Joshua in that fine leg position. Joshua De Silva failed once again in this match, but he's had a standout season, top run scorer. Going via the wicket-keeper, bowled by Kieran Hines, fell 3. The Sammy Pomar's 3 wickets. Repair and also Jaden Seals. So 265 for 8. Lead of 278. Nikhil has just made his way across the ground. Not sure who he's... I think he's going to have a word with. Just how well he would have played second first class. In fact, it's not Evan Lewis. He's got Kimo Paul with him. So we'll join Nikhil Uttam Chandani now with the post-match interviews with Kimo Paul.
Come to the end of day 3 in what has been a fascinating battle between the Red Force and the Harp Eagles. Kimo Paul has been a standout.
To get my workload up, and I've been in the gym and trying to get a bit stronger. I'm just trying to enjoy my cricket, so I think that's happening, and I love playing for Guyana, so that also gives me that extra push.
We see you doing this holding role a lot, where you'll be very disciplined, but you also get wickets as well. What is your mindset when you have the ball, especially bowling those elongated spells?
Well, to start up front, I don't like going for runs. That's the main thing, I don't want to give the batsman any dry balls or anything like that. I'm very greedy with the runs, so that's my method. But I want to make them play as much as possible also. And then, on days like this, the team need a little extra effort. They need someone to come and give them the energy. I want to be that guy. So I always try to come back and push and get the team going, because they believe in me, and I always want to win. It's the final also, and I want to win. Yeah.
What challenge did Evan Lewis pose to you guys today?
Well, I think Evan batted pretty good on this wicket. It's not an easy wicket, but I think he waited on the ball. He didn't really push at the balls and stuff like that. And it was an excellent innings. Yeah.
Your current thoughts on the situation of the game? You guys had a great fight back to end the day. The lead is, I think, around 280. Where do you think this game lies at the moment?
Well, 280, I don't think it will be an easy target with the wicket doing so much. But like I said, again, it's a final, and we have to go out there and we have to try and get it. Well, they're not bowled as yet, but whatever they score, we have to go and try and get it. There's no point in trying to draw the game, so we have to push for the win. So hopefully, when we get the chance to bat, if we get the chance to bat tomorrow, then we got to do our best.
Well said, Kimo, and well done today. It's been a hard day. You put in the shift, and hopefully better results tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Nikhil. Good to hear from Kimo there. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they'll still think they've got a chance. But we go to the highlights earlier today. Kimo Paul, he's been spectacular in this match with ball in hand. He picked up that first wicket. Cephas Cooper, taken by Taznaran Chandapal, brought Jid Gooley to the crease. And Shamar Joseph just there. That second wicket going. The score on 12. He thought that inroads would be made. A partnership started to build, especially with strokes such as that. Evan Lewis, shots all around the ground, off the back foot, one through point, next one through mid-wicket. But that was the edge. Chance, big chance now in the grand scheme of things. That flew to Kevlin Anderson's right, didn't quite take. Evan Lewis continued though, shrugged off that missed opportunity, continued playing shots. This one is a little short. One of the only times, especially earlier in the day, that we would have seen the spinners in attack. In the attack, Gudikesh Moti. He was put under immense pressure, indeed. Opted to go back to the fast bowlers, but that proved to be not as fruitful as they would have liked. That was close. That was the wicket. big wicket going via the LBW route. But that mainstay, Evan Lewis, once again, just continuing where he left off. Everything was happening from the other end. It was Shamar Joseph. He was looking to take on Shamar Joseph, actually. Amir Django looking to take him on, going via that top edge, caught by Jonathan Van Lang. And after that drinks break, Joshua De Silva giving the Harpy Eagles an opportunity. Kimo Paul running throughout this day. Evan Lewis bringing up his, well, he was close to bringing up his second first-class century then. But Terence Hines joined him, and he continued what we saw in that first innings. Just playing a valuable supporting role. This was when Evan Lewis decided to get a move on, choosing the aerial route. Permal brought late into the attack, slowed it up just outside the off stump to Terence Hines. He had to go. The first of his 3 wickets here this evening. This was the second. Bit of extra bounce, a bit too hot to handle for Gary Peer. Couldn't quite keep it down. Anderson took a sharp catch at short leg. And this one, almost just going on with the arm, playing up for a bit of turn. Jaden Seals, top scorer in that first innings, having to go for a duck here in the second. 265 for 8, the score at stumps. The lead 278. Join us tomorrow for day 4 action here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the CWI 4-day regional championship final. Intense action on the cards, and I tell you what, this game is still finally in the balance. Join us tomorrow at 9:40 when the first ball will be bowled. Good evening and be safe.